Chapter 732. It was a terrible feeling to have 7 corpses in front of them, but not even a shadow of the enemy could be found. Andrina, if we don't kill him this time, who knows how many more of us will die. Gallus gnashed his teeth in hatred. 4 of the 7 people were his subordinates, and they had been killed so silently. Naturally, he was extremely furious. Something's not right. Andrina brought a bunch of burdens with her. Why would she dare to attack us under such circumstances? The gloomy-looking old woman said with a puzzled face. She was starting to suspect that something was wrong. Talon, I also feel that something's not right. How could they escape from right under our noses every time? With so many burdens, even Andrina wouldn't be able to conceal all traces of them. Why is it that every time we are about to catch up to them, we would suddenly lose track of them? Brovst was also rather uncertain about the situation. After hesitating for a moment, he bunched his brows and said, could it be that the information provided by that fella is inaccurate? After a moment of silence, the old woman called Tai Lin took a deep breath and suggested, let's explore more carefully. This time, we'll form groups of 3 and stay close to each other, lest someone takes advantage of the situation and kills us. All right. Gallus and Brovst nodded in agreement. The god hunters split into groups of 3 and didn't dare to stay too far away from each other. They slowed down their search speed and continued to search in all directions. With that, it would be impossible for Han Shuo to kill them without leaving a trace. Once he was discovered and surrounded, he would be in an extremely disadvantageous position. In order to prevent that from happening, Han Shuo did not attack recklessly. Instead, he once again carefully concealed himself and used his demon generals to observe their every move. After the god hunters regrouped, in order to look out for each other, the distance between the 2 groups was shortened. This naturally slowed down the search speed by a lot. After spending half a day searching, they had only covered a few dozen miles. Naturally, they still didn't find anything. Coldly watching their every move, Han Shuo kept thinking about how to make his move. After pondering for a long time, Han Shuo's mouth curved into a sinister smile. With a thought, the hidden demons turned into solid bodies, turning into the appearances of Andrina, Phoebe, and the others. They scattered in the periphery and quickly fled in all directions. There's someone here. There's someone here. Andrina is here. Suddenly, anxious cries of alarm came from the various regions of the mountain range that had been silent for a long time. Brovst, Gallus, and Talon hastily rushed towards the region where Andrina's doppelganger was. Along the way, Brovst, Gallus, and Talon hastily instructed, they're going to split up and break out of the encirclement. Capture those who haven't even become low gods alive and use them to threaten Andrina. In the eyes of these god hunters, Andrina was the only one who posed a threat to them. The others, including Han Shuo, were insignificant characters who could be easily captured. Han Shuo made use of their misunderstanding to come up with a specific strategy. All the true experts, including the 3 god hunter leaders, went after Andrina. The weaker god hunters split up and chased after the so-called burden while sneering. However, what they didn't expect was that the burden, in their minds, would suddenly bare its fangs and bite them to death. In the middle of the chase, they would suddenly discover that the target they had been chasing had suddenly disappeared without a trace. More often than not, before they could react, they would be assaulted by a sudden attack. In just a few seconds, their divine souls would be absorbed by Han Shuo's cauldron of myriad demon. Due to the distance between them and how anxious they were, Han Shuo suddenly had the time to devour their divine energy. 3 mid-stage mid-gods of death and 1 early-stage mid-god of destruction had their divine energy completely devoured by Han Shuo during this period of time. We've caught up to her. Brovst shouted. Gallus and Talon hastily followed. Suddenly, a wisp of smoke drifted past and engulfed Andrina's figure. Brovst, Gallus, and Talon excitedly surrounded the wisp of smoke and gestured for their subordinates to approach. Andrina, let's see where you're going to run to now. You were lucky enough to escape the last time. I reckon that you haven't recovered from your injuries yet, have you? Hee, you should have known that you would end up like this for going against us god hunters," said Galas with a sinister smile. He nodded at Brovst and Talon, and the three approached the wisp of smoke step by step. "Andrina, don't blame us for being ruthless. You are just too much of a hindrance." Talon let out a soft laugh. The element of death within a radius of 10 miles frantically converged towards them. A gentle breeze blew past and dispersed the wisp of smoke that the three high gods had surrounded. Andrina was nowhere to be seen. This is... Talon stared blankly and her face was filled with astonishment. Impossible. How could she vanish into thin air? Galas suddenly shrieked. Brovst didn't say a word, but he too had an ugly expression on his face. The three had painstakingly pursued Andrina for so long. They had surrounded her and were about to deal a fatal blow to her when they suddenly discovered that she had vanished without a trace. It was an extremely depressing feeling. The three looked at each other and their faces turned gloomy. "Oh no, someone else has been killed. That's fine too. Ah, he was killed by someone who devoured his divine energy. How could this be? Here too. It's clearly the work of us god hunters. Is there a traitor among us?" Sharp cries of alarm sounded from all directions. Soon enough, 8 more corpses were placed before the three high gods. 4 of the corpses had clearly been devoured of their divine energy. This was clearly the work of the god hunters. Brovst and the other 2 looked at the 4 corpses, their faces turning uglier than the last. Fear filled the eyes of the god hunters around them. They subconsciously kept a distance from the people around them as though they thought that the murderer was among them. "Everyone, gather here." Talon gestured. Although the terrified god hunters felt a little uncomfortable and guarded against him, they still gathered from all directions and stood still. "The 3 of us will examine each and every one of them. There is no way that the murderer could have digested the divine energy in their bodies in such a short period of time," said Talon in a deep voice. Brovst and Galas immediately nodded and went to examine their subordinates to see if there was any chaotic and impure divine energy in their bodies. Of course there was none. "It's not our people," Brovst shouted. He then suddenly said, "Don't you guys feel that the situation is a little strange? Why do I suddenly feel that we are the prey?" At this point, even Galas felt that something was wrong. After a short pause, he continued, "No matter how powerful Andrina is, it is impossible for her to suddenly vanish from our sight. It is very likely that what we are chasing is an illusion. Someone is after us," Talon said in a deep voice, "and it is very likely to be a high-level god hunter. Perhaps someone is trying to replace us. This is a conspiracy." The crowd's faces jolted upon hearing those words. Brovst and Galas exchanged glances with each other. Brovst said in a deep voice, "We are certain that the murderer is not Andrina. Andrina has a deep hatred for people like us. There is no way that she or those around her would be a god hunter. The enemy has clearly set up their traps in this mountain range. They have been leading us by the nose and have been preparing to deal with us. Brovst, will the God Swamp Pharmacy be in trouble?" "The God Swamp Pharmacy has been working with us for many years. Logically speaking, they shouldn't be trying to harm us. But it is hard to say. After this matter is over, we will have to carefully investigate it," Brovst explained to Galas after thinking for a moment. "Don't think about pursuing Andrina anymore. Let's all gather together and leave this mountain range at once. Otherwise, if we allow the enemy to set up their traps, none of us will be able to leave this place alive. Since they dared to attack us, they definitely aren't any weaker than us," Talon decided. Those Midgod god hunters had long been afraid. Facing an invisible enemy was the most frightening. They were afraid that they would become the next god hunter. They hastily nodded after hearing Talon's words. "All right, Let's gather together and leave this mountain range. Be careful. I don't think the enemy will give up so easily. If we want to leave this place alive, we have to stick together. Bravst said in a deep voice. Therefore, the group of powerful god hunters started retreating cautiously. They were no longer as confident as when they first arrived. Han Shuo, the instigator of all this, observed the situation through his demon generals. He couldn't help but laugh. He did not expect these god hunters to be so paranoid and cowardly. As soon as they saw that the situation wasn't looking good, they would immediately think of the worst. They were like birds that were startled by the mere twang of a bowstring. All they wanted to do was to leave this place as soon as possible. Han Shuo had no idea how terrified the god hunters were. As the public enemy of the entire continent, these people were used to being hunted down by others. All kinds of dangers were always hovering around them. There were people in every divine dominions who were constantly hunting them down in an attempt to eradicate them. In this kind of environment, they were indeed overly cautious. Often, even the slightest abnormality would cause them to think the worst. Especially this time, when one of their own was devoured by their own kind, it was an even more terrifying thing for them. As hunters, when they discovered that someone dared to attack them and that they couldn't find any traces of the enemy, their fear grew and grew until they finally broke down. These so-called god hunters are nothing but a bunch of cowards. Han Shuo re-evaluated them. Those god hunters were very adept at evading pursuers. They had set up all kinds of barriers and boundaries along the way. Wherever they passed, they would conceal their auras and leave behind boundaries to confuse their pursuers. Along the way, these people would leave behind boundaries on trees, on the ground, and on rivers to confuse and obstruct their pursuers. They would only leave behind 2 people to carefully hide in the dark to make sure that no one was following them. They were indeed used to being hunted down and had a unique technique for evading pursuers. After all, god hunters were the public enemy of the entire continent. If their hideout was discovered, wouldn't they be doomed? Unfortunately for them, their opponent was Han Shuo. His demon generals were invisible and the area they could cover was vast. Every single boundary they set up could be seen by Han Shuo. Naturally, they could easily evade their pursuers. If they could discover the hideout of the god hunters and wipe them out in one go, it would be a great contribution. With that, Han Shuo could become a member of a family clan in the City of Shadows and have his own territory and family crest. For the sake of his future, Han Shuo felt that he should secretly follow them. For 5 days in a row, Han Shuo followed the group of god hunters out of the mountain range. A plain appeared in front of them. There were no trees on the plain that the demon generals could climb. If they were to chase after the 3 high gods on the plain, they would be easily discovered by the 3 high gods. In that mountain range, the demon generals would first avoid the 3 high gods. They would first entrench themselves in the branches and leaves of the trees and remain motionless. In any case, wherever the 3 high gods were, the demon generals would stay far away from them and would not move. This was a method that Han Shuo had recently come up with. Even if the opponent was a high god, as long as the demon generals stayed far away from them, they wouldn't be discovered. However, once the demon generals started flying, even though they were incorporeal, they would create ripples in the air. Although mid-gods might not be able to detect the minute ripples, high gods would be able to keenly sense them and discover the existence of the demon generals. Once they arrived at the plain, it would be extremely difficult for the demon generals to entrench themselves in a concealed spot and remain motionless. There was simply nowhere to hide. With that being the case, Han Shuo could only use one demon general to tail them from afar while he himself was still a long distance away from the demon general. However, even with that, the 3 high gods discovered something amiss due to the demon generals constantly flying around. There seems to be something following us. Bravst softly cried out. The other 2 also nodded. It seemed that they too had discovered the anomaly. You guys go ahead. I'll stay and watch. Bravst said to the two after thinking for a moment. At such a moment, Galas and Stella naturally wouldn't have any objections. They would love nothing more than for someone to stay and guard the rear. The two reminded Bravst to be careful and led the god hunters forward. However, Bravst stayed behind by himself. Soon, the demon general saw a blurry silhouette in the distance. Similarly, the demon general quickly stopped and didn't dare to go any further. Han Shuo, who was behind the demon general, also remained motionless. He was competing with Bravst in patience. After an hour, Bravst saw that there was nothing out of the ordinary and started to leave. This time, Han Shuo became even more cautious. He waited until Bravst was some distance away and the demon general could only vaguely see a shadow before he followed. Chapter 733. Thanks to Bravst's previous warning, Han Shuo was even more cautious this time, fearing that Bravst would discover his demon general's tracks again. Fortunately, the plain wasn't particularly vast. It only took Han Shuo a day to traverse it. Then, he came across rolling mountains and bottomless cliffs. Those were the most suitable places for demon generals to hide. Han Shuo immediately increased his speed. On the 13th day, the group of god hunters arrived at a large valley that was enshrouded in mist and filled with swamps and odd-shaped rocks. Even before entering the valley, Han Shuo could see that there were hidden boundaries and several energy towers embedded in the towering ancient trees. Abnormally intense elemental undulations filled every corner of the valley. Silhouettes were hiding in the dark, silently observing every god hunter that entered the valley. After observing for a while with his demon generals, Han Shuo suddenly discovered that even Bravst, Galas, and Talon had lowered their statuses upon arriving at this place. Although they didn't go so far as to bow and scrape, they were still rather cautious when they faced the checkpoints along the way. Han Shuo was shocked by the scene. He thought that Bravst, Galas, and Talon were the three leaders of the God Hunter Alliance and that they should be high and mighty after returning to their headquarters. He didn't expect that this wasn't the case. After thinking for a moment, Han Shuo was startled. This situation could only mean one thing: Bravst, Galas, and Galas weren't the highest-ranking people in the God Hunter Alliance. That was the only explanation for the trio's behavior in the valley. Bravst, Galas, and Galas were roughly mid-stage high gods. If they weren't the leaders of the God Hunter Alliance with such strength, then the God Hunter Alliance was simply too shocking. There were sentry posts all over the valley. The undulations generated by the energy towers covered the entire valley. Layers upon layers of boundaries covered every corner of the valley. With such a tight defense, there was no way that Han Shuo could enter. If a demon general were to pass through one of the boundaries, god hunters would immediately rush in from all directions. It wouldn't be easy for Han Shuo to escape. In addition, if Han Shuo's guess was correct, there might be late-stage high god existences in the valley. If a person of that level were to be alarmed, Han Shuo would be in great trouble. After carefully observing from the outside for a while, Han Shuo knew that it was impossible for him to sneak in quietly. For the sake of his own safety, Han Shuo finally decided to temporarily give up on exploring inside. The valley was no longer within the territory of the City of Shadows but between the City of Shadows and Mirage City. Han Shuo had investigated everything along the way and learned of this place. Perhaps in the future, he could seize the opportunity to level this place and consolidate his position in the City of Shadows. After making up his mind, Han Shuo did not hesitate any longer and quietly went back the way he came. After arriving at a safer area on the outskirts of the valley, Han Shuo spent a day memorizing the surroundings before he left the valley and flew in the direction of the City of Shadows. It had been nearly 2 months since Han Shuo, Andrina, and the others parted ways. The god hunters had given up on searching the valley. According to the agreement between Han Shuo and Andrina, they should be returning to the City of Shadows on airships if nothing unexpected happened. Han Shuo did not return to the valley to investigate but headed straight for the City of Shadows. During the journey, Han Shuo did not forget to gather medicinal ingredients for refining medicinal pellets. He was not in a hurry. As a result, Han Shuo spent close to 3 months on a journey that should have taken only 10 days to return to the City of Shadows. All the divine guards of the House of Saint recognized Han Shuo. As soon as Han Shuo appeared at the city gates, they respectfully greeted Han Shuo. "Goth, has anyone from our Celestial Pearl Pharmacy visited recently? Many of them are only demigods and their strengths are very low." Han Shuo nodded to a familiar divine guard with a smile and immediately inquired about Andrina and the others. "No, there haven't been any demigods who entered the city recently. As you know, demigods are generally not allowed to enter the City of Shadows unless they are guided by some special characters such as Mr. Brian. Only then are they allowed to live in the City of Shadows." Goth flattered Han Shuo in a manner that was neither too big nor too small. There was indeed such a rule in the City of Shadows. Generally speaking, outsiders who did not possess base god strength were not even qualified to enter the City of Shadows. Only the towns and cities outside the City of Shadows would take in such people. As those who had not reached base god realm could not even obtain a divine tablet, it would not be easy to manage them after entering the City of Shadows. Even if they died, they would not know whose body they belonged to. Of course, this rule was not absolute. Just as Goth had said, if those outsiders were relatives of large family clans or were under the protection of a noble person, there would naturally be no problem. Han Shuo's heart sank after hearing Goth's words. He stealthily handed a bottle of medicine of rejuvenation to Goth and smilingly said, "Can I trouble you to check on the other city gates and see if such a situation has occurred?" Goth's eyes lit up. He excitedly kept the bottle of medicine of rejuvenation and immediately replied, "Wait a moment, I will immediately ask around for you." Upon finishing those words, Goth hastily left. A few minutes later, Goth walked down from an energy tower. He shook his head at Han Shuo and said, "I'm sorry. I have checked and there has not been such a situation in the past 6 months. Thank you." Han Shuo was rather worried but he still walked into the City of Shadows. If there were no mishaps, Andrina and the others should have returned to the City of Shadows 2 months ago. Han Shuo started to worry that they had not returned after such a long time. Although Andrina possessed extraordinary strength and should be very safe on the journey without the obstruction of god hunters, Han Shuo still felt rather uneasy. Han Shuo returned to the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy with worries and worries. Through Akeli and Guli, Han Shuo quickly learned about the recent situation in the City of Shadows. The Celestial Pearl Pharmacy had been doing well during this period of time. They were raking in a considerable amount of crystal coins every day. More pharmacists and all kinds of personnel had joined the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy during this period of time. With new recruits joining the 3 branch divisions, they had smoothly opened for business. The position of Chief of the 5th Corps was still vacant. Although all the major family clans were drooling over the position, they could not find any trace of Avery. It seemed that the position would remain vacant for the rest of their lives if they could not kill Avery and take his head. The House of Lavers had become more and more low-key. Members of the House of Lavers even avoided certain activities in the City of Shadows as much as possible. Other than Patriarch Field, who remained loyal to the House of Lavers, many members of the House of Lavers had left the City of Shadows using all kinds of excuses. This caused the House of Lavers to rapidly decline. Carmelita had visited the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy twice. She did not say much after seeing that Wallace had not returned. She only told Akeli to look for her at the Saint residence if he returned. Recently, the House of Saint had been cracking down on god hunters within their borders. The god hunters had been running rampant in the City of Shadows. This had greatly enraged Wallace. He believed that the existence of god hunters had become a threat to the daily commerce in the City of Shadows. He had dispatched divine guards from the 1st and 2nd Corps to hunt down those god hunters. The other 3 major family clans had also sent representatives to the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy to inquire when he would be producing new medicines. Rugersi, who had previously had a misunderstanding with Han Shuo, would purchase a large amount of medicines every time he visited. Not only would he not haggle, but he would also leave behind large amounts of crystal coins. Everyone knew what kind of intentions he had. Andrina hasn't returned. Did she send any news? Han Shuo bunched his brows and asked after Akeley recounted the recent situation. No news at all. Akeley looked at Han Shuo in a strange manner and asked, didn't you leave with her? She didn't come back with you. Why are you asking about me? We ran into an accident on our way back. We split up and came back. Han Shuo was rather vexed and therefore did not explain in detail to Akeley. However, Akeley did not pursue the matter. He smilingly consoled Han Shuo, don't worry. Andrina possesses great strength. What could possibly happen to her? If Andrina was alone, why would Han Shuo be so worried? What Han Shuo was worried about was the group of people she had brought with her. While on Profound Continent, they were characters who could summon the wind and summon the rain. On Elysium, they were like defenseless infants. Every youngster from an ordinary village had the strength to kill them. Forget it, I'm going to look for Carmelita. Perhaps I can ask her about the situation. Han Shuo did not explain. After informing Akeley that he was leaving, he headed towards the Saint residence. Han Shuo could be considered as a regular visitor of the Saint residence. When those divine guards saw Han Shuo, they would bow and greet him. When they heard that Han Shuo was looking for Carmelita, they immediately led Han Shuo to the gymnasium. A few guests have arrived in the City of Shadows. Miss Carmelita is currently sparring with them in the gymnasium, that divine guard explained to Han Shuo smilingly as he led Han Shuo to the gymnasium. What kind of guests are they? Even Carmelita is personally accompanying them? Han Shuo temporarily cast aside the worries in his heart and asked about the situation with the divine guard. They are from the other two dominions. Our dominions of darkness, death, and destruction formed the Calamity Church. However, we from the Darkness Dominion joined the church later. It is said that the guests this time are from major family clans of the Death and Destruction Dominions. Their status in the church is slightly higher than that of the Saint residence, the Divine Guard explained in a low voice. Han Shuo was slightly startled after hearing those words. He did not expect that people from major family clans of the two dominions would come to the City of Shadows. What were they doing in the City of Shadows? The gymnasium of the Saint residence was more well equipped. There were 8 energy towers scattered in every corner of the gymnasium. They formed 5 layers of powerful boundaries to protect the gymnasium. This was to prevent the gymnasium from being overwhelmed by the divine energy unleashed by those inside. Han Shuo saw Carmelita at first glance. Carmelita had a rather impatient look on her face. She was sitting at a corner and observing the fight between the two with her brows bunched. There was a man and a woman in the gymnasium. Both were very young. The man had shoulder-length, grayish-white hair that was trimmed and fluttered in the wind. He wore a greenish-gray divine armor with a pattern of 3 withered bones on the back of the armor. It should be the insignia of his family clan. Just like Carmelita, he possessed early-stage high god strength. However, he cultivated in the energy of death. The woman had long brown hair that was tied into a bun. She appeared to be someone's wife. Although her looks were average, she had an air of grace and elegance about her. It was clear that she had an extraordinary background. She cultivated in the energy of darkness and was also an early-stage high god. Throughout the fight, she had been on the defensive with a smile on her face. She had calmly dealt with the young man's attacks without showing any signs of losing. All right. Sister Charlotte is obviously going easy on you. Portlam, are you done yet? Carmelita was getting more and more impatient after watching for a while. She suddenly yelled. The young man who cultivated in the energy of death chuckled and immediately stopped his attacks. He bowed slightly at the young woman and said, Sister Charlotte, to be able to maintain such a state after getting married, I am truly impressed. Whether I get married or not, what does it have to do with my strength regressing? Charlotte giggled and praised, "Kid, you have improved a lot over the years. Even I have a headache dealing with you now. This is the result of my diligent cultivation." The young man named Portlam smiled. He shot a glance at the impatient Carmelita, shook his head and clicked his tongue in wonder. "I really didn't expect that even you have changed so much. Carmelita, I don't even fear you anymore. I still remember the first time I saw you. I thought you were a foreigner." "Shut up, Portlam. You always give me the urge to tear your lips apart." Carmelita cursed and coldly said, "Don't think that I can't do anything to you now that you have become a high god. I'm a guest. You can't be as impulsive as you used to be, right?" Portlam chuckled. He did not appear to be afraid of Carmelita at all. He reckoned that after becoming a high god, he would be able to handle Carmelita's attacks. "Miss Carmelita, Brian is looking for you." It was at this moment that the divine guard who brought Han Shoa here softly called out from the door. Carmelita, who was about to attack Portlam, immediately turned her head to look at the entrance when she heard the divine guard's voice. She saw that Han Shoa was indeed there. She smilingly waved her hand and said, "Brian, come here quickly. Let me introduce you to two people." Nodding his head, Han Shoa wore a smile on his face as he calmly walked towards the two. When he walked towards them, Portlam and Charlotte stopped their conversation and turned their attention to Han Shoa. The two wore friendly smiles on their faces and nodded at Han Shoa from afar. Han Shoa returned the greeting. "This is Portlam from the Batchelder family of the Death Dominion. This is Charlotte from the Brackner family of the Destruction Dominion. Oh, Charlotte used to be from our Mirage City in the Darkness Dominion, but she has now married into the Brackner family. The two of them are very interested in your Celestial Pearl Pharmacy. One of the reasons they came here with their family members is to purchase some of the medicines you personally refined." Carmelita explained smilingly. The two of them are very interested in your pharmacy. Greetings to the two of you." Han Shoa smilingly nodded and said, "It just so happens that I have a batch of medicinal ingredients on hand. You have come at the right time. I will be able to refine new medicinal ingredients in 2 months. If the two of you haven't left the city by then, I will reserve some for you." Although the medicines personally refined by Han Shoa were notoriously expensive in the City of Shadows, they were always in high demand and could be sold out on the same day. The two had been in the City of Shadows for some time and had obviously heard about this. They immediately expressed their gratitude after hearing Han Shoa's words. The Batchelder family of the Death Dominion and the Brackner family of the Destruction Dominion, like the House of Saint, were extremely ancient family clans. As they resided in the Death and Destruction Dominions, their influence on the Calamity Church was slightly greater than that of the Saint family. Having the two family clans purchase medicines from him would be the best publicity for the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy. As long as they obtained the medicines and experienced their miraculous effects, even more large family clans from the two dominions would come to the City of Shadows to purchase his medicines. By then, the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy would become even more famous. They might even have branches in various cities like the Godswamp Pharmacy. It was precisely because of his long-term vision that Han Shoa agreed to the request without hesitation. "Thank you very much. We will be staying in the City of Shadows for at least half a year. We will be there to support you on the day you finish refining the medicines." Charlotte immediately thanked Han Shoa smilingly. "Yes, the price is definitely not a problem," Portlam immediately promised. However, his eyes when he looked at Han Shoa seemed to be flickering, as though he was trying to avoid something. All right, carry on. Do whatever you want. I have something to discuss with Brian in private." Carmelita waved her hand and dragged Brian away. Both Portlam and Charlotte noticed Carmelita's unbridled attitude towards Han Shoa. The two stared blankly for a moment before they realized something. Portlam put on a cold smile and said disdainfully, "No wonder. I was wondering how he could climb up the ranks so quickly in the City of Shadows. So this is the reason." Humph, this youngster actually clenched his teeth and tried to get close to Carmelita in order to achieve his goal. He is not to be underestimated. Charlotte bunched her brows and looked at Portlam in displeasure. She said, "What are you talking about? We should be happy that Carmelita has found a good husband. Besides, this fella can refine such miraculous medicines. He will be welcomed no matter where he goes. He might not be what you think he is. No matter how I look at him, he's just a guy who lives off a woman." Portlam put on a mocking smile and praised, "But to be able to live off a woman like Carmelita, this youngster is really different from the rest. I'm starting to admire him a little. This fella is really a patient character. You better be careful. Don't think that I don't know what you did on the way here. Those people said that they were from the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy, but you still dared to attack them. You attacked them, but you failed to apprehend them and let them escape. Let's see what you will do if they return to the City of Shadows," Charlotte coldly groaned. "Damn it, how would I know that little girl is so perverted?" After being reprimanded by Charlotte, Portlam cursed fiercely. It seemed like he had suffered a small loss. Chapter 734. There were many small rooms on the gymnasium. Carmelita dragged Han Shuo to a secluded corner and asked in a low voice, "Why were you gone for so long?" "I was delayed by some people on the way. That's why I've only returned now." Han Shuo casually explained before he asked, "Oh right, you came to my Celestial Pearl Pharmacy twice. Did something happen?" "Of course." Carmelita replied, "The first time I visited you was to tell you to leave some of the medicines you refined for those two fellas. The second time I visited you was about Andrina. Have you been separated from her?" Han Shuo's heart sank when he heard Carmelita mention Andrina. He nodded and replied, "That's right, I have indeed been separated from Andrina." "How did you know?" "Andrina seems to have run into some trouble and is slightly injured. She contacted the local divine guards in Fort Vaca and had someone send me a message. She said that while you were distracting the god hunters, she was bringing your friends to the City of Shadows. She ran into some trouble and was slightly injured. She told you not to worry for the time being and that she will bring your friends back safely." "Andrina is injured?" Han Shuo's expression changed. He hastily asked, "What else did she say? Did she say who injured her?" "No," Carmelita replied straightforwardly. Carmelita said straightforwardly, "She only told me to tell you not to worry, that your friends are fine." Han Shuo's face turned gloomy. He asked in a low voice, "I have clearly lured the god hunters away. How could Andrina be injured in the City of Shadows? Who exactly did she run into?" "The major family clans in the City of Shadows know that Andrina is a member of my Celestial Pearl Pharmacy. Logically speaking, they wouldn't do anything to her. Other than those major family clans, who else in the City of Shadows could injure Andrina? This is very strange." "Don't worry," Andrina said that she will be fine. She will return safely to the City of Shadows after some time. Carmelita consoled. "Yes, I know." Han Shuo nodded and said to Carmelita, "Thank you. If Andrina has any other messages for you, remember to inform me." "I understand," Carmelita agreed. "All right, I'll go back and refine the medicine. It might take a while." Han Shuo had no intention of staying any longer after learning about the situation from Carmelita. He notified Carmelita and returned to the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy. The reason Andrina had sent a message to Carmelita was because she knew of Carmelita's influence in the City of Shadows. Besides, she trusted Carmelita. Most of the people in the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy were pharmacists. The only combat expert was Akeley. Unfortunately, Akeley's strength was too weak. Even if she sent a message to him, it would be useless. On his way back to the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy, Han Shuo was hesitating whether he should look for Andrina. After much consideration, Han Shuo decided to stay in the City of Shadows for the time being. The City of Shadows was vast and it would be difficult to search for someone amidst the lofty mountains and precipitous ridges. Besides, Han Shuo had no way of ascertaining which region Andrina was in. If he were to search for Andrina recklessly, the chances of him finding her would be very slim. In the end, Han Shuo decided to stay in the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy for the time being. He had confidence in Andrina's strength. Since she said that she could bring Fanny and the others safely back to the City of Shadows, Han Shuo believed that she could do it. Han Shuo would ask Andrina about the accident that happened on the way back to the City of Shadows. The news of Han Shuo's return to the City of Shadows was quickly made known to all the family clans. When they heard that Han Shuo was going to personally refine new medicines, they sent people to the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy to reserve them. In no time at all, the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy was filled with an endless stream of people. Even the medicines refined by ordinary pharmacists were sold. At present, Han Shuo's room was equipped with a specialized pill refining chamber. There were large cabinets that could store all kinds of medicinal ingredients. The plentiful medicine refining utensils were merely for decoration. Han Shuo declined all distractions and focused on refining new medicines in the pill refining chamber. While Han Shuo was calming down to refine new medicines, his two avatars inside the cauldron of myriad demon were not idling around either. After absorbing the divine energy from the god hunters' bodies, the two avatars had made progress. His avatar of destruction was on the verge of breaking through to mid-god realm. The divine energy in his body was sufficient and all that was left was an epiphany. His avatar of death seemed to be on the verge of breaking through to mid-god realm very soon. This made Han Shuo very happy. He thought to himself that if he ever lacked divine energy in the future, killing god hunters would be a shortcut for him to make rapid progress. When that time came, he would go to those vast mountain ranges and hunt god hunters of the same energy to accumulate enough divine energy. Time flew by. In the blink of an eye, another 2 months had passed. After all the new medicines were refined, Han Shuo officially came out of seclusion. In 2 months, his avatar of death had successfully broken through to mid-god realm. However, his avatar of destruction had yet to break through to mid-god realm. If only he could fuse with the divine soul of a mid-god of destruction, the speed of his breakthrough would be much faster. Han Shuo couldn't help but sigh with emotion. His avatar of death had once fused with the divine soul of a mid-god in the void. As long as he had sufficient divine energy to support him, he would be able to make a breakthrough without much effort. After attaining the divine realm, one's understanding of one's energy was of utmost importance. Even if one had sufficient divine energy, one would not be able to make a breakthrough after every breakthrough. Unfortunately, Han Shuo's good days were coming to an end. The divine soul of a mid-god that his avatar of death had fused with was merely a mid-stage mid-god of death. In other words, if Han Shuo's avatar of death wished to make any progress, he would have to rely on himself to comprehend the energy of death. That was as far as he could go with the divine soul he had fused with. Not long after Han Shuo walked out of the pellet refinement lab, he discovered that many divine guards from major family clans had gathered outside the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy. When they had nothing to do, they would stroll around the pharmacy and buy some ordinary medicines. When they saw Han Shuo walk out of the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy, they were indescribably excited. They hastily rushed over to Han Shuo and saluted him, expressing their eagerness for Han Shuo's medicines on behalf of the higher-ups of their family clans. In 3 days, the medicines that I personally refined will be on sale in the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy. Tell your family clans to buy them, Han Shuo said loudly when he saw that a dozen divine guards had surrounded him. Upon hearing those words, the divine guards retreated one after another and disappeared from the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy. It seemed that they were in a hurry to return to their masters to report the situation. After those people left, Han Shuo immediately notified Anaito and asked him to spread the word that the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy would be selling the medicines he had personally refined in 3 days. This time, not only were they targeted at the major family clans, but as long as one had enough crystal coins, any god who came early could purchase the medicine with the black crystal coins they had on hand. Han Shuo intended to thoroughly spread the fame of the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy, suppressing all the pharmacies in the City of Shadows in one fell swoop. This way, he would make the name of the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy reverberate like thunder in everyone's ears. Those gods and outsiders who purchased Han Shuo's medicines would certainly spread the fame of the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy as they traveled to various divine dominions. This would bring direct benefits to the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy. Although Anaito's strength was average, he was an expert when it came to such matters. With his help, every region in the City of Shadows was covered in brochures. In no time at all, many gods in seclusion learned of the news. The sale of Han Shuo's medicines immediately became a grand occasion in the City of Shadows. Not only did the residents of the city express their strong interest, but many gods from other cities and those who came to trade were also talking about the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy with the help of the residents of the city. 3 days later, the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy was packed with people. It was as though all the people in the City of Shadows had gathered in this place. There were people as far as the eye could see. Some were in groups of family clans, some were in individual groups, and some were in groups of 3 to 5. They were roaming around the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy. Even before the medicines refined by Han Shuo were ready to be sold, the ordinary medicines sold in the store had already been sold for 50 to 60,000 black crystal coins. Everyone in the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy was bustling with activity. They were hastily tallying the sales and displaying the new medicines. Han Shuo stood on top of the tallest building in the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy. He lowered his head and looked at the endless stream of people below. He thought to himself, if every time the medicines I personally refined could become a grand occasion in the City of Shadows, it would be a great achievement. Han Shuo was in no hurry to display the medicines he personally refined. He continued to wait patiently. When it was noon, Han Shuo instructed Gu Li, "It's about time. Put the medicines I personally refined up for sale. What about the people from the large family clans? Don't tell me they have to queue up like ordinary people." Gu Li hesitated for a moment before she asked with uncertainty. "Of course not. Go and make the arrangements immediately. Bring the leaders of those large family clans to the banquet hall where the pharmacists' gathering was held. These people from large family clans naturally have to be treated differently. After all, they are the main purchasers of my medicines, and on a long-term basis." Han Shuo instructed smilingly. Gu Li nodded after hearing Han Shuo's instructions and replied, "I understand." Gu Li called out to the crowd before she left. The medicines that had been prepared long ago were placed in the cabinets that had long been empty. The crowd who had been waiting for a long time cheered loudly when they finally saw the medicines refined by Han Shuo being served. There was no lack of wealthy people among these people. Having heard many rumors about the genius pharmacist Han Shuo, they were willing to spend large sums of money on medicines that Han Shuo had personally refined. Suddenly, the interior of the store became unbearably crowded, especially in the area where Han Shuo had personally refined medicines. It was so packed that not even a drop of water could trickle through. Inside a private banquet hall, a large oval table was placed at the center of the hall. Fine wine and delicacies were placed on top of it. All the influential people in the City of Shadows were gathered here. Portlam and Charlotte were among those who received the news. It was at this moment that Rugersi, who was standing in front of the door, looked at Han Shuo rather awkwardly and said, that, it's been so long. Mr. Bryan wouldn't still hold a grudge against me, would he?" During this period of time, Rugersi had spent a lot of money on the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy in order to improve his relationship with Han Shuo. He would often send people to deliver small gifts to Han Shuo as an apology for the incident. Rugersi had been humbling himself in front of Han Shoa for a long time. Today, even Andre started to speak up for him. Brian, just let it go. It's not easy for Rugersi to do what he did. Today is an auspicious day for your celestial pearl pharmacy. Give me some face and let the matter go. In fact, Han Shoa had long since given up on the matter. He nodded after hearing Andre's words. When Rugersi saw Han Shoa nod, he immediately walked in with a beaming face. He found a seat, filled his glass with wine, raised his glass to Han Shoa from afar and said, "Cheers." Rugersi had expressed sufficient sincerity. Han Shoa had no choice but to give him face in front of so many people. He also raised his glass and drained it. Then, he smilingly said, "Ladies and gentlemen, from today onwards, I will only personally refine medicines once every 5 years. This time, only 3/10 of the medicines will be sold outside. The rest will be prepared for you." Upon finishing those words, Han Shoa clapped his hands. Enormous glass containers were pushed out. Inside the containers were bottles of medicines of various colors. They were neatly arranged and their prices were obvious at a glance. The members of the major family clans stood up excitedly and hastily crowded around. At the entrance of the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy, Andrina and a group of people were stunned when they saw the endless stream of people. "Andrina, is this Brian's Celestial Pearl Pharmacy?" Emily asked the little girl beside her in astonishment. Andrina nodded and put on a faint smile. She replied, "Yeah, isn't it awesome? It's so lively. It's as though everyone in the City of Shadows is here. How did Brian do it? How did he attract so many people?" Phoebe softly cried out and said, "I remember that Brian isn't particularly good at doing business. How did he become so awesome on Elysium?" "It's because the medicines he refined are awesome." Angelina explained, "Brian is a famous genius pharmacist in the City of Shadows. All the large family clans in the City of Shadows would fight over the medicines he personally refined. Judging from the situation today, I reckon that he has started selling the medicines he personally refined again." Andrina had been with Han Shoa for some time. After some observation, she immediately guessed the truth. It's Miss Angelina. Come in quickly." He turned his body sideways and gestured for Andrina to enter. "Follow me, everyone. Let's go find Brian." Andrina nodded and led the way inside. The crowd followed behind her. "Everyone, follow me. Let's go find Brian." Andrina nodded and led the way inside. Fanny and the others were amazed by the scene they saw along the way. They did not expect that Han Shoa would have such a huge business on Elysium. Chapter 735. Andrina could be considered as half an owner of the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy. Everyone here recognized her. Anaito forcibly parted the crowd and led Andrina and her party straight into the center of the city. Anaito sized up Emily and her party behind Andrina in a rather puzzled manner. As a mid-god, Anaito could tell at a glance that these people possessed meager strength. He could not understand why Andrina, who possessed unfathomable strength, would bring such a group of people with her. "Hey, Andrina, you're back." Akeley, who was standing lazily in front of the entrance, saw Andrina among the crowd and shouted from afar. "Where's Brian?" Angelina waved her hand at the people behind her and walked over to Akeley's side. She immediately asked when she reached Akeley's side. "Brian is in the banquet hall with the members of the major family clans. He should be distributing the newly refined medicines. Are you in a hurry to find him?" Akeley asked. "Got it." Andrina pointed at the group behind her and instructed Akeley, "Help them settle down first. They are Brian's friends. Do not neglect them." After saying those words to Akeley in an overbearing manner of an old man, Angelina turned her head around and said to Fanny and the other women smilingly, "Rest well, sisters. This is the City of Shadows. There will be no more accidents." The group had been on tenterhooks along the way. They must have suffered quite a lot of setbacks. After hearing Andrina's words, they all heaved a sigh of relief. Statholm the old monster gazed at the bustling crowd with reverence. He said to Ermike in a low voice, "Look at these people. Every one of them possesses an incredibly powerful aura. They should all be low gods at the very least. On this continent, we need to improve our strength as quickly as possible. Otherwise, even if Brian were to take us in, we would not be able to do much without sufficient strength." Ermike nodded in agreement and replied in a deep voice, "That's right. We are not like those girls. We don't have such deep feelings for Brian. If I become his burden, even if he doesn't chase me away, I won't have the face to stay." These characters, who could summon the wind and summon the rain in the profound continent, were obviously agitated by the intimidation of so many experts. Although they had also been agitated along the way, they had never experienced such a scene where so many experts had gathered. When they discovered that everyone around them could squash them like ants with just a flick of a finger, the feeling of grievance in their hearts was too strong. "So it's Brian's friends. Come, come, come. I've arranged a place for you." "Huh, our Celestial Pearl Pharmacy has a lot of empty rooms." Akeley laughed heartily and led Statholm, Emily, and the others away. Those demigods and base gods who sensed Akeley's intention did not waste any time after they were settled down. They immediately began to cultivate and gather the elements, not letting go of any opportunity to improve their strength. Andrina did not leave with them. Instead, she went to the banquet hall that was used to entertain the major families. "Everyone, are you all satisfied with the distribution?" In the banquet hall, Han Shuo pushed the medicines he had prepared to each major family clan according to their strength and asked smilingly. Every family clan representative had a large pile of medicines in front of them. They were all beaming with joy and nodding their heads to express their satisfaction. Bags of black crystal coins were generously thrown in front of Han Shuo. The black crystal coins piled up like a small hill. After the crowd expressed their satisfaction, Han Shuo smilingly put away the bags of black crystal coins. As he had refined more medicinal pellets this time, Han Shuo roughly estimated that he had obtained nearly 300,000 black crystal coins. This was no small sum. "Everyone, since everyone has obtained the amount they are satisfied with, I propose a toast to celebrate." Andre smilingly raised his cup. His voice gradually spread throughout the banquet hall. Everyone gave Andre face. Upon hearing Andre's suggestion, they all smiled and raised their cups, indicating to Andre and Han Shuo. Cough, cough. Suddenly, an untimely cough was heard. It was as if someone had choked on alcohol. The people who were smiling and drinking turned to look at the source of the sound. They saw Portlam coughing non-stop. His face was flushed red. It seemed that he had indeed choked on alcohol. He was patting his chest and looking in the direction of the door with a rather unsightly expression. The crowd was puzzled. They followed his line of sight and suddenly saw a little girl with a frosty expression standing at the door. "Andrina!" Han Shuo cried out in pleasant surprise, "It's great that you're all right. I've been worried about your safety. I heard from Carmelita that you seem to have met with an accident on the way here. What happened?" Andrina did not immediately answer Han Shuo's question. Instead, she looked at Portlam coldly and walked towards him step by step. She was brimming with killing intent and anyone could tell what she was about to do. The people present were no fools. From the expressions on Andrina and Portlam's faces, they could immediately guess that there was a grudge between the two, especially Han Shuo. His face immediately turned dark and his cold gaze swept across Portlam's body. "I don't know his name, but on the way back to the City of Shadows, he was the one who coveted the beauty of a few older sisters. When he saw that our strengths were weak, he tried to rob us. This man also has an uncle with extraordinary strength. With him and a few divine guards, we nearly lost our lives." Andrina looked at Han Shuo and said in a cold voice after walking to Portlam's side. Han Shuo's face turned unsightly. His eyes were like unsheathed swords that shot straight at Portlam. He softly asked, "Young Master Portlam, is that right?" "Brian, there's been a misunderstanding. I didn't know that they were from your Celestial Pearl Pharmacy. Those people didn't even possess demigod or base god strengths. They were either young or old. There were even a few women. How would I know that they were from your Celestial Pearl Pharmacy?" Portlam put on a bitter smile and hastily explained. "I remember saying the name of Celestial Pearl to avoid any misunderstandings. As a high god, how could you not have heard it?" Andrina raised her brows and shouted coldly. As soon as she finished those words, Andrina suddenly made her move. A curtain of dazzling light flew out from her body. She turned into a streak of light and streaked towards Portlam. Portlam, who was about to explain himself, jolted when he saw Andrina suddenly making her move. His robe suddenly shattered, revealing a divine armor with 3 segments of dried bones. Portlam knew that Andrina possessed extraordinary strength. He immediately defended with all his might. He poured his divine energy of death into the divine armor. The divine armor turned the color of bones and formed several layers of defensive force fields. At the same time, Portlam waved his 2 hands. His divine energy of death condensed into a white bone shield that covered everything in front of him. Bang! The dazzling curtain of light that Andrina made her move collided with the white bone shield. Andrina's strength was much stronger than Portlam's. Crack! The white bone shield completely shattered. Andrina seized the opportunity and pressed her tender little hand on Portlam's chest. Pow! 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 Portlam kept retreating. His face was sickly pale. Crack! Han Shoa, who was holding a wine glass in his hand, took advantage of Portlam's retreat to suddenly close in on him. The shattered wine glass pierced into Portlam's back and sent him staggering forward. Angelina's sudden attack and Han Shoa's sneak attack happened in the blink of an eye. There were quite a few high gods in the banquet hall. But unfortunately for them, none of them expected that Angelina and Han Shoa would be so impulsive. They attacked the moment they disagreed with each other, and they did not even care about sneak attacks. Stop! By the time Andre cried out, Andrina and Han Shoa had already launched their attacks. Portlam took the opportunity to retreat to Charlotte's side. A trickle of blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. His face was pale and unsightly. His calm demeanor was nowhere to be seen. His eyes were filled with viciousness. Whoosh! Angelina took advantage of the situation and thrust herself into the gap between Charlotte and Portlam. She raised her hand and struck at Portlam. Han Shoa wore a callous face. His body swayed a few times and left a long and narrow blurry shadow. He too did not listen to Andre's instructions and attacked Portlam from the side. "Brian, calm down. Let's figure out what's going on first." Andre shouted in a deep voice and pounced at Portlam. Andrina and Han Shoa remained unmoved. They kept their eyes fixed on Portlam. However, Charlotte, who was on the other side, suddenly made a move to help Portlam stop Andrina. The two were fully prepared. They faced Andrina's attack as though they were facing a formidable foe. They completely ignored Han Shoa's sneak attack from behind. In the eyes of Charlotte and Portlam, Andrina was the truly terrifying character. As for Han Shoa, he was the kind that could be completely ignored. Han Shoa's sneak attack did not leave any serious injuries on Portlam's body. The trickle of blood from Portlam's mouth was left behind by Andrina. Charlotte and Portlam were focused on attacking Andrina alone. Their backs were wide open and they paid no attention to Han Shoa's arrival. By this time, Andre had already pounced at Portlam. His goal was to stop Andrina and he paid no attention to Han Shoa. The corners of Han Shoa's mouth curled into a sinister smile. He stretched out his hand at lightning speed and pressed it against Portlam's back. In an instant, Cauldron Spirit's energy surged into Han Shoa's body. A terrifying energy violently blasted into Portlam's back. It was the same position as before, but this time, Cauldron Spirit's energy was added. Pow! Portlam's body suddenly flew into the air. He spat out a mouthful of blood. When Rugersi saw that Portlam was flying towards him, he hastily extended his hand to intercept him. Suddenly, an enormous force assaulted him. Rugersi was startled. He took a few steps back before he came to a halt. Boo, Brian. Rugersi stared at Han Shoa as though he had seen a ghost. His face was filled with disbelief. When Rugersi caught Portlam, he experienced the terror of that energy. Naturally, he knew that the energy did not originate from Portlam. When he realized that the unfamiliar energy that severely injured Portlam was unleashed by Han Shoa, the fear in his heart was simply indescribable. In the eyes of everyone in the City of Shadows, Han Shoa was a supremely talented pharmacist. However, no one had ever treated Han Shoa as an expert because Han Shoa had displayed the strength of a low god of death from the very beginning. This was also the reason why Rugersi dared to attack Han Shoa at the Kisa residence. A low god was just too ordinary in the City of Shadows. No one would pay any attention to him. However, when Han Shoa, who everyone thought only knew how to refine medicines, suddenly erupted with high god strength, that kind of shocking power shocked everyone. Although the crowd could not directly sense the terrifying energy of Han Shoa's attack as Rugersi could, they knew that the one who sent Portlam flying and spurting blood was not Andrina, but Han Shoa. That was because Andrina, with Andre's help, did not have the chance to land her attack on Portlam. The banquet hall was dead silent. It was as though everyone had just met Han Shoa for the first time. All of them were stupefied as they looked at Han Shoa, who was charging at Portlam with a callous face, completely unaffected by his surroundings. At this moment, Han Shoa's face was devoid of his usual gentle smile. There was only an indifferent coldness to life. The imposing manner of someone who had walked the path of slaughter didn't need any reminders. Everyone present immediately realized it. This fella has killed a lot of people. The crowd thought to themselves. It was also at this moment that they suddenly came to a realization. They thought to themselves, so it turns out that the warm smile of that kid all along was only a brilliant disguise, and the domineering, cold, and bloodthirsty appearance at this moment seemed to be his true face. Rugersi put on a bitter smile. In his heart, he rejoiced that Erebus and Andre had coincidentally arrived at the Kisa residence. Otherwise, when faced with an unfathomable little monster like Andrina and a Han Shoa who hid his strength even more deeply and attacked even more viciously, wouldn't his provocation back then have been akin to seeking death? Rugersi wasn't the only one who thought that Han Shoa was even more terrifying than Andrina. A person who could conceal his strength so that everyone would overlook him, and then suddenly strike a fatal blow without stopping for anyone. This forbearance, this tenacity, this insidiousness, and this sudden eruption of terrifying strength was enough to make one's scalp go numb just thinking about it. Brian, give me some face. Don't kill him. Andre shouted. He was firmly blocked by Angelina and had no way to stop Han Shoa. That was all he could say. Han Shoa did not say a word. He charged at Portlam, who was in Rugersi's hands and was bleeding profusely. It was obvious that Han Shoa did not give Andre any face. If worst comes to worst, I'll leave the City of Shadows. If worst comes to worst, I'll go to another dominion and start over. Even if I can't stay in the Calamity Church anymore, I'll at most go to the Space Dominion or the Destiny Dominion. Han Shoa had this realization the moment he'd made his move. Everyone stop him. If Portlam dies in the City of Shadows, we won't be able to explain ourselves. Andre hastily shouted when he saw that Han Shoa remained unmoved. He really did not expect that Han Shoa, who was usually courteous to him, would be so unscrupulous and disrespectful when he attacked. This fella is even more dangerous than Andrina. I've been with him for so long and yet I didn't notice it. How frightening. No wonder Avery failed to kill him twice. This fella is even more ruthless than Avery. André thought to himself. His loud shout woke up everyone in the banquet hall. Portlam's family clan was renowned in the Death Dominion. If he were to die in the City of Shadows, the House of Saint would be put in a difficult position. Therefore, those who were stunned by Han Shuo hastily tried to stop Han Shuo. "Brian, calm down. Brian, let's talk this out. Everything can be discussed. Everything can be discussed." They were shouting and yelling. Portlam was thrown away by Rugersi. When those who caught him saw that Han Shuo was charging at them, they immediately threw Portlam away. Blood was flowing out of Portlam's mouth. He was dizzy from being thrown around. When he saw that Han Shuo was chasing after him, the fear in his heart grew deeper and deeper. God damn it, is this fella a lunatic? He knows who I am and yet he still dares to attack me so recklessly. This damned fella is too treacherous. He didn't even use his full strength in his first attack. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been so defenseless. Why are there so many lunatics in this celestial pearl pharmacy? Portlam's head was spinning and he screamed in his mind. "Brian, your body can't hold on much longer." Cauldron spirit transmitted to Han Shuo's consciousness. Han Shuo sighed helplessly in his mind. He suddenly stopped and shouted, "Andrina, stop." "Why?" Andrina glared at the two without turning her head. "We can't kill him," Han Shuo said helplessly. Andrina coldly groaned and retreated to Han Shuo's side. She stared coldly at Portlam who had returned to Rugersi's hand and said, "I'll remember you." "Lord André, what do you plan to do?" Han Shuo took a deep breath, looked at André, and asked. You scoundrel, sigh, I don't even know what to say to you." André said hatefully. His face was filled with embarrassment. André waved his hand and ordered, "Rugersi, bring Portlam to the Saint residence immediately. Wait, tell him to leave my medicines behind. I'm not doing business with him." André casually threw a bag of crystal coins and flew towards Rugersi. Rugersi looked at André with an awkward expression and asked, "And you?" Another bag of crystal coins was thrown out and landed right at Charlotte's feet. Charlotte's expression was extremely ugly. She cursed Portlam in her heart. She wanted to say something, but when she recalled how shameless Portlam was, she could only sigh helplessly. She took out the potions she had kept and silently placed them on the table in front of her. She picked up the bag of crystal coins and walked towards Portlam. She asked Portlam to take out the potions as well. Then, she left with Portlam and Rugersi. "If it weren't for the fact that I can't hold on for too long, don't even think about leaving here alive." Han Shuo coldly groaned in his mind as he watched Portlam leave. "Brian, I think it's time for us to have a good talk," André said with a bitter smile. Chapter 736. The members of the major family clans in the banquet hall took their medicines and left. Along the way, they discussed what had just happened in low voices. Before Jia left, her beautiful eyes were sparkling. When she looked at Han Shuo, her eyes were full of splendor. It was as though she was getting to know Han Shuo all over again. Han Shuo's sudden outburst had shocked everyone present. It was only now that they realized that Han Shuo, who usually kept a low profile, was actually a character who was adept at forbearance. All of them immediately elevated Han Shuo's status to a whole new level. No one treated Han Shuo as a pharmacist anymore. On Elysium, although pharmacists were also respected, they were not as intimidating as a high god. The respect people had for a genius pharmacist was only because they had a favor to ask. The respect was not from the bottom of their hearts. However, the respect they had for a high god was genuine and sincere. How unexpected. That youngster possesses such strength at such a young age. What's frightening isn't his current strength, but his forbearance and low profile. If it wasn't for Portlam's violent actions, I'm afraid none of us would have thought that he possessed such strength. Beth of the House of Kinson exclaimed after exiting the banquet hall. She glanced at Jia and softly asked, "What's wrong?" "My little Jia is tempted." "Of course not." Jia's charming face blushed. She giggled and said, "I just think that this fella is very interesting. I have never seen anyone like him in the City of Shadows. It's fine if he doesn't do anything, but once he does, he won't give face to anyone. He used to bow and scrape to Andre, but when he was about to kill Portlam, he didn't even bat an eyelid no matter how Andre yelled at him. I'm amazed. I heard that the youngster flew into a rage because Portlam is interested in his woman. Jia, you must remember that he already has women, and not just one." Beth reminded softly. "Mother, what are you talking about?" Jia softly groaned and walked away impatiently. Beth looked at Jia's back and softly sighed. She said, "I have raised you all these years but I have never seen you so interested in a young man." Inside the secret chamber, Han Shuo and Andre sat face to face. Han Shuo's face was solemn and he didn't say a word. Andre looked at Han Shuo with a bitter smile and sighed, Brian, how many things are you hiding from us?" Last time, it was Andrina who suddenly flipped out. This time, it's you. Who else in your celestial pearl pharmacy will show their prowess next time? Lord Andre, if the City of Shadows doesn't welcome us, I will immediately leave with my men. Han Shuo suddenly said after keeping silent for a long while. That's not what I meant. Although you have been deceiving us for a long time, you bear no ill will toward the House of Saint. Besides, you have saved Carmelita twice and helped me expose the Godswamp pharmacy. No matter how you look at it, the House of Saint owes you a favor. Andre hastily explained when he heard that Han Shuo was about to leave. However, the Portlam family possesses great influence. His uncle is here in the City of Shadows to discuss some matters with my elder brother on behalf of the church. If anything were to happen to Portlam in the City of Shadows, the House of Saint will not shirk the responsibility. Lord Andre, I understand your position. Han Shuo first expressed his stance. Shortly after, he said in a deep voice, "But Portlam, knowing that Andrina is a member of our Celestial Pearl Pharmacy, he still tried to snatch my woman. His actions are intolerable. Forget it, let's not talk about this anymore." Andre put on a worried face and waved his hand. After taking a short pause, he asked, "Brian, what energy did you use? Why have I never seen it before?" Han Shuo kept quiet. Andre was rather embarrassed. He said, "You and Andrina are very strange. The way you use your energy is very unique. I'm just curious, that's all. It's a kind of energy similar to fighting aura. I've been cultivating it since I was a child." Han Shuo thought for a moment before he gave a simple explanation. As for exactly what kind of energy it is, I'm not too sure either. My master didn't explain it in detail when he imparted it to me. He only said that this energy can only be cultivated by those with special constitutions. An average person wouldn't be able to understand or practice it. Han Shuo continued to lie. That's strange. Andre said in astonishment. Master, what you're doing today isn't appropriate. If the exalted demon lord's enemies discover that you're cultivating in demonic arts, they will definitely kill you before you become strong enough. Cauldron spirit transmitted to Han Shuo through his consciousness. I know. But I really wanted to kill Portlam today. Han Shuo said to Cauldron spirit, this universe is so vast. The chances of me running into that person are very slim, especially when my strength is so weak. That kind of person wouldn't pay attention to me. I think there won't be any problems for the time being. You better be more careful next time. Try not to use demonic arts unless absolutely necessary. If you use it too much, you will inevitably attract the attention of others. Cauldron spirit kept silent for a moment before it said to Han Shuo, based on my speculation, that person hasn't recovered from his injuries yet. Although the exalted demon lord has completely dissipated from this world, the exalted demon lord must have inflicted serious injuries on that person before his death. He probably hasn't recovered even now. But we still have to be cautious. Got it. Han Shuo replied. According to his original plan, Han Shuo wouldn't use demonic arts rashly. If he did, he wouldn't let his opponent live. However, today's situation was special. When he heard that Fanny and the others had nearly fallen into Portlam's hands, Han Shuo couldn't control himself for a moment. That was why he acted recklessly. Although Han Shuo knew that doing so would bring him some trouble, he didn't think too much about it at that time. The only thought in his mind was to kill Portlam. Now that it had happened, Han Shuo could only learn from his mistake and try his best to make up for it. But after hearing from Cauldron's spirit that the person hadn't recovered, Han Shuo felt a little more relieved. Forget it. Since you aren't willing to say anything, I won't force you. Andre shook his head and sighed when he saw that Han Shuo was silent. He stood up and continued, but don't worry. As long as Portlam isn't dead, there is still room for negotiation. Brian, there are actually some benefits to you for suddenly displaying such formidable strength. Han Shuo stared blankly for a moment and asked, what benefits? With this, my elder brother will value you even more. If you didn't possess such strength, my elder brother might sacrifice you for the sake of the bigger picture. After all, a pharmacist is just a pharmacist. To my elder brother, who only cares about the strong, a high god is far less important. But now, it's different. All I have to do is go back and tell my elder brother about what happened today. Given the importance of you and Andrina, my elder brother will do his utmost to protect you, even if he doesn't care about Andrina. Andre guaranteed, therefore, you don't have to leave the City of Shadows. You don't have to worry about this matter. Our House of Saint will cover it up for you. After taking a short pause, Andre looked at Han Shuo and said, but you have to promise me that you will not attack Portlam while in the City of Shadows. Portlam's uncle isn't here today. Otherwise, he would cause a huge ruckus. If you really can't forgive Portlam, you will have to wait until Portlam leaves the City of Shadows. Then, you can find a way to resolve it yourself. Portlam had been gravely injured today. To Han Shuo, it could be said that he had vented his resentment. After hearing Andre's solemn instructions, Han Shuo, who had calmed down, pondered for a moment before he finally nodded and sincerely said, Lord Andre, I'm sorry for what happened earlier. I had lost my rationality back then. I understand. Andre said smilingly. But in his heart, he thought, you were calm and composed when you killed someone. How did you lose your rationality? Then I won't be seeing you off. Han Shuo bowed as an apology. Andre nodded smilingly and left Han Shuo with a few more words of advice before leaving the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy. As soon as Han Shuo left, Andrina came in from outside and asked, Brian, are we leaving the City of Shadows? Han Shuo shook his head and replied in a deep voice, not for now. Let's see how things go first. If we don't leave now, it will be too late for the House of Saint to take us down and give Portlam an explanation. Andrina bunched her brows and said. If the House of Saint really wants to do that, it's too late for us to leave now. Han Shuo took a short pause before he asked, what's going on? 20 days after we separated, I protected them with a boundary and went out to scout the situation. I discovered that all the god hunters had disappeared. I knew that you must have lured the god hunters away, so I brought them back to the City of Shadows. When we passed by a town, I used 20,000 black crystal coins to purchase an airship and flew them to the City of Shadows. When we passed by a valley on our way, we ran into that fella's airship that was headed for the City of Shadows. Although Fanny and the other elder sisters possessed very weak strength, every one of them was exceptionally good-looking. They were rare beauties even on Elysium. That guy saw that our group was weak, so he had evil thoughts. Fortunately, they didn't discover my true strength. When they weren't paying attention, I made a move and destroyed their flying bats. It wasn't easy for me to escape with them. Because I was injured, before I recovered, I was afraid of encountering any accidents on the way, so I rested for a while before I came back on the airship. That's the gist of the matter. Angelina gave a brief account of what happened. I'm going to check on Fanny and the others. Here, take this bag of black crystal coins. Use it to heal your injuries. Han Shuo tossed a bag of black crystal coins to Andrina and headed to the room where Fanny and the others were staying. Thanks to his demon generals, Han Shuo knew where Akeley had arranged for Fanny and the others to stay. He quickly arrived at their rooms and comforted them with a few words of comfort and, of course, a few gentle caresses. Only when he was satisfied with their service did Han Shuo dare to leave. The next day, Han Shuo brought Phoebe, Emily, and the others to introduce them to Guli, Akeley, and the others. He also told them about the situation of the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy. Phoebe was an expert in management back on Profound Continent. She was very interested in the management of the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy. Han Shuo knew that Phoebe was an expert in management and therefore recommended to Guli that Phoebe intervene in the management of the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy. Although Emily wasn't as good as Phoebe in management, she was also talented in recruiting and recognizing talents. The fact that she was able to climb to a high position in the Dark Mantle was sufficient proof that Emily was a capable person. When she saw that Phoebe wanted to intervene in the management of the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy, she volunteered to help Han Shuo. Han Shuo really wasn't an expert in management. Therefore, when he saw that the two ladies were eager to help him and he understood their capabilities, he naturally arranged some duties for them. Fanny had never been involved in management and had no intention of doing so. Therefore, Han Shuo did not make any other arrangements for her. While Phoebe and Emily excitedly asked Guli about the details of the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy, Han Shuo led Fanny to the nearest shop that sold divine weapons. He had given the origin crystals he purchased and some insights on ascension to godhood to Trunks and the others. Now that he had arrived on Elysium, his top priority was to help them improve their strengths. These people possessed decent aptitudes. With the rich elemental energy on Elysium, in addition to special materials and secret manuals, it was only natural for them to make rapid progress. After spending only 3,000 black crystal coins, Han Shuo had purchased all the items he needed from the shop. The items he needed were all low-grade items in the divine weapon shops on Elysium. They weren't particularly precious in the first place. Fanny was visibly stimulated when she saw those precious items that she wouldn't even dare to think about on Profound Continent being displayed in an inconspicuous corner of a shop on Elysium, priced at a few dozen purple crystal coins or 2 to 3 black crystal coins. The reason why the people on Elysium can cultivate so quickly is that there are all kinds of resources on Elysium. In addition to the unique environment, it's not surprising that there are so many gods. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so many people who would fight to the death to get to Elysium. Said Han Shuo smilingly as he chatted with Fanny. After storing the items into his space ring, he and Fanny returned to the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy. After returning to the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy, Han Shuo gathered the guests from Profound Continent and placed all the items he had just purchased in front of them. He smilingly said, "Everyone, please pick out the items that suit you. Origin crystals, fluorite used to condense a body of element, detailed methods to advance from demigod to base god, basic steps to advance from base god to low god." The crowd was dazzled. After Han Shuo finished his words, after learning about the uses of the items in detail, they picked out the treasures that suited their cultivation. After thanking Han Shuo, he impatiently returned to his room to cultivate and digest the treasures that were coveted by everyone on Profound Continent. It was only after arriving on Elysium that they realized how insignificant their strengths were. In order to shorten the gap between them and the people on Elysium, they didn't want to waste even a second. Chapter 737. At the House of Saint. Wallace and Doyelo watched as Ridgersea brought Portlam over. His face was covered in blood. Doyelo was Portlam's uncle. He was also the most important person in this group. Portlam's shirt was dyed red with blood. A small piece of the divine armor on his back was shattered. Glass shards from a wine glass were embedded in his flesh and blood dripped onto the ground. Doyle's face was gloomy. As soon as he saw Portlam being brought in by Rudgersi, he immediately grabbed Portlam and asked in a deep voice, "What happened? Who in the City of Shadows dares to injure you so severely?" Wallace's face was also rather gloomy. Doyle and Portlam were the most important guests of the House of Saint. Now that Portlam had been injured so badly, it would be hard for Wallace to explain himself. "It's the people from Celestial Pearl," Charlotte said in a low voice. Wallace bunched his brows, looked at Rudgersi, and asked, "What happened?" Rudgersi handed Portlam over to Doyle. His face turned solemn as he reported, "Something unexpected happened at the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy." Portlam and Angelina of the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy seemed to be on bad terms. They started fighting in the banquet hall. Andrina injured Portlam. Wallace's heart sank and he immediately asked. Through Andre, Wallace had learned a little about Andrina. He was very concerned about this powerful little girl beside Han Shuo. After hearing Rudgersi's words, he was certain that Andrina was the culprit. "No," Rudgersi forced a smile and shook his head. "It was Brian who injured young Master Portlam." "What?" Wallace's expression changed. He asked solemnly, "Are you sure? Brian only has the strength of a low god. How could he possibly injure Portlam?" "It's him." Charlotte's charming face was full of shock as she said, "Everyone underestimated his strength. That guy is even more vicious than Angelina. He didn't use his full strength when Portlam was prepared for the first attack, which caused Portlam to be careless. Then, when Portlam wasn't paying attention to the second attack, he suddenly used his full strength and heavily injured Portlam. How is that possible?" Wallace turned pale with fright. He asked Rudgersi, "Is that true?" Rudgersi nodded and said, "That's right. I reckon that Lord Andre will be back soon. City Lord, you can ask him about the details. That kid actually had the power of a high god." Wallace exclaimed in his heart. His eyes began to flicker. Andre knew his elder brother very well. Originally, when he heard that Portlam was severely injured in the City of Shadows, he immediately flew into a rage and was prepared to pursue the culprit. However, when he learned that the attacker was Han Shuo and that Han Shuo had displayed high god strength, he immediately began to weigh the pros and cons. The reason Wallace was able to achieve all that he had today was because he valued talents. He valued strength above all else. The Celestial Pearl Pharmacy's Angelina had already caught Wallace's attention for a long time. Now that he heard that Han Shuo also possessed high god strength, he immediately had a deeper thought. "I think you will give us an explanation, right?" Doyle examined Portlam's injuries. After making sure that Portlam's life was not in danger, he raised his head, looked deeply at Wallace, and asked softly. "Don't worry. After I get to the bottom of this, I will surely give you an explanation." Wallace nodded. Then, he looked at Rudgersi in puzzlement and asked, "I know Brian quite well. He wouldn't do such a thing for no reason. What's going on?" "This." Rudgersi looked at Portlam and Doyle. He was somewhat hesitant. Wallace's face sank. He shouted, "Rudgersi, what's going on?" Andrina said that when she returned to the City of Shadows, she ran into young Master Portlam. It seemed that young Master Portlam intended to abduct Brian's woman. Rudgersi hastily gave a brief account of what happened. He then added, "I heard this from Andrina. I don't know the specifics." Wallace knew what was going on after hearing Rudgersi's explanation. He had heard a thing or two about Portlam's lasciviousness. He wasn't surprised that Portlam would do such a thing to him. "Mr. Doyle, if you were the one who bullied us first, this matter will not be easy to handle." Wallace sighed and said, "The City of Shadows has its own rules. If I don't handle things impartially just because you are my guests, I, as the City Lord, will be blamed by all the large family clans. Doyolo's face turned ugly upon hearing those words. He could tell that Wallace was trying to protect the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy. Although their family clans were powerful, they were in the City of Shadows after all. If Wallace didn't help them, they would be in deep trouble. What do you mean? Doyolo asked. After I get to the bottom of the matter, I will handle it impartially. I will not side with any party. Wallace replied with a strong sense of righteousness. Soon enough, Andre returned from the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy. As soon as he returned, he signaled Wallace with his eyes. Wallace nodded and greeted Doyolo. He then went to a corner with Andre and started chatting in low voices. After a while, Wallace returned to Doyolo smilingly and said, "No matter what, let's stabilize Portlam's injuries first. I will investigate this matter thoroughly. I hope that you can give us justice. I have come here on behalf of the church to discuss some issues with you. If you can't even guarantee our safety, then your House of Saint will be too disappointing in the City of Shadows," Doyolo said in a deep voice before leaving with Portlam. After Doyolo, Charlotte, and the others left, Wallace sneered and said, "You want to use the church to pressure me? Hee, your House of Batchelder isn't much stronger than my House of Saint. Do you think you can represent the church? Elder brother, that youngster Brian is not to be underestimated," Andre said smilingly. "Heroes are born young. The stronger he is, the happier I am." Wallace laughed heartily and said, "If he was just a pharmacist, perhaps I wouldn't be willing to offend the Batchelder family for him. But now, Portlam is out of luck. Your lordship, but Doyolo is representing the church," Rugersi reminded in a somewhat reverent manner. "He's just representing the church. Their House of Batchelder is not the church. Why would I be afraid of him?" Wallace said disdainfully, "Besides, they are here to ask for my help. My House of Saint serves the Overgod of Darkness wholeheartedly. Such a small matter will not shake our position." "Rugersi, you can go back first," Andre said smilingly. Rugersi nodded and tactfully left the House of Saint. "Are you sure that youngster really has high god strength?" Wallace was overjoyed and hastily asked after everyone had left. "I saw it with my own eyes," Andre confirmed. "Besides, he used a very strange and unorthodox energy. It is even more peculiar than the energy Andrina used. This fellow really exceeds people's expectations." "Very good," Wallace replied in a low voice. Then, he smilingly said, "I think that the House of Lavers has no intention of staying in the City of Shadows. Someone has to take over their position. If the other three major family clans were to share the authority, they might grow too powerful and one day threaten the position of our House of Saint. Brian has just arrived in the city and does not have much foundation. Besides, he is on good terms with Carmelita. It is not a bad choice to hand over the position to him. I did not think too much about it before because his strength was insufficient. But now, it seems that he is even more suitable for the position than Avery." "Elder brother, you mean to transfer the Fifth Corps?" Andre cried out in surprise. "That's right. The Fifth Corps has been vacant for a long time. Someone has to take over it." Wallace nodded and replied. "But we have already spread the word that only those who have Avery's head can take over the position." Andre bunched his brows and said, "That can be changed. As long as Brian makes a great contribution to the City of Shadows, we will have a reason to hand over the Fifth Corps to him. I'm just saying that for the time being. He might not necessarily be that lucky. But this is what I mean. We can discuss this further," Wallace said. "I understand." Andre sighed and said, "If this youngster can take over the Fifth Corps, he will reach the heavens in a single bound." Half a month passed by in a flash. Han Shoa had been on high alert, fearing that Portlam's uncle would come for revenge. However, Doyolo did not show up. With the House of Saints backing, Doyolo and Portlam seemed to have resigned themselves to their misfortune. Although their hearts were filled with hatred for Han Shuo, with the protection of the House of Saint in the City of Shadows, they dared not act recklessly. During this period of time, the party from Profound Continent had been cultivating diligently. Other than Phoebe and Emily, who had to take care of the business of Celestial Pearl Pharmacy during the day, none of them dared to act recklessly in the City of Shadows due to the protection of the House of Saint. During this period of time, the party from Profound Continent had been cultivating diligently. Other than Phoebe and Emily, who had to take care of the business of Celestial Pearl Pharmacy during the day, those who felt that their strength was insignificant did not leave their rooms. Phoebe had a mature management experience. In this aspect, even Gu Li was far inferior to her. Phoebe, who knew nothing about pharmaceutics, had a thorough understanding of the entire process of collecting medicinal ingredients, storing them in the warehouse, refining them, selling them, and rewarding and punishing the employees. She had provided pertinent suggestions on every aspect. Emily was in charge of recruiting special talents for the opening of the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy. With the help of these two capable wives, Han Shuo was suddenly freed from the management of the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy. All he had to do was to check on the profits from time to time and leave everything else to them. During this period of time, City Lord Wallace of the City of Shadows personally visited the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy. Nominally, he was there to investigate the matter of Portlam from Han Shuo. However, during his visit, he very straightforwardly expressed his admiration for Han Shuo. He even told Han Shuo not to let Portlam affect his mood. Ever since Han Shuo arrived in the City of Shadows, although Han Shuo had been doing very well in the city, Wallace had always asked Andre to discuss everything with Han Shuo. Even on the opening day of Han Shuo's Celestial Pearl Pharmacy, Wallace did not show any particular concern. However, just a few days after Han Shuo caused a ruckus in the banquet hall, Wallace paid a personal visit to the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy. From this, it was obvious that Han Shuo's attitude had changed. Shortly after Wallace's visit, the patriarchs of the other three major family clans also came to the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy. Each and every one of them harshly condemned Portlam's shamelessness and gave Han Shuo very high praise for his sudden attack. Carmelita had been forced by Wallace to cultivate and had not stepped out of her personal gymnasium. Therefore, she was unaware of the recent happenings in the City of Shadows. Erebus, shortly after returning from a trip to the city, went to visit Han Shuo. He was extremely shocked by Han Shuo's display of invincible might that day. He kept assuring Han Shuo that based on his understanding of Wallace, Han Shuo would not let anything happen to Han Shuo. After a period of observation, Han Shuo knew that Wallace was trying to protect him. He did not need Erebus' reminder. When Erebus expressed his desire to spar with Han Shuo had no choice but to reject him. Cauldron Spirit's power could not be sustained for long. The image that Han Shuo maintained in the hearts of the major family clans was completely exaggerated. If he were to spar with Erebus, wouldn't his cover be blown? Fortunately, Erebus did not force Han Shuo to accept the challenge. He did not say much when he saw that Han Shuo had no intention to spar with him. He merely hinted to Han Shuo that his Celestial Pearl Pharmacy would only be more stable if Han Shuo possessed formidable strength. Han Shuo had also realized this. Han Shuo had discovered this from the attitude of the major family clans. Compared to before, the younger members of major family clans who came to purchase medicines from the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy were much more respectful. When they realized that the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy had two high gods of unfathomable strength, two of whom were characters who would kill without batting an eye, they no longer treated the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy as just a slightly larger shop. With everything on the right track, Han Shuo could finally relax. He spent every day cultivating. Inside the gymnasium of the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy, Han Shuo and Akeley were sparring in the gravitational field. Akeley, who was addicted to battle, believed that only by constantly fighting and killing could he quickly increase his strength. Therefore, he had been fighting with Han Shuo in the gymnasium all this time. During his fight with Akeley, Han Shuo had been using the energy of his avatar of destruction. Orbs of destruction were constantly condensed in his hands, revolving in trajectories of the Edict of Destruction and bombarding Akeley with them. The orbs of destruction were condensed from the divine energy of destruction. Akeley found it rather taxing to deal with them. He shuttled back and forth in the gymnasium at high speed. His body turned into streaks of afterimages. Whenever he dodged the entanglement of the orbs of destruction, he would seize the opportunity to launch a powerful attack. Bang! 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 The sounds of intense exchanges sounded incessantly. It did not take long for Akeley to be exhausted and to be defeated. You are truly a freak. You have cultivated so many different kinds of energy, yet you have cultivated each of them to such a profound level. Akeley exclaimed. Han Shuo's body was much more monstrous than Akeley's. After absorbing the divine energy from a mid-god, his avatar of destruction was on the verge of a breakthrough. His divine energy was also slightly more profound than Akeley's. It was only natural that Akeley would be at a disadvantage in the fight. Alright, Akeley, you may leave. It's my turn. Andrina immediately walked over to Han Shuo smilingly when she saw that Akeley had stopped. She waved her little fists in front of Han Shuo and asked, "How are we going to fight today?" "As usual, I will only fight you for 3 minutes. I will stop when the time is up." Han Shuo said smilingly. With the help of Cauldron Spirit's energy, Han Shuo could only last for about 3 minutes at most. Once the time was up, his demonic infant, the foundation of his demonic arts, would be damaged. However, during the recent spars, Han Shuo discovered that every time he fought with Andrina using Cauldron Spirit's energy, the surging energy would fill every corner of his body with a prickling sensation. It was actually a very beneficial strengthening for his body. He had been cultivating Invincible Omen Body for a period of time and he could vaguely feel that he had made a breakthrough. At present, Han Shuo could only deploy Invincible Omen Body with a single thought to defend against external attacks. As for the second stage of Invincible Omen Body, Han Shuo's body would automatically transform into Invincible Omen Body as soon as an attack landed on his body. During the recent spars with Andrina, Han Shuo's body would be constantly stimulated by Cauldron Spirit's energy. His body would be strengthened every time he endured the excruciating pain. This could be seen from how long he could endure each time. As the spars progressed, the amount of time he could use Cauldron Spirit's energy had increased. Although it was only for a few seconds each time, Han Shuo could already see the benefits of using Cauldron Spirit's energy. "I really don't understand you. It's only for a short while every time. It doesn't last at all." Andrina pouted. As soon as she finished those words, she suddenly attacked Han Shuo. Dazzling rays of light were released from her body and rushed towards Han Shuo in the form of a vortex. Having fought with Andrina many times in this gymnasium, Han Shuo had long become familiar with Andrina's attack methods. As soon as the dazzling rays of light approached him, Han Shuo unfolded the demonic blades in his hands. Wisps of condensed black energy flowed out from his 5 fingers. The black energy was condensed from the energy of demon generals. Han Shuo's 5 fingers seemed to be pulling 5 black ribbons. The condensed black energy intertwined with each other and formed a net in front of Han Shuo. When the dazzling rays of light fell into the net of black energy, they would sizzle and emit smoke. At this moment, Han Shuo and Andrina would attack each other through the dazzling vortex and the black net. Rays of light would fly out from their hands. Bang! When Han Shuo was repelled by Andrina's attack, his momentum was hindered. At that moment, Andrina would charge straight in and Han Shuo would have no choice but to defend. Andrina was much stronger than Portlam. Han Shuo had fought her many times and had a deep understanding of this fact. However, due to the uniqueness of Andrina's energy, Han Shuo had never been able to figure out Andrina's actual strength. He could only guess that she should possess late-stage high god strength. Bam! Another soft sound rang out. This time, Angelina's soft little hand pressed lightly against Han Shua's chest. Ha! Han Shua took 3 steps back. Instead of being shocked, he was delighted because he suddenly discovered that he did not release the invincible omen body. But when Andrina's attack approached him, the demonic yuan in his body automatically reacted and formed the invincible omen body, firmly defending against Andrina's attack. Chapter 738. Han Shua did not deliberately circulate invincible omen body throughout his entire body when fighting against Andrina because he knew that Andrina knew when to stop and would not kill him. The strike landed on Han Shua's chest. The automatic circulation of invincible omen body made Han Shua overjoyed. He smilingly said, "Again, but don't use too much strength." His body had already reached its critical point. If he were to forcefully borrow Cauldron Spirit's energy again, the demonic infant in his body would be affected. Therefore, Han Shua reminded Andrina to be careful. Bang! Another strike landed on Han Shua's chest. Han Shua felt as though a mountain had crashed into his chest. He took several steps back. He tasted something sweet in his mouth and a trickle of blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. Ha! Andrina was stunned for a moment. Her body swayed and she caught Han Shua. She scolded, "Why didn't you block?" Han Shua wiped away the trickle of blood from the corner of his mouth and replied, "I'm fine. I was testing my body's endurance." Strangely enough, when Andrina's strike landed on Han Shua's body, he did not immediately release invincible omen body. That was why he suffered light injuries. What's going on? Han Shua was extremely puzzled. Why did it work just now but not now? Akely, let's try. Hit me a few times. Be gentle. Han Shua gestured for Akely to come over. Although Andrina had held back, she was too strong and Han Shua was still slightly injured. Akely was not like Andrina. Given his strength, it would be very difficult for him to inflict serious injuries on Han Shua. It would be safer for him to attack Han Shua. "You're quite the masochist, aren't you?" Akely muttered. He somewhat reluctantly walked to Han Shua's side and suddenly began bombarding Han Shua's body. Akely deliberately controlled his strength. Although the series of attacks appeared to be tight, they were in fact not very powerful. "Stop!" Han Shua shouted, his heart full of doubts. It was useless. Faced with Akely's torrential attacks, invincible omen body did not automatically form. "Weird, I don't understand what you're doing." Akely muttered again. He waved his hand and said, "I'll be leaving first. You can have fun on your own." "Brian, what are you doing?" After Akely left, Andrina curiously asked Han Shua. She could tell that Han Shua seemed to be contemplating something. Combined with his strange behavior, Andrina felt that Han Shua's behavior was somewhat abnormal. "It's nothing. I just encountered some problems with the power I'm cultivating." Han Shua casually replied and smilingly said, "All right, Andrina, go do whatever you need to do. I'll be alone for a while." "All right then, I'll go play with Big Sister Fanny." Big Sister Fanny has cultivated to demigod realm with the help of the origin crystal. It seems that she will become a base god in a few years. Andrina nodded and left the gymnasium. Every single one of those who came from Profound Continent possessed extraordinary aptitude. Utilizing the enormous resources provided by Han Shua and the superior environment of Elysium, each and every one of them progressed at lightning speed. For example, a dark Grand Magus like Candide very quickly advanced to Sacred Magus and was only one step away from the demigod realm. Those who originally only possessed demigod strength also made substantial progress within a short period of time. In short, those who came from Profound Continent spent all their time and energy on cultivation. Han Shua was very satisfied with each and every one of them. Balans and Sanguiner, the two demonic arts cultivators, also made rapid progress during the period when Han Shua was away from Profound Continent. Sanguiner in particular, due to his unique body, was able to cultivate the blood god mantra at an astonishing speed. By now, Sanguiner could control the blood in his enemies' bodies, and he could transform the blood in his body into bloody shadows to attack others. After arriving on Elysium, Han Shuo paid special attention to Balans and Sanguiner. He answered all the problems they encountered in their cultivation and even refined several kinds of special medicinal pellets for them to consume, allowing their demonic arts to advance by leaps and bounds. Han Shuo was very satisfied with the performance of those from Profound Continent. After Andrina left, Han Shuo began to ponder the reason why the invincible omen body did not automatically form. After thinking for a moment, Han Shuo once again secretly cultivated the invincible omen body. However, he did not discover any abnormalities in his body. Han Shuo decided to borrow Cauldron Spirit's power to strengthen himself using this method of torturing his body. He wanted to see if the invincible omen body would automatically form the next time he used Cauldron Spirit's energy. Carmelita is here to see you. Han Shuo had just stepped out of the gymnasium when he saw Carmelita. Carmelita, who had been forced to cultivate by Wallace, had her eyes glowing when she saw Han Shuo. She excitedly said, "Brat, I didn't expect you to be an expert as well. Come, let's spar." "Ha, I've heard about how you taught Portlam a lesson. Well done. I've long found him an eyesore. That fella has been restless even before he became a high god. Now that he has become a high god, he has become even more arrogant. Well done. I've just sparred with Andrina. I'm not in my best shape right now. Let's spar again next time." Han Shuo rejected Carmelita's invitation. Then, his face turned dark as he asked, "Has that fella Portlam left the Saint residence?" "Not yet, but he will be returning to the city soon." Carmelita seemed to know what was on Han Shuo's mind. She hastily stopped him and said, "You must not come to the Saint residence to look for trouble with Portlam. That fella is currently with his uncle Doyelo. Charlotte is also staying with them. I don't think you and Andrina will be able to get rid of them. Besides, they are in the Saint residence. If you really want to attack them, we will not sit idly by. You better give up on this idea and think of another way." After hearing Carmelita's words, Han Shuo knew that it was unrealistic to attack Portlam in the City of Shadows. He nodded and said, "I know where your House of Saints stands. I won't make things difficult for you. Brian, I came to find you this time because I have great news to tell you," Carmelita said. Han Shuo stared blankly for a moment before he asked in astonishment, "What great news?" "My father is very appreciative of you after he heard that you possess high god strength. Although you haven't been in the City of Shadows for long, you have helped me many times and are very close to our House of Saint. My father intends to let you take over the 5th Corps," Carmelita said excitedly. What? Han Shuo cried out in surprise. He asked in disbelief, "Let me take over the 5th Corps? Are you sure?" Carmelita nodded affirmatively and explained, "That's right. You know the rules of the City of Shadows. Only major family clans are qualified to own their own divine guards. Other than that, only the 7 chiefs of divine guards are allowed to build their own teams of divine guards. If you become the chief of the 5th Corps, you will truly possess a portion of the authority in the City of Shadows. This will be greatly beneficial to your Celestial Pearl Pharmacy. With the authority of the 5th Corps and the wealth accumulated by the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy, you will be able to replace the House of Lavers and become the new family clan in the City of Shadows. In our City of Shadows, a new family clan has many conveniences. Even some affairs of the church are only accessible to the patriarchs of major family clans." Han Shuo did not expect that a small display of his abilities would bring him so many benefits. If he had known that displaying sufficient strength in the City of Shadows would bring him so many conveniences, perhaps Han Shuo would have made a move on Avery long ago. Han Shuo knew very well what the 5th Corps represented. It was a lucrative position that all major family clans in the City of Shadows coveted. Having the Fifth Corps was tantamount to having a military force in one's hands. Moreover, it was legal. Every chief of divine guards in the City of Shadows had special privileges and were respected by all. Generally speaking, only experts from major family clans who had made great contributions to the city would have the qualifications to take the position. But how long had he been in the City of Shadows? My qualifications are too shallow. Everyone covets the position of Chief of the Fifth Corps. It won't be that easy for me to take it, will it? Besides, your father said that only by taking Avery's head can he take the throne. Now, not to mention that I don't know where Avery is, even if I did know where he is, I'm afraid that it would still be difficult to kill him. Han Shuo forced a smile. It would be a lie to say that Han Shuo did not have any ambitions for the position. It was just that he did not expect that an outsider who had just arrived in the City of Shadows would have such a great opportunity. There are some things that can be changed. Carmelita said, although my father has the intention, you will have to work hard to take the position. You must prove your capabilities to everyone before my father can help you. Han Shuo nodded and smilingly said, of course I understand that. I came here today to tell you this news. Also, Erebus told me to tell you that if you are interested, you can go to the Third Corps and get used to it. He will make arrangements for you. As long as you can accumulate enough reputation and contributions, the position of the Fifth Corps will be very promising for you. After all, my father has taken a fancy to you, said Carmelita smilingly. Erebus had not been in the City of Shadows during this period of time. If what Erebus said was true, Han Shuo would be able to familiarize himself with the Third Corps and accumulate enough contributions in some operations of the Third Corps. With Wallace's help, the position of the Fifth Corps, which everyone coveted, would be very promising for him. What has Erebus been busy with recently? Asked Han Shuo hastily. Hunting those god hunters, of course. Erebus and Bravst have some personal grudges. He has never stopped hunting Bravst, replied Carmelita. Good. Then, he smilingly said, Carmelita, can I trouble you to make some arrangements for me? I'm going to the Third Corps to familiarize myself with the environment. I still have some experience in hunting god hunters. No problem. When I return, I will send Erebus a message and get him to make arrangements for you. I will inform you when it's done, said Carmelita straightforwardly. Han Shuo was overjoyed. He knew that if he hadn't saved Carmelita twice in the City of Shadows and established a good relationship with the House of Saint, he wouldn't have been able to get the position of the Fifth Corps even if he had worked hard for 100 years. Brian, I have something to tell you. Carmelita had a troubled look on her face. She was a little embarrassed. What is it? Asked Han Shuo. Sister Charlotte and I have a pretty good relationship. She asked me to tell you that what happened between you and Portlam has nothing to do with her. Last time, she helped Portlam to stop you because she had no other choice. She hopes that you won't take it to heart. Carmelita hesitated for a moment before she continued, Brian, Sister Charlotte used to be from our Darkness Dominion. She has now married into the Destruction Dominion. Although she came to the City of Shadows with Portlam, they didn't travel together. She had nothing to do with Portlam. I know what I'm doing. Han Shuo nodded and said, as long as Charlotte doesn't do anything harmful to our Celestial Pearl Pharmacy in the future, I won't hold it against her for what happened last time. Han Shuo did not make any promises. If Charlotte really did anything to his Celestial Pearl Pharmacy, he would make her regret it. Alright, that's why I'm here today, said Carmelita. Carmelita felt that she had done Charlotte a favor after hearing Han Shuo's words and left hastily. Not long after Carmelita left, Han Shuo took out the Holy Grail he obtained from the Church of Light and transmitted to McKinley. I have returned to Elysium. But I have some urgent matters to attend to. I will personally bring you to the Space Dominion after some time. Where are you on Elysium? Asked McKinley. The City of Shadows, one of the 7 major cities of the Darkness Dominion, replied Han Shuo. Oh, it's indeed a little far from here to the Space Dominion. If you really have urgent matters to attend to, you can wait for a while. After all, I have been in the Holy Grail for such a long time. It doesn't matter if I'm a little late," replied McKinley. Before Portlam and his party left the City of Shadows, Han Shua couldn't be at ease about the safety of the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy. Although Han Shua believed that they wouldn't dare to act recklessly in the City of Shadows, it was easier to dodge a spear in the open than an arrow in the dark. If they were to launch a sneak attack like Avery, even if the House of Saint had no evidence, it would be very difficult for them to pursue the matter. Furthermore, Han Shua really coveted the lucrative position of the Fifth Corps. Not to mention that he knew the location of one of the Godhunters' lairs. As long as he put in some effort, he might be able to make a name for himself by attacking the Godhunters. Then, with Wallace's help, he would be able to sit on that position. Don't worry, it won't take too long. Besides, even without you, I will be going to the Space Dominion after some time. Han Shua had an agreement with Little Skull and the 5 elite zombies to meet at the Space Dominion every once in a while. Therefore, Han Shua would definitely return to the Space Dominion. He just needed to find a suitable time to do so. Chapter 739. Inside the gymnasium, the figures of Han Shua and Andrina were blurry. Crisp sounds rang out as they crossed paths. Crack! Crack! Han Shua brandished his demonic blades and sheathed them. 10 black radiances flashed past and coiled towards Andrina like 10 little snakes. Dazzling whirlpools formed around Andrina and revolved around her, obstructing the entanglement of the 10 black radiances. With one thought, the 10 black radiances moved as fast as lightning. They evaded the whirlpools and chased after Andrina. It was as though the 10 black radiances had eyes of their own. Andrina let out a soft cry of surprise. Whirlpools suddenly appeared in her eyes. The whirlpools that revolved around her immediately converged towards her body. The boundary towers around the gymnasium abruptly glowed brightly. The energy inside frantically converged towards the boundaries. It appeared that her attack had caused great damage to the boundaries. The 10 black radiances were shredded into pieces by the whirlpools. They could no longer pose a threat to her. Her petite body shot towards Han Shua. Andrina's little hand pulled out a curtain of light and enveloped Han Shua within. Han Shua felt a sharp pain in his body. He hastily raised his hand to block her attack. Bang! Andrina's little hand pierced through the layers of illusions and pressed onto Han Shua's chest. Han Shua staggered and immediately felt the invincible omen body automatically activate. The attack that landed on his body didn't cause much damage to his physical body. After taking a step back, Han Shua once again advanced explosively. His left hand was bone-piercingly cold, while his right was blazing hot. When the two hands struck out, one hot and one cold complemented each other, immediately forcing Angelina to temporarily dodge. Unfortunately, Han Shua's outburst did not last long. After 3 minutes, he barely managed to hold on for a dozen or so seconds before his body swayed. All the energy of Cauldron spirit in his body receded like a receding tide. Han Shua's face was flushed and he had to gasp for breath a few times to calm himself down. For the next few days, whenever Han Shua fought Andrina, as long as he borrowed Cauldron spirit's energy, his body would automatically activate the invincible omen body. But when Cauldron spirit's energy receded, his body would no longer automatically activate the invincible omen body. After many attempts, Han Shua finally found the reason. After pondering deeply and asking for Cauldron spirit's opinion, Han Shua was able to ascertain that when the demon general's energy filled his body, although it would cause him extreme pain, the endurance of his body would be greatly enhanced. Under those circumstances, Andrina's attacks would be much more powerful. According to Cauldron spirit's conjecture, Han Shua's body was strengthened a second time when the demon general entered his body. In addition, Andrina's attacks were extremely powerful. Invincible Omen body would automatically activate under the influence of powerful external forces. With this understanding, Han Shuo found the right direction. As long as his body continued to be strengthened, not only would he be able to borrow Cauldron Spirit's energy for a longer period of time, but his Invincible Omen body would also improve further. One had to undergo a demonic tribulation in order to reach the Omen realm. If one's body wasn't strong enough, only death would await them. Therefore, strengthening one's body was the most important thing to do at this stage of the Omen realm. With this direction in mind, Han Shuo naturally knew what he had to do. Every time his body calmed down, he would fight Andrina with Cauldron Spirit's energy, tempering his body over and over again. A month later, Han Shuo was able to borrow Cauldron Spirit's energy for more than 4 minutes. Invincible Omen body would immediately activate whenever the demon generals filled his body. In that state, Han Shuo would stand still and allow Akeley to attack. But when Akeley's attacks landed on Han Shuo's body, the Invincible Omen body would not automatically activate. Of course, Akeley's strength was much weaker than Andrina's. His attacks simply couldn't cause any real harm to Han Shuo. After this trial and error, Han Shuo finally understood that in that state, Invincible Omen body would only automatically activate when external forces could cause damage to his body. For attacks like Akeley's that couldn't even shake his body, Invincible Omen body would never form to defend against them. Every time Han Shuo used Cauldron Spirit's energy to cultivate in the gymnasium, he would feel extremely uncomfortable. Whenever the demon generals filled his body, he would feel as though his entire body was being pricked by needles. Enduring this inhuman pain, Han Shuo's body grew tougher and tougher. He used his body as a precious sword, constantly sharpening it. During this period of time, Han Shuo had completely let go of the management of the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy. Phoebe and Emily had proven that they had the ability to manage the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy. Although all the pharmacists complained that the two knew nothing about medicine refinement, they were very impressed by their ability in managing the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy. In an extremely short period of time, the two had adjusted many matters, allowing the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy to reach its most harmonious state. Under the efforts of the two, the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy, which had been unable to open for business for a long time due to the lack of manpower, was successfully opened for business. With this, the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy became the first pharmacy in the City of Shadows in every sense of the word. Recently, the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy had collected hundreds of thousands of black crystal coins in profits. According to the agreement with the House of Saint, Phoebe would send Carmelita's share to the House of Saint on time. The House of Saint was very satisfied with her work attitude. Han Shuo was completely freed from his busy business affairs and spent all his time cultivating. His body grew stronger and stronger. Portlam and his party stayed in the City of Shadows for some time before they finally left. Before leaving, Doyelo had Anaito deliver a message to Han Shuo: "You better not leave the City of Shadows. If they discover you, they will avenge Portlam." Han Shuo snorted disdainfully at Doyelo's threat. If it wasn't for Doyelo being escorted by a few members of the House of Saint, Han Shuo might have brought Andrina and Han Shuo along to ambush the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy. Han Shuo, who had been making rapid progress recently, was worried that he wouldn't be able to find someone to attack. One day, Anaito came to the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy again. He brought a pile of scrolls and handed them to Han Shuo. He smilingly said, "From today onwards, we are comrades." It's done. Han Shuo was overjoyed when he received the scrolls. With the help of the House of Saint and the promise of Lord Erebus, the problem will naturally be solved very quickly. These scrolls explain your status in our third corps. Carmelita told me to tell you that Lord Erebus is currently in Sky Orchid Fort. Now that Portlam and his party have left the City of Shadows, you don't have to worry about the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy, Anaito said smilingly. Alright, I will set off for Sky Orchid Fort right away. Han Shuo had been worrying about not having anything to do recently. He immediately made up his mind after hearing Anaito's words. Your celestial pearl pharmacy is temporarily without any divine guards. I will keep an eye on the surroundings while you are away. Hee, but you don't have to worry. For your enemies, even if they were to make a move, they would target you and Angelina. They wouldn't bother to attack those low gods. Anaito consoled Han Shuo. Thank you very much. Han Shuo said smilingly. You're welcome. Anaito hastily replied. News of Han Shuo's performance in the banquet hall had spread widely among the family clans in the City of Shadows. When Anaito learned that Han Shuo possessed high god strength, he became even more respectful and cautious. Sometimes, he would even look at Han Shuo with eyes filled with reverence. Andrina, get ready. We are going to Sky Orchid Fort. Han Shuo hastily instructed after finding Andrina. Great. Are we going to deal with those god hunters? Andrina had been waiting for the news for a long time. She was overjoyed to hear that. She giggled and said, I don't need to prepare anything. You just need to bring along all the black crystal coins you have earned in the past month. I've been prepared for a long time. Han Shuo smiled. With the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy as their cash cow, Han Shuo was no longer as harsh to Andrina. He knew that Andrina could consume black crystal coins to recover from any injuries she sustained. He had made the necessary preparations before he left. After fighting for some time, Han Shuo vaguely understood the source of Andrina's energy. He discovered that when Andrina fought him, some of her internal organs would turn into crystals. It was as though Andrina herself was an extremely precise energy tower that could absorb the energy contained within those crystals for her own use. Whenever the battle in the gymnasium reached a climax, Han Shuo would discover that the energy in several energy towers around him was rather abnormal. After experiencing this several times, he gradually came to a realization. Of course, Han Shuo did not ask Andrina for confirmation as she refused to talk about her own situation. Han Shuo was also afraid that his probing would displease Andrina. You mentioned that you know of a base of god hunters. Is that true? Andrina suddenly asked as she and Han Shuo were leaving the City of Shadows. Yes. When I lured those god hunters away, I followed them for several days. I discovered a valley between the City of Shadows and Mirage City that was covered with boundaries. Even Bravst had to tread carefully in that place. I believe that there must be someone even more powerful than Bravst in that place. Han Shuo put on a grave face and said, Bravst is already a mid-stage high god. If there is someone even more powerful than him in that place, then this God Hunter alliance is simply too terrifying. Of course there is. Bravst and the other two are only second-rate. From what you have said, it seems that there really is a big fish in that place. Confirmed Andrina. Andrina knew much more about God Hunters than Han Shuo. Since she said that Bravst and the other two were only second-rate characters in the God Hunter alliance, it was enough to prove that Han Shuo's guess was correct. Sky Orchid Fort. It was a relatively remote fort in the City of Shadows. Sky Orchid Fort was surrounded by continuous mountain ranges, swamps, and oceans. It was a place most suitable for God Hunters to roam. This was especially so as those traveling from the City of Shadows to Mirage City and Hushvale City would have to pass through this area. Recently, God Hunters had been roaming around Sky Orchid Fort frequently. Not only had the City of Shadows dispatched many divine guards to search the area, even Mirage City and Hushvale City had dispatched divine guards to keep an eye on the area. There were a dozen mountain ranges, 7 or 8 swamps, and 3 vast oceans in the vicinity. The God Hunters' activity had seriously threatened the safety of the gods in the 3 cities. They had no choice but to take it seriously. Inside Sky Orchid Fort, at the top of the tallest building, Erebus and a woman with long black hair draped all the way down to her calves were sitting opposite each other. This woman had phoenix eyes and willowy eyebrows. She seemed to be in high spirits. As she sat there, her black hair gently fluttered in the wind. Erebus, who had a feminine appearance, looked rather perplexed as he looked at the woman before him. The reason he became a chief of divine guards in the City of Shadows was largely due to this woman. If it wasn't for this woman staying in the City of Shadows, perhaps Erebus would still be wandering around and cultivating wholeheartedly. Aobashi, oh Aobashi, why can't you understand my efforts? Erebus sighed in a low voice and said bitterly. Aobashi pursed her lips into a faint smile. Her beautiful phoenix eyes were slightly squinted. Her eyes were filled with craftiness as she said, I understand your efforts, but I didn't ask you to stay in the City of Shadows for me. Don't you like to wander around? You can leave at any time. I believe the City Lord won't stop you. My heart is with you as long as you are here. Even if I wander to other places, my heart will always be with you. What difference does it make whether I leave or not? At the very least, I can still see you from time to time. Erebus said in a bitter smile. Aobashi shook her head and sighed softly. She said, Erebus, you really don't suit me. I have said all that I need to say. There's nothing I can do if you insist on staying. But I still can't accept you. Forget it, forget it. Let's not talk about this. Erebus hastily changed the topic and said, that youngster I told you about the last time should be arriving at Skyorchid City very soon. We haven't been able to find any traces of the God Hunter recently. Perhaps we will find a way when he arrives. Aobashi took a sip of her fragrant tea smilingly and glanced at Erebus. She said, we haven't been able to find the God Hunter for so long. Isn't he a pharmacist? Why did you suddenly arrange for him to come to your third corps? Don't tell me you want him to refine medicine for you. Of course not. Erebus replied, the City Lord intends for him to take over the fifth corps. After Avery's departure, the position has been vacant. All the family clans have fought tooth and nail for the position. But the City Lord simply said, take Avery's head in exchange for it. It is the City Lord's intention for him to come to our third corps. He wants to familiarize himself with our methods. A strange glint flashed across Aobashi's eyes when she heard Erebus's words. She straightened her slender body and asked, him? Managing the fifth corps and the medicine refinement district is a big job. Can he really do it? Who knows? Erebus replied smilingly, but I still think highly of him. That youngster is even more difficult to deal with than Avery. I have never seen anyone so adept at concealing their strength. This fella is no ordinary person. He clearly possesses high god strength but has been concealing his strength as a low god ever since he arrived at the City of Shadows. Not only did Andre and I fail to discover his true strength, even the City Lord was deceived. It is for this reason that the City Lord has decided to let him take over the fifth corps. Oh. Aobashi's interest was piqued. She smilingly said, now that you mention it, this fella is indeed rather interesting. I would like to meet him. He should be here soon. I have sent a message to Carmelita 3 days ago, Erebus replied. While Erebus and Aobashi were conversing, Andrina had forced Han Shoa to the valley they had visited previously. The valley between the City of Shadows and Mirage City was filled with many energy towers and boundary towers that had been camouflaged. Along the way, many shadowy figures were lurking in the shadows of the forest, constantly paying attention to their surroundings. Han Shoa and Andrina were at the top of a large tree. Han Shoa pointed to the distance and said in a low voice, it's here. Andrina did not reply. She observed for a long while before she said excitedly, well done, Brian. I have searched many places over the years but have never found such a large base. I did not expect that you would find it so easily. This is great. Don't be rash. Han Shoa hastily said, no matter how deep the hatred between you and the God Hunters is, you won't stand a chance if you go in alone. Even Bravst and the other two can severely injure you. If there are even more powerful characters inside, you will only be courting death. Of course I know that. Andrina wrinkled her little nose and cried out impatiently. Huh? Han Shua softly cried out. What's wrong? Andrina immediately asked. There is a divine guard squad lingering in the vicinity. I don't know if they can find this place. That divine guard squad doesn't seem to be from the City of Shadows. Judging from the shape of their divine armor, they seem to be from Mirage City. I wonder how lucky they are. Han Shua said in a low voice. Did they use those special lifeforms to see this place? Andrina giggled and said to Han Shua, Brian, those special lifeforms are just too useful. Can you give me a few? With those lifeforms, I will have several pairs of eyes in this mountain range. No way. Han Shua resolutely refused. When he saw that Andrina seemed a little dissatisfied, he forced a smile and explained, this has to do with the energy I cultivate in. The energy you cultivate in is completely different from mine. There is no way you can control them. Stingy, Andrina pouted and groaned, that's just an excuse. You are stingy if you don't give them to me. Whatever you say, I'm not giving them to you. Han Shua chuckled mischievously. He then pulled Andrina and said, Come, I will go and take a look. They are coming from another direction. They might attract the attention of those god hunters. Let's go and take a look. Their appearance might give us a rough idea of the strength of these Tanai god hunters. Angelina snorted a couple of times, seemingly still angry at Han Shua. She reluctantly followed after Han Shua after he pulled her along. Chapter 740. On the outskirts of the valley, a small group of divine guards were talking loudly as they slowly walked towards the valley. Your lordship sure is cautious. You insist on searching every single area. Those god hunters know that the three major cities are after them. They should have fled far away long ago. Why would they dare to linger around, complained a divine guard. Stop yelling. There's only one valley left. If there's no problem, we'll head back. We're not the only ones who are busy. Everyone else is searching everywhere, complained another divine guard. The divine armors worn by this group were different from those worn by the City of Shadows. Their divine armors were dark green in color with a sword and shield pattern on the chest. This was the emblem unique to the Tula's family of Mirage City. The group consisted of 10 people. The leader possessed late-stage mid-god strength and the other 9 were mid-stage mid-gods. They mostly cultivated in the energy of death, darkness, and destruction. One of them cultivated in the energy of fire. They had absolutely no idea how dangerous the valley would be. While complaining loudly, they gradually approached the valley. Through the observation of his demon generals, Han Shua noticed that a few energy towers disguised in the shape of giant trees shook slightly. A faint energy fluctuation was secretly transmitted back to the center of the valley. A few blurry silhouettes suddenly and stealthily approached from a distance. Those energy towers inside the giant trees have sent a message. That group is going to be in big trouble, whispered Andrina as she gently pulled Han Shua's sleeves. Andrina was very sensitive to the situation inside energy crystals. This might have something to do with the energy she cultivated in. Han Shua knew that Andrina could even control some energy towers and boundary towers within a certain range. As long as they were supported by energy crystals, she would be able to influence them. Han Shua nodded and said, in any case, they are from Mirage City. They have nothing to do with us. After hearing Han Shua's words, Andrina knew that Han Shua had no intention of warning those people. The god hunters in the valley were by no means something that those people could handle. If they were to ignore them, those who ventured into the valley would only be dead. As expected, a person soon flew out from the valley. It was Talon whom Han Shua had met before. Talon was a mid-stage high god expert. Her arrival was equivalent to a death sentence for the party. Talon stealthily approached the clueless divine guards and made a gesture. The god hunters that were approaching from a distance slowly surrounded them. Sha sha sha. Rustle. 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 The sound of figures moving at high speed sounded from the thicket. Many figures suddenly emerged from the thicket and charged at the Mirage City Divine Guards. With the intervention of Talon, a mid-stage high god expert, the battle quickly came to an end. A few miserable shrieks reverberated in the air before abruptly coming to an end. The divine guards from Mirage City were all killed by the god hunters and had their divine energy drained. With a wave of her hand, Talon ordered the god hunters to pour some powder on the bodies of the corpses. After a Mirage City corpses, they of the Mirage City divine guards, and of blood. Of blood. Han Shua's pupils suddenly contracted. He exclaimed in a low voice, the medicines used by the god hunters seem to be made by the toxicologists from the God Swamp Pharmacy. Andrina's expression slightly changed. She softly asked, "You mean? Perhaps the God Swamp Pharmacy is related to the god hunters. Otherwise, why would they have those poisons?" Said Han Shua in a deep voice. "Have they all been killed?" Andrina and Han Shua were very far away from the valley. Therefore, she couldn't see very clearly. Therefore, she asked Han Shua. "Yes, let's go. We can be sure that there are many god hunters in the valley. With such a small group of divine guards, they will definitely die if they recklessly charge into the valley. Let's first head to Sky Orchid Fort and inform Erebus of the situation. After we have gathered enough manpower, we will launch a full-scale attack on the valley," said Han Shua as he pulled Andrina. Sky Orchid Fort Brian, you are finally here. Come, let me introduce you. This is the leader of the City of Shadows Divine Guard Chiefs, Aobashi. Erebus pulled Han Shua to Aobashi and smilingly said, "This is the Brian I have mentioned to you before. He is now a member of the Third Corps. He has come to help us find the god hunters." Aobashi sized up Han Shua with a few glances and the corners of her mouth curved into a faint smile. She said, "I have heard Erebus mention you many times. Welcome, welcome. Greetings, Lady Aobashi." Han Shua greeted with a smile. "You must be Andrina." Aobashi landed beside Andrina and tried to pull Andrina's little hand. She seemed to be more friendly towards Andrina. Andrina bunched her brows and took a few steps back. She wore an ice-cold face. She was always this cold and detached even when there were outsiders around. It was obvious that she did not want Aobashi to hold her little hand. Aobashi's eyes glinted when she saw that Andrina had moved away. She giggled and said, "It seems that Erebus wasn't exaggerating. Little sister, you are truly amazing. Let me arrange a room for you. You must be tired from the journey." "Take a rest," Erebus said warmly. "There's no need for that. Let's get down to business." Andrina replied coldly. Seeing that Andrina did not appreciate his gesture, Erebus explained awkwardly, "We don't know where those god hunters are hiding. We have searched for them for a long time but have not found any trace of them. There's no point in being impatient. Brian knows where they are. Assemble your men. We will set off immediately after everything is done." Andrina shot a glance at Aobashi and said in a low voice, "If it's just you and Erebus, you must gather more men as soon as possible. With just the two of you, you won't be able to eliminate those god hunters." "Oh." Aobashi didn't quite believe it. She smilingly said, "Little sister, you said that even Erebus and I cannot defeat those god hunters." "That's not what I meant." Andrina shook her head and explained with a straight face, "What I meant was that even with Blair and I, two high gods, the four of us working together, it will still be very difficult." Aobashi put on a startled face when she heard those words. She felt that Andrina wasn't just exaggerating. She put on a solemn face and asked, "What exactly is going on?" "You should ask him. No one knows this better than he does. He was the one who discovered that place. He knows the situation there better than any of us. Andrina pointed at Han Shuo. Brian, you have discovered traces of god hunters. Erebus cried out in surprise before Aobashi could reply. Han Shuo nodded and explained in a deep voice, in a valley between the City of Shadows, Mirage City, and Hushvale City, there is a heavily guarded stronghold of the God Hunter Alliance. As far as we know, there are 3 mid-stage high-god god hunters in the stronghold. They are Bravst, Talon, and Galas. These 3 are already very difficult to deal with. However, according to my observations, those 3 don't seem to be the true leaders of the stronghold. My guess is that there is at least 1 late-stage high god in the stronghold. If that's the case, we won't be able to defeat them even if we enter the valley. What? Erebus and Aobashi cried out simultaneously. Han Shuo didn't say a word. He nodded heavily and said with certainty, that's exactly what happened. Aobashi took a deep breath. She appeared rather shaken and said softly, so far, the 3 leaders of the God Hunter Alliance that we know of are the ones you just mentioned. If your guess is correct, we really won't be able to defeat them. I didn't expect that those God Hunters would be so powerful. Aobashi, I will immediately send a message to those 2 from the 2 nearby cities. We will need to discuss this matter properly. Erebus said in a deep voice. Yes, it's better to be safe than sorry. If what Brian said is true and we enter the valley rashly, things will be very difficult to resolve. We will indeed need to have a good talk with those 2 from the 2 nearby cities. Aobashi immediately agreed. There were divine guards from Mirage City and Hushvale City who were pursuing the God Hunters. It appeared that they were in contact with Erebus and Aobashi of the City of Shadows. If the divine guards from the other 2 cities joined them, their chances of success would be much higher. Erebus immediately left and headed for another building. He seemed to be going to deliver the message. Han Shuo, Andrina, and Aobashi stayed together. Aobashi kept asking Han Shuo about the valley. But when Han Shuo described the suspicious points of the demon general to Aobashi, Aobashi acted as if she was facing a formidable enemy. She believed that Han Shuo was telling the truth. After Han Shuo finished explaining, Aobashi squinted her beautiful eyes and asked Han Shuo in astonishment, Brian, how did you discover the valley? Why is it that even Andrina doesn't know the details of the valley but you seem to have seen every inch of it? I have my ways. Han Shuo wasn't willing to talk too much about the demon general to Andrina, much less to Aobashi whom he wasn't too familiar with. Aobashi did not probe further when she saw that Han Shuo had no intention of answering her question. However, she suddenly became curious about Han Shuo and started to learn more about Han Shuo. She wanted to know which continent Han Shuo was from and how he got into a conflict with Avery in the City of Shadows. Be careful of Avery. I have worked with him before. That fella is not one to give up easily. Since he views you as a major threat, it is only a matter of time before he comes up with ways to deal with you. Now that he has disappeared from everyone's sight, he must be preparing a more detailed revenge plan. You must be careful. Aobashi solemnly warned Han Shuo. 7 days later, the 2 god hunters from Mirage City and Hushvale City arrived at Sky Orchid Fort with their divine guards. The one from Mirage City was called Blightsor. He cultivated in the energy of destruction and was a mid-stage high god. The one from Hushvale City was called Eugene. He cultivated in the energy of darkness and was also a mid-stage high god. The 2 attached great importance to Aobashi's information. They kept asking her for more details. After Aobashi explained everything to them, the one from Hushvale City named Eugene looked at Han Shuo suspiciously and asked, is he that genius pharmacist from Celestial Pearl Pharmacy? Yes, he was the one who discovered the situation in that valley, Erebus replied. He is just a pharmacist. How could he be qualified to participate in such an important matter? Besides, we have been searching for months and have yet to find any trace of those people. How could he know the situation so clearly when he just arrived? Aobashi, Erebus, I believe you too, but this fella's words make me very suspicious. Eugene said rudely in front of Han Shuo. Believe it or not, it's up to you, Han Shuo shrugged and put on an indifferent face. From the moment Han Shuo met Eugene, he felt that Eugene seemed to be prejudiced against him. Han Shuo had never met Eugene before and he did not know why Eugene would be prejudiced against him. Youngster, what's with your attitude? Eugene bunched his brows and said, I have heard a little about you in Hushvale City. You are the one who took over all the God Swamp Pharmacy's businesses in the City of Shadows. I have always been on good terms with the master of God Swamp Pharmacy, Hasling. So that's how it is. Han Shuo sneered in his mind. No wonder Eugene has been looking at me so strangely since we first met. Hasling. Hee, you are friends with the guy who secretly refines poisons and sells them to god hunters. Han Shuo made a fuss. Youngster, don't talk nonsense. Eugene softly shouted, I know Hasling very well. His God Swamp Pharmacy has a clean reputation in our Darkness Dominion. He would never do something like that. Snickering, Han Shuo shook his head and didn't say anything else. Eugene, the God Swamp Pharmacy's branch in the City of Shadows has been confiscated by the House of Saint. Do you have a problem with that? Erebus asked coldly. All right. Our target this time is the God Hunters. We all share the same goal. Don't start a fight among yourselves before we even get started. Blightsore hastily tried to smooth things over when he saw that Eugene and those from the City of Shadows seemed to be on bad terms. The God Hunters have threatened the safety of our 3 cities. What we need to do right now is to inflict a heavy blow on them. We should all work together. If you don't believe me, your Hushvale City can choose not to participate in this operation. I will report to my superiors and our city lord will send another chief of divine guards to assist us. It doesn't have to be you. Aobashi, of course, was on the same side as Erebus and Han Shuo. I will go with you. I want to see if this youngster is just trying to scare us. Eugene coldly groaned and said, we know best about those god hunters but we have never heard of any late-stage high god among them. I don't believe it. Believe it or not, it's up to you. Han Shuo similarly groaned coldly. Let's all stop arguing. Let's gather our forces and get ready to head to that valley. If we can really eliminate those god hunters, it will be a blessing for our 3 cities, Blightsore tried to smooth things over. After hearing those words, the few stopped arguing. On the City of Shadows side, Erebus and Aobashi led 2 companies while Blightsore and Eugene each led a company. There were a total of 400 divine guards. Under Han Shuo's lead, they marched majestically towards the valley. Along the way, the party was very cautious and spread out. Han Shuo and Eugene did not have the opportunity to continue arguing. On the 12th day, the party finally arrived at the outskirts of the valley. Chapter 741. The valley was secluded. From time to time, some peculiar birds would fly across the valley. It was early in the morning and Tunai could not see the situation clearly due to the mist. It would be difficult for an ordinary person to clearly see what was going on in the valley. However, the mist was able to conceal their tracks very well. The unique environment had its own advantages. Aobashi and Erebus from the City of Shadows stayed together. Naturally, Han Shuo and Andrina followed them. Blightsore from Mirage City and Eugene from Hushvale City split up and formed 2 wings to guard Han Shuo's party. Gradually, they got closer and closer to the valley. Eugene advanced alone while Blightsore maintained his formation. Blightsore stealthily approached Han Shuo and asked in a low voice, "Is it the valley below?" Han Shuo nodded and replied in a soft voice, "Yes, it is. Tell your people not to get too close. Otherwise, the energy towers will react." Blightsore didn't have any prejudice against Han Shuo. On the contrary, he admired Han Shuo very much. He gestured to his team from afar, signaling them to stay where they were for the time being and not move. The valley was shrouded in mist. It was surrounded by mountains that rose into the clouds and formed an arc around the valley. At this moment, Han Shoa, Aobashi, and the others were on the side of one of the mountains. They were lying on their stomach and observing the valley. I can't see clearly from the bottom of the valley. What's the situation? Aobashi asked Han Shoa in a low voice. Han Shoa extended his index finger and drew a simple and crude pattern on a hard rock, forming an arc around the valley. He pointed at a few directions and explained to Aobashi and the others, I have observed carefully. Here, here, and here, there are energy towers and boundary towers disguised as trees. Here is the only entrance to the valley. There are god hunters hiding in the dark and there is a boundary at the top of the valley. In any case, as soon as we approach the valley, we will be discovered. Aobashi looked at Han Shoa in surprise and said, how do you know so much about what's down there? Without answering Aobashi's question, Han Shoa continued, it's not impossible to sneak into the valley without alerting anyone. As long as we quickly eliminate the sentries along the way and avoid the energy towers and barrier towers, we might be able to sneak into the valley without alerting them. Where are the sentries? Can you really pinpoint their location? Blightzor's face was also filled with shock and disbelief. Han Shoa raised his head and looked at Aobashi and Blightzor. He said, since you're here, I'm sure you believe me. I don't want you to doubt my words anymore. Otherwise, you can just force your way in. At this critical moment, Han Shoa did not care about the identities of these people. As long as we can approach those energy towers and barrier towers without alerting anyone, I can stop them. Andrina said in a low voice. Han Shoa had long known that Andrina possessed such an ability. It was also the main reason why he insisted on bringing her to the valley. After hearing her words, Han Shoa thought for a moment and said, Eugene is biased against me. We can have his men stay outside for the time being. Once we enter the valley, those god hunters will surely try to break out of the encirclement. Eugene and his men will be in charge of blocking those god hunters who try to break out of the encirclement. At such a critical moment, Han Shoa would always remain very calm. Having gotten used to giving orders, he had unknowingly assumed the role of a leader. Aobashi, Erebus, and Blightzor felt that it was rather odd. However, seeing how confident Han Shoa was, as though he knew everything about Tanai like the back of his hand, they did not say anything. Alright, I'll go talk to Eugene and have his men stay outside. Blightzor knew that if it were Han Shoa and his men, Eugene might not be willing to listen to them. Therefore, he volunteered to persuade Eugene. After Blightzor left, Aobashi put on a bitter smile and said to Han Shoa, Brian, don't be mistaken. There are 400 divine guards from our 3 cities. A single mistake could cost the lives of many divine guards. This is no joke. Brian, are you really confident? Erebus asked in a grave face. He did not appear as confident as Han Shoa. As long as you listen to me and follow me step by step, I am confident that I can bring you as close as possible without being discovered. Promised Han Shoa solemnly. After taking a short pause, he said in a relaxed manner, at least it's better than charging in like a swarm of bees, right? There are benefits to charging in like a swarm of bees. At the very least, we will be able to maintain our momentum in one go. Aobashi put on a faint smile and said in a low voice, if we are discovered midway, our momentum will be weakened. This is also very important. Understood. Han Shoa nodded. After hesitating for a moment, he asked, if there really is a late-stage high god hunter in there, who on our side can handle him? Aobashi and Erebus both turned silent upon hearing those words. After a long while, Aobashi said, we have the advantage in numbers. We will surround him. Han Shoa put on a bitter smile and asked, even you can't do anything? We don't have enough time to ask for help from the city lord. But I believe that the first core should be able to trap him by releasing a boundary lock. Don't worry, there's nothing to be afraid of even if there is one," said Aobashi smilingly. She took a glance at Erebus and said in a low voice, "Besides, Erebus has a scroll that the city lord bestowed upon him. I know just how powerful that scroll is. If used at the critical moment, even a late-stage high god wouldn't be able to withstand it." Han Shuo knew that Aobashi must have considered that possibility. With that, he did not say anything else. He thought to himself, if the situation is unfavorable, I'll have no problem defending myself. While they were talking, Blightsore returned and said in a low voice, "Eugene has agreed. We can move now." Han Shuo stood up, waved his hand, and instructed, "Follow me. Tell your subordinates to be careful. Don't make any noise." Han Shuo flew straight down and landed at the entrance of the valley. Aobashi and the others turned around and gave instructions to their subordinates before they landed behind Han Shuo. There was a boundary right above the valley and the energy source was located at the center of the valley. As the distance was rather far, Andrina could not do anything about it. Therefore, they could only enter through the only entrance of the valley. Aobashi descended gracefully. Her body was as light as a willow catkin. The element of wind swirling around her made her look light and graceful. Han Shuo had long noticed that Aobashi cultivated in the energy of wind. Her fluttering fine hair carried the element of wind and formed a miniature domain of divinity. Not only was she extremely fast, she was also very elusive. That was a characteristic of a god cultivating in the energy of wind. Demon generals were already lurking in the dark. Han Shuo had been to the valley twice and knew every area like the back of his hand. The light morning fog was a hindrance to ordinary people, but he was secretly delighted. The light fog was a natural barrier to him, allowing him and the demon generals to hide even more stealthily. Han Shuo waved his hand and moved forward like an elusive ghost. He effortlessly evaded the bushes and shrubs without making the slightest sound. Aobashi followed closely behind Han Shuo. She looked at Han Shuo with a somewhat complicated gaze. She seemed to be rather astonished by Han Shuo's miraculous performance. She could not understand how this youngster who had just arrived in the City of Shadows possessed so many secrets. Behind Aobashi was Andrina. Behind Andrina were Blightsore and Erebus. Although Andrina's strength was slightly stronger than Aobashi's, as a god cultivating in the energy of wind, she was the most adept at flying. Lightness was her specialty. Therefore, it was Aobashi who left Andrina behind. None of the party spoke a word. They carefully observed their surroundings and followed closely behind Han Shuo as though he was walking into his own home. Gradually, the party started to believe what Han Shuo had said. They discovered that Han Shuo could navigate through the shrubs and ancient trees with great ease. It was as though he was taking a stroll in his own backyard. From his behavior, the party believed that Han Shuo knew this area like the back of his hand. Han Shuo's flying figure suddenly came to a halt. He turned around and gestured for the party to keep quiet. When they finally arrived next to Han Shuo, he pointed at a large tree in front of him and softly said, "There's an observer hiding above the third branch. Who's going to kill him?" "I'll do it." Aobashi drifted away like a wisp of a ghost in the shadows. All of a sudden, Aobashi appeared at the area Han Shuo pointed at. She lightly patted the branch with her fair, jade-like left hand. Crack! The tree shook slightly. The corners of Aobashi's mouth curled into a faint smile. She turned to Han Shuo and nodded, indicating that the job was done. Erebus and Blightsore were full of smiles. Their gazes when they looked at Han Shuo were filled with admiration. Aobashi's gesture proved that Han Shuo's judgment was correct and that the observer was indeed there. For Han Shuo to be able to detect a god hiding in a large tree, Blightsore and Erebus no longer had any doubts. "Not bad, kid." Erebus lightly hammered Han Shuo's shoulder and praised in a low voice. "Continue, follow me. Han Shoa calmly gestured at Aobashi from afar and continued moving forward. Another 7 god hunters were silently killed by the party. Those god hunters who thought that they had been hiding in the dark didn't even know when they were exposed until the very end. Han Shoa stopped again and said in a serious manner, "From here on out, there will be boundary towers and energy towers. Andrina, it's all up to you now. Don't worry, not a single message will be sent out from the energy towers." Andrina proudly replied. "All right then. Everyone, continue to be careful." Han Shoa nodded. As they walked deeper into the valley, he repeatedly pointed out the direction of the energy towers to Andrina. Sure enough, Andrina did not disappoint him. Every time she closed her eyes and paused for a moment, one of the energy towers would lose its function. Using this method, the party finally reached the deepest part of the valley. There was an enormous cold lake with murky water. The walls of the lake were filled with bottomless caves that looked like a beehive from afar. After a rough estimation, they found that there were dozens of them. Some of the caves had human figures in front of them, while others only revealed a small gap. "We're here!" Han Shoa cried in a low voice. Soon after, he bunched his brows and said, "The god hunters should be in those caves. It won't be easy to search through so many caves one by one. I'll leave it to you guys to decide what to do next." Han Shoa had perfectly accomplished his mission by leading the party to this place without alerting a single god hunter. There's something strange about this god hunter base. It's clearly different from the ones we've seen before. It seems that we've caught a big fish this time, hee. Erebus licked his lips and appeared rather excited. "Let's wait for everyone to arrive first," Aobashi said in a calm voice. Aobashi's expression was calm. She said in a low voice, "Brian, you have made a great contribution this time. I will report this to the city lord after this matter is over. The city lord will reward you accordingly. He will give you a great contribution. Let's not talk about this for now. Let's talk about it after we've annihilated those god hunters." Han Shoa wore an indifferent face. He did not show the slightest bit of emotion after hearing Aobashi's words. His cold eyes gazed at the caves and he secretly mobilized his demon generals. A few minutes later, the divine guards who were lagging behind quietly arrived. They kept a large distance from the lake and searched for hiding spots to observe the commotion at the lake. Andrina was brimming with killing intent. Her face was as cold as the lake not far away. She hatefully said, "I will kill every last one of them today. Those damned god hunters. There are too many caves. It's not practical to search through them one by one. We also don't know if there are any intersections. Should we go in?" Blightsore asked softly after a moment of silence. "Let Eugene come. It seems that the god hunters are all inside the caves. Eugene also has 100 divine guards. Perhaps the battle won't spread to the outside. Let's concentrate our forces," suggested Han Shoa after thinking for a moment. The party thought for a moment and nodded. When Blightsore saw that Han Shoa and the others were looking at him, he immediately came to a realization. He turned around and instructed a divine guard behind him, "Go back the way we came. Get Eugene and his men here." The divine guard did not say a word and hastily left. About 10 minutes later, Eugene arrived with his men. After taking a look at the caves, Eugene knew that Han Shoa's judgment was correct. This was definitely one of the god hunters' strongholds. Eugene was very curious about how Han Shoa and his party were able to sneak in undetected. However, he did not ask too many questions. Eugene rubbed his hands and said in a gloomy face, "What are we waiting for? Let's kill our way in. There are too many caves. It would be unwise to charge in without knowing the situation inside. Why don't we force them to come out and fight them outside? Since they are all inside the caves, we will be like a turtle in a jar. We won't have to worry about any tricks," suggested Erebus. It was obvious that the party felt that Erebus' idea was more feasible. Upon hearing those words, Aobashi, Blightsore, Han Shoa, and Andrina all nodded in agreement to Erebus' idea. First, disperse your men and guard the areas along the way. Then, we will force them out, instructed Aobashi. The divine guards dispersed and guarded the areas along the way. When everything was in order, Aobashi nodded and said to Erebus, "Get them out." Under the watchful eyes of the party, Erebus took out a pitch-black spear and infused his divine energy into it. The pitch-black spear transformed into a streak of black radiance and shot towards the largest cave. Boom! An earth-shattering explosion resounded in the valley. The spear pierced through the entrance of the cave, causing the rubble to fly everywhere. It was a huge commotion. Enemies! Oh no! What's going on? Panicked screams could be heard from the caves. In the blink of an eye, one figure after another appeared at the cave entrances. Those people had fierce and ruthless gazes. It was obvious that they were the god hunters they were looking for. "It's them," cried Blightsore in a deep voice. "Ranged attack!" shouted Aobashi. A gale so fierce that it seemed to be able to cleave a mountain apart suddenly arose. The gale charged at the caves. The whistling of the fierce wind was extremely ear-piercing, as if it wanted to tear one's eardrums. Everywhere it passed, ancient trees that were hundreds of meters tall were snapped, and the bushes looked as if they were cut by knives, sending grass and leaves flying everywhere. Grim Gale was extremely fast and ferocious. The sharpest of his attacks traversed hundreds of meters in the blink of an eye and penetrated into several caves. 2 god hunters were killed on the spot and 3 others were forcibly dragged out of the caves by Grim Gale. They fell unsteadily into the frigid lake below. The god hunters who were involuntarily falling towards the lake started shrieking in fear. Plop! 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 After 3 loud sounds, the bodies of 3 god hunters sank into the lake. 3 plumes of thick smoke rose from where they landed. Their miserable screams suddenly became even more shrill. Their bodies rapidly melted. Large chunks of skin and flesh fell off. In the blink of an eye, they had turned into 3 skeletons that sank into the lake. Everyone's faces jolted. Their eyes were filled with apprehension as they looked at the lake. Those who were about to charge into the cave immediately stopped in their tracks, fearing that they would be struck by the god hunters and fall into the lake. "Be careful of the lake." "Ranged attack," shouted Aobashi. Rays of light, bone spikes, and puffs of black smoke shot out from the dense shrubbery and trees towards the god hunters at the cave entrance. In the blink of an eye, a dozen or so god hunters were killed. 2 of them, who seemed to be trying to charge out, were struck midway and fell into the frigid pond. They were immediately reduced to skeletons. Han Shoa did not pay attention to the battle. Instead, he stared at the lake and said in a low voice, "The poison in the lake is exactly the same as the poison produced by the God Swamp Pharmacy in the City of Shadows. It seems that my guess is correct. The God Swamp Pharmacy is indeed related to the God Hunters. Brian, are you sure that the God Swamp Pharmacy's poison is in the lake?" Erebus' face turned dark and he hastily asked. "I have seen that poison before. I can't be wrong," replied Han Shoa resolutely. He glanced at Eugene, who was wearing an ugly expression, and said in a gloomy voice, "It seems that there's something fishy about the master of the God Swamp Pharmacy." "You are slandering me," Eugene retorted. "The God Swamp Pharmacy in the City of Shadows was created by Stice. What does it have to do with Hasling? Does Hasling have a head full of white hair but skin as clear as jade?" Han Shoa suddenly asked. "You have seen him. Hasling has always kept a low profile. How did you see him?" Eugene asked curiously. It couldn't be wrong, it was him. Han Shoa thought to himself. Chapter 742. All along, Han Shuo couldn't figure out the identity of the old man he had seen with his demon generals. But now, through Eugene, he was finally able to confirm that the old man was indeed the master of God Swamp Pharmacy, Hasling. From this, Han Shuo was certain that the God Swamp Pharmacy's deeds in the City of Shadows had gained Hasling's approval. Ever since Han Shuo exposed the God Swamp Pharmacy's deeds in the City of Shadows, Han Shuo and Hasling had formed an irreconcilable grudge. Now that the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy had replaced the God Swamp Pharmacy in the City of Shadows, it meant that the feud between the two was growing. Even if Han Shuo didn't want to deal with the God Swamp Pharmacy, Hasling wouldn't let him off the hook. With that in mind, Han Shuo would destroy the God Swamp Pharmacy at all costs and get rid of Hasling. Eugene, Hasling is definitely colluding with the God Hunters. You really need to see his true colors. Han Shuo sneered. Eugene, obviously, didn't take Han Shuo's warning to heart. He merely let out a low groan and expressed his disdain for Han Shuo's words. He still believed that Han Shuo was maliciously slandering Hasling. It seemed that Han Shuo and Hasling had a pretty good relationship. The battle was still ongoing. With Aobashi in the lead, the group launched attacks at the God Hunters in the caves. Another 6 God Hunters who had revealed themselves at the cave entrances were bombarded by Aobashi and the others. All of you, retreat. A low roar came from the largest cave. The God Hunters who were trying to rush out of the cave immediately shrank back into the cave upon hearing the roar. They even used the walls of the cave to block the entrance. With that, Aobashi and the others lost their targets and couldn't kill the God Hunters. It's Bravst. He's in there. Erebus softly cried out. He seemed rather excited. All the God Hunters have entered the cave. What do we do now? Blightsore turned his head and asked Aobashi. There's an intersection between the caves. Han Shuo closed his eyes and stealthily infiltrated the cave with a few demon generals. He suddenly shouted, there's an exit inside but it's very narrow. The God Hunters are retreating. Having witnessed their performance earlier, Aobashi and the others no longer doubted Han Shuo's words. Their expressions slightly changed. Aobashi hastily instructed, leave 20 men on each side to guard the entrance. The rest will enter the cave. It wasn't easy to chase them all this way. We can't let them escape. Got it. Blightsore immediately agreed. He turned to Aobashi and nodded, shouting, let's go. Eugene also gave an order and led his subordinates into the cave. Angelina's figure flickered as she took the lead and rushed out, with Han Shuo following closely behind. Aobashi, Erebus, Blightsore, and Eugene shot out from 4 different directions. One shadow after another streaked across the sky, heading straight for the cave behind the lake. In an instant, more than 100 figures landed on top of the cold pond, only a step away from those caves. As soon as he finished those words, the gravitational force around the lake suddenly increased by 100-fold. Everyone above the lake slowed down. It was at this moment that many God Hunters suddenly appeared at the cave entrances. They attacked the people above the lake who were affected by the 100-fold gravity. It was at this moment that many God Hunters suddenly appeared at the cave entrances. They attacked the people above the lake who were affected by the 100-fold gravity. Everyone was greatly affected by the 100-fold gravity. Not only did they slow down, but they also had to expend tens of times more divine energy to maintain flight. In such a state, a dozen or so of them were caught off guard and fell into the lake. Blood-curdling screams could be heard from the mouths of those who fell into the lake. In the blink of an eye, a dozen or so new skeletons were added to the lake. The dozens of people who were left behind swiftly attacked the God Hunters at the cave entrances. Several of the God Hunters were killed and their corpses fell into the lake. Stop them. Bravst, who had a bulky body, appeared at the largest cave entrance. He wore a malevolent expression. Beside him, Gallas, who cultivated in the Edict of Darkness, and Talon, who cultivated in the Edict of Death, also stepped forward. The three turned their gazes to Andrina and immediately attacked Andrina together. They paid no heed to Aobashi, Eugene, and the others. Andrina was the first to rush out and was the closest to the three. She was caught unprepared by the sudden attack from the three. Her palms blossomed with light. She seemed to have turned into a large piece of transparent crystal in midair as she resisted the combined attacks of the three. Attack Bravst and the others! Han Shuo roared. He raised his left hand and the green phosphorus gravel he refined before coming to Elysium flew towards Bravst, Eugene, and Eugene like stars. Aobashi and Erebus, the two from the City of Shadows, hastily attacked Bravst, Eugene, and Eugene. Aobashi's fine black hair fluttered in the wind. A high-speed tornado instantly took shape and spun towards the cave entrance. Erebus thrust the jet-black spear in his hand. A streak of black lightning shot out like a swimming dragon. The three who were attacking with all their might to kill Andrina had no choice but to temporarily halt their barrage of attacks. They hastily defended against Aobashi and Erebus attacks and deployed multiple layers of boundaries around the cave entrance. "Ha!" the three exclaimed at the same time. They suddenly discovered that specks of green phosphorus gravel fell into the cave and ignited everything it touched. Talon accidentally touched a few specks of green phosphorus gravel and her body started burning. The oily green flames were extremely vicious and charred her body in the blink of an eye. Han Shuo's green phosphorus gravel was released before Aobashi. Bravst, Eugene, and Eugene thought nothing of Han Shuo's green phosphorus gravel. Their boundaries were only deployed to stop Aobashi and Erebus. Therefore, they allowed the green phosphorus gravel to invade their cave. They believed that the attacks of a minor character like Han Shuo wouldn't affect them. It was only when the green phosphorus gravel started burning inside the cave that they realized something was wrong. What kind of damned fire is this? Why can't it be extinguished? Arg! That bastard! I'm going to kill him! Talon cried out in pain. It seemed that she had been tormented by the green phosphorus gravel. When Bravst and Galas saw that even Talon couldn't immediately extinguish the oily green specks, they were startled. They hastily retreated into the cave and temporarily gave up on attacking Andrina. Andrina immediately relaxed. She took advantage of the gap and leaped to the entrance of a cave. She was the first one to cross the lake. As the cave where Bravst and the other two god hunters were staying was constantly burning with green phosphorus sand, Angelina did not choose to stay there. Instead, she went to the cave where the three mid-gods were staying. As soon as she entered, she started a massacre. She showed no mercy. The three god hunters were all dragged into the frigid pond by her little hand. Very quickly, 3 god hunters were reduced to bones. Angelina took a quick glance and flew towards another cave entrance. She purposely chose an area with the highest concentration of god hunters. As soon as she arrived, she grabbed them with her tiny hands and tossed them into the lake. In just a short while, 7 more god hunters were tossed into the lake. Without Bravst and the others hindering them, Aobashi, Erebus, and the others managed to cross the frigid pond. These high god experts specifically targeted the densely populated god hunter caves. Miserable shrieks sounded from the caves as a dozen or so god hunters were killed in an instant. With that, the divine guards above the lake were relieved. They safely crossed the lake and entered the caves. Everyone, spread out and searched the caves one by one. Aobashi shouted. She turned to Han Shuo and asked, "Brian, can you point out where Bravst, Galas, and Galas are?" "No problem. Follow me." Talon's body was still burning with the green phosphorus sand. Han Shuo would not let her go just by the smell alone. Andrina, Aobashi, and Erebus immediately followed after Han Shuo. Blightsor, who had just crossed the lake, did not hesitate and followed after them. Eugene of Hushvale City let out a light groan but did not follow them. Instead, he entered another cave and started searching alone. Be careful, there might be late-stage high god experts in the cave. Han Shuo loudly reminded and led the way. The passageway was narrow and there were more and more forks in the road. Han Shuo took the lead. The few scattered god hunters they encountered along the way were all killed by the few of them. When they reached the center of the mountain, they suddenly saw an enormous, sparkling, and translucent cave. The cave was filled with sparkling energy crystals that illuminated it with a dazzling radiance. There were many small passageways that extended in all directions. At the center, there was an enormous passageway that led deep into the ground. A few god hunters who were approaching from a distance hurriedly entered the passageway that led deep into the ground. There should be an exit there. Han Shuo pointed at the cave and explained. Let's go. Aobashi did not hesitate and was the first to rush into the cave. Aobashi was the first to go down. Erebus followed her without hesitation. On the other hand, Angelina, who had been leading the charge, hesitated for a moment. She only followed after Han Shuo when she saw him rush down, and Swift Wind was the last to land. They fell 1,000 meters into the cave. It was so dark that they couldn't even see their own fingers. Other than Erebus, who cultivated in the energy of darkness, Han Shuo was the only one who could barely see the surroundings. The cave walls were pitch black and seemed to lead deep into the ground. After observing for a moment, Han Shuo discovered that Andrina's eyes were sparkling like energy crystals. Han Shuo immediately knew that Andrina could see clearly as well. Aobashi and Blightsor continued descending. After descending for an unknown period of time, the party's feet suddenly touched solid ground. Han Shuo lowered his head and saw an enormous palace that covered tens of thousands of square meters. It was built in an ancient and solemn manner. Energy towers were scattered in every corner of the palace. However, they did not emit any light. The god hunters were running around like headless flies. It seemed as though they couldn't find a way out. All of a sudden, an enormous pressure filled the space between heaven and earth. It was as though a mountain was pressing down on the party, making it hard for them to breathe. A boundless aura came from nowhere. It carried an aura of eternity, as though it was a galaxy that had existed for a very long time and would never be extinguished. In the pitch-black space, the silhouette of a 3,000-meter-tall giant gradually emerged. His enormous body filled the valley. His green eyes were like two crescent moons hanging in midair as he coldly looked down at the party above the palace. "You actually found this place," an aged voice softly sounded from the giant's mouth and reverberated in the space. "Who are you?" Erebus asked in a deep voice. "Since you are here, don't even think of leaving alive." The giant waved his hand. A world-destroying energy instantly filled every corner of the space. The energy of death and darkness in Han Shuo's body were suddenly sealed. He couldn't use even the slightest bit of divine energy. Han Shuo was greatly alarmed. When he raised his head, all he could see was a hazy silhouette of a lofty mountain and a pair of green eyes that resembled crescent moons. All of a sudden, Han Shuo felt that this scene was very familiar. It was as though he had encountered such a situation before. After pondering for a moment, Han Shuo's expression abruptly changed. He finally recalled where and when he had encountered such a scene. Back in the cemetery of death on Profound Continent, when the evil god was about to brand his soul mark on the second altar, Han Shuo felt as though his mind was being hacked into pieces. Back then, in a trance, Han Shuo saw a pitch-black, boundless space in his mind. In the haze, he saw the silhouette of a 3,000-meter-tall giant appearing in the void, looking down at him with a pair of green eyes that resembled crescent moons. "Surrender, there will be no pain, and you will gain eternal life." The 3,000-meter-tall giant kept repeating these words in Han Shuo's mind, trying to make him submit to him. Back then, as they were separated by a great distance of material planes and the 3,000-meter-tall giant was merely a thought, Han Shuo was able to resist the giant's will. However, this time, the 3,000-meter-tall giant was not an illusion, and the words he spoke were not thoughts. It was only when facing this incomparably terrifying existence that Han Shuo realized that the previous experience was nothing compared to this. "Submit to me, or die," the 3,000-meter-tall giant bellowed. His voice was strangely bewitching. "Who the hell are you?" Although Aobashi couldn't see her surroundings clearly, the pair of enormous green eyes still glowed faintly. They set off the giant's enormous body, making him look incomparably mysterious and powerful. "You don't need to know," the giant said in a low voice. "This is your last chance. Do you want to live or die?" "I want to live," Erebus suddenly shouted and threw out a scroll. The boundless darkness in the area was instantly affected by the scroll. An incomparably enormous energy wave suddenly surged out from the scroll, converged into a single point, and shot at the 3,000-meter-tall giant. "You're courting death." The 3,000-meter-tall giant waved his hand and the scroll Erebus threw out shattered with a crack. A ray of light shot out from his left eye and struck Erebus. Erebus let out a miserable howl and was sent flying far away. Before coming here, Han Shuo had repeatedly asked Aobashi and Erebus about how to deal with a late-stage low-god expert. But judging from the current situation, Erebus didn't even have the strength to fight back. Chapter 743. My Tian was struck by a beam of light, and no one knew if he was still alive or not. The terrifying strength of the giant left everyone helpless. In this pitch-black space, the giant's green eyes looked down and said in a low voice, "If you don't submit, only death awaits you." Seeing that the giant was about to attack again, Han Shuo's expression changed, and he decided to immediately use blood escape to escape. He couldn't care less about the safety of the people around him. Glancing at Andrina one last time, he felt extremely uncomfortable. If it was possible, Han Shuo would certainly be willing to take her with him, but unfortunately, he was powerless. Just as he was about to use blood escape to escape, Han Shuo suddenly discovered that Andrina's body was glowing with a bright light. A sparkling and translucent energy stone flew out from her chest, and inside that energy stone was a blurry figure. Upon closer inspection, Han Shuo discovered that the blurry silhouette inside the energy crystal was exactly the same as the 3,000-meter-tall giant in the darkness. Although the pair of green eyes were much smaller, the expression in the green eyes was exactly the same as the crescent moon-shaped green eyes above his head. "Andrina, you dare!" The giant actually recognized Andrina. When he saw that sparkling and translucent energy stone fly out from her chest, his voice was a little hurried, as if he was worried about something. Andrina's eyes sparkled as she stared at the energy stone in her hand. An extremely mysterious energy came out of the energy stone, and a crack appeared on the energy stone. Then, with a "kacha" sound, the entire energy stone shattered. When Han Shuo raised his head, he discovered that the 3,000-meter-tall giant's figure was also sparkling with light. An ear-piercing shriek came from his mouth. Dazzling light abruptly filled every corner of the space. It was so dazzling that one couldn't open their eyes. The light disappeared in a flash. By the time everyone got used to it, they realized that the 3,000-meter-tall giant had disappeared. Light returned to this space, but it seemed like the world had collapsed. There were many shattered stones on the ground. Andrina's body swayed and suddenly fell backwards. Han Shuo was shocked and quickly went to support Andrina. However, he saw that her little face was pale and without any trace of blood. She had also fainted. She was still holding the shattered power gem in both of her hands. The lines on her palms were cracked, as if someone had sliced them open with a knife. Even the bones of her hands were exposed. In the pitch-black depths of the underground, the surrounding energy towers emitted cracking sounds before collapsing with a loud rumble. "What's going on?" Blitzer asked Han Shuo in confusion, still in a state of shock. "I don't know either. It looks like Andrina did something. Anyway, that guy disappeared into thin air." Han Shuo, who was carrying the fainted Andrina, suddenly recalled that Andrina seemed rather hesitant when they first descended. Han Shuo wondered if it was because she knew that something like this would happen. Han Shuo took out a large amount of crystal coins from his space ring and stuffed them into Andrina's mouth in a flustered manner. He said in a low voice, "You'll be fine. I won't let anything happen to you." Although he hadn't known Andrina for a long time, Han Shuo had developed a tacit understanding with her. He was very fond of this mysterious little girl. If Han Shuo could have predicted that this would happen, he definitely wouldn't have brought her along. Seeing that Andrina's injuries were even more serious than before, Han Shuo felt very uncomfortable. "Brian, what are you doing? Are you crazy? Why did you force the crystal coins into Andrina's mouth? She has already fainted. Are you trying to choke her to death?" Aobashi, who was examining Erebus's injuries, thought that Han Shuo had been confused by Andrina's injuries. Naturally, she didn't know that Andrina could use energy crystals to recover. Han Shuo didn't pay any attention to her. He kept stuffing crystal coins into Andrina's mouth. He didn't care that Aobashi and the others were still around. Unfortunately, the fainted Andrina couldn't chew and the crystal coins could only be stuffed into her mouth. She couldn't feel anything and couldn't use this method to recover. The impatient Andrina hastily took out the crystal coins he stuffed into Andrina's mouth and paced back and forth with Andrina in his arms. Suddenly, Han Shuo had an idea. He instantly flew to a damaged energy tower, filled it with crystal coins, and placed Andrina at the center of the energy tower. There was a magical formation at the center of the energy tower that could extract energy crystals. As soon as the crystal coins were filled, the energy tower suddenly lit up. Andrina was in the center of the energy crystal extraction area. Her body automatically absorbed the energy that was leaking out. In an instant, the energy in Han Shuo's several hundred black crystal coins was completely absorbed. As soon as Han Shuo saw that this method was working, he began to fill the hundreds of thousands of black crystal coins in his space ring with all his might. The energy extracted from the crystal coins were all absorbed by Andrina's body. Her pale face gradually regained some color. His tense expression loosened. Han Shuo didn't dare to stop. He took out all the crystal coins he had and stuffed them into the center of the energy tower. After a while, when all his black crystal coins were used up, Andrina regained her breathing and heartbeat. Although she was still unconscious, Han Shuo noticed that her body was using the energy she had just absorbed to repair her body. Han Shuo had seen this situation before. Last time, Andrina was seriously injured by Bravst and the other two. She had asked him for a lot of black crystal coins and consumed them. Her body had been in this state when she fell into a coma. Han Shuo finally heaved a sigh of relief. The energy tower was no longer flashing. All the energy had been absorbed by Andrina. After carrying Andrina out of the energy tower, Han Shuo walked to the panic-stricken Aobashi and asked in a low voice, "How is Erebus?" "He's not dead yet, but his condition is very serious. That energy has been destroying Erebus's divine body. Erebus has no chance to fight back. At this rate, only death awaits Erebus," said Aobashi anxiously. Suddenly, she shrieked, "By the way, Brian, aren't you a pharmacist? I heard from Erebus that you have saved Carmelita twice and that you have some unique healing techniques. Come and take a look." "I'll try my best," replied Han Shuo in a deep voice. As he walked towards Erebus, he placed his hand on Erebus' back. He discovered that there was indeed a bizarre energy inside Erebus' body. That energy carried a hint of the Edict of Destruction. However, it was significantly different from the destruction divine energy inside the bodies of high gods, mid-gods, and low gods that Han Shuo had seen before. The divine energy inside Erebus' body appeared extremely ruthless and overbearing. It was as though it was unreasonable and unreasonable. Wherever that energy passed, Erebus' divine body could not fight back at all. His bones cracked and shattered. It was as though all the cells in his body were being destroyed. It was somewhat similar to Avery's divine energy in Carmelita's body. However, compared to this energy, Avery's divine energy was simply not worth mentioning. When Han Shuo placed his hand on Erebus' back and used demonic yuan to probe the situation inside Erebus' body, that energy carrying a hint of the Edict of Destruction rushed towards Han Shuo's demonic yuan in Erebus' body. It seemed as though it was trying to mince every bit of energy inside Erebus' body. Han Shuo was shocked and hastily withdrew the demonic yuan in Erebus' body. However, it seemed that he was a little too late. That energy flowed through Han Shuo's palm and flowed from Erebus' body to Han Shuo. In an instant, Erebus' body no longer contained that energy. Han Shuo, on the other hand, was sweating profusely. His extended left hand made cracking noises as his bones and meridians were shattered by the impact of that energy. "Brian, what's going on?" Aobashi hastily asked. She saw that Erebus' face had turned for the better while Han Shuo looked as though he had seen a ghost. "That energy has been drawn into my body." Han Shuo growled with an ugly expression. "Ah!" Aobashi shrieked. She knew how powerful and domineering that energy was. If even Erebus' divine body could not withstand it, then wouldn't Han Shuo die even faster? "Don't worry about me, Aobashi. Just take good care of Andrina for me." Han Shuo hastily shouted. He tossed Andrina to Aobashi and immediately sat cross-legged on the ground. Crack crack. Han Shuo's left hand continued to make cracking noises. Aobashi saw that the veins on Han Shuo's left hand were rupturing one after another. The ruptured veins looked like earthworms as they spat out streams of blood. Han Shuo's condition was extremely bizarre. Aobashi was dumbfounded. She wanted to help Han Shuo but did not know how to do it. She stretched out her hand to catch Andrina that Han Shuo tossed to her and stood there motionlessly. "I don't think Brian will be able to survive this." Blightsor came to Aobashi's side and said in a low voice, "If it weren't for Brian and Andrina, I don't think any of us would have been able to leave this place alive. I just checked. There are still a few passages here. Those god hunters must have seized the opportunity to escape." Aobashi's pretty face was filled with anxiety. However, there was nothing she could do to help Han Shuo. All she could do was watch as his left arm was bleeding profusely and his veins ruptured. Gradually, the ruptures on his left arm extended to his shoulder. Aobashi cried out, "What do we do? What do we do? Brian is in such a state because he tried to save Erebus. What should we do? My condolences. Even Erebus couldn't hold on. Brian is even more hopeless." Blightsor sighed and said, "I really did not expect things to turn out this way. We have underestimated those god hunters all this time. Cut the crap, you two. Who said I won't survive?" Han Shuo, who was beside them, was bitterly resisting the invasion of the energy. He was infuriated to hear the two constantly saying that he was going to die. "You can still talk." Aobashi cried out in surprise. She hastily asked, "Brian, how do you think I should help you? Take Andrina and Erebus out of here. Don't be an eyesore. In short, don't let me see you. I won't die so easily." Han Shuo instructed. "You are already in such a state. How can we leave now?" Blightsor, of course, wouldn't blame Han Shuo for yelling and screaming. He said in a deep voice, "Besides, those god hunters might come back. When that time comes, there will be no one around. Wouldn't you be dead? You two, please leave first. I won't blame you." Han Shuo shrieked, "Aobashi, I saved Erebus and Andrina saved everyone. Please don't disturb my mind." Aobashi was stunned. She looked at Han Shuo with an extremely strange gaze. After staring blankly for a long while, when she saw that Han Shuo was still nagging them to leave and his tone was getting more and more impolite, she fiercely stomped her foot and shouted, "I don't care. I hope I can live to see you again. Brian, Blightsore, will remember this favor. Blightsore solemnly said. He grabbed Erebus and Aobashi and left together. Seeing that Aobashi and Blightsore had completely disappeared, Han Shoa could no longer suppress his anger. He gnashed his teeth and said, "Damn it, come at me. Let's see if you can really kill me." The energy in Han Shoa's arm was instantly released into his limbs and bones. Without any restraint, that energy traveled at an extremely fast speed throughout Han Shoa's body. Crack. Crack. Crack, crisp sounds kept coming from within Han Shoa's body. If Aobashi and Blightsore were here, they would definitely see that Han Shoa's skin and flesh were torn and his body was drenched in blood. He looked as ferocious as one could imagine. Activating the invincible omen body, every cell in Han Shoa's body was brimming with energy. His body suddenly became extremely tough. The broken tendons and veins in his arm were reconnecting at a speed visible to the naked eye. His bones were also reassembling. If Aobashi and Blightsore were here, they would definitely be shocked by what they saw. In just a short while, his left arm that was in a terrible state just a moment ago had recovered to its original state. Not a single scar could be seen. The cracking sounds continued in his body. His tendons and veins were ruptured and his bones were shattered. Then, he activated the invincible omen body. The broken tendons and bones were reconnecting and reassembling at a crazy speed. Gradually, the energy that was rampaging in Han Shoa's body grew weaker and weaker. The speed at which it flowed also became slower and slower. Master, absorb that energy and fuse it with your avatar that cultivates in the Edict of Destruction. This energy actually has its own consciousness. Its consciousness will be greatly beneficial to your avatar. Cauldron Spirit suddenly shouted in Han Shoa's consciousness. Han Shoa was astonished. He did not expect that energy to have its own consciousness. No wonder it was so hard to deal with. This energy indeed contains the divine energy of destruction, but it's a little different from the divine energy in an ordinary god's body. I'm not sure if my avatar can devour it. Moreover, the consciousness of this energy is to destroy everything. My avatar might not be able to withstand it. Han Shoa's avatar might be able to handle this energy, but his avatar did not cultivate in demonic arts. He had no confidence in being able to withstand it. Master, guide that power to me. I'll refine the autonomous consciousness inside it. After that, your avatar will be fine. Cauldron Spirit immediately replied. Han Shoa was overjoyed. Since Cauldron Spirit was able to refine even divine souls, it shouldn't be a problem for it to refine this consciousness energy. Han Shoa, who was used to borrowing Cauldron Spirit's energy, used Invincible Omen Body to force the weakened energy and guided it to Cauldron Spirit bit by bit. Although this energy had its own consciousness, it was very straightforward. As soon as it saw that other areas could not be destroyed, it flowed towards the exit that Han Shoa had prepared for it. Han Shoa's body relaxed and the energy flowed from his body to the Cauldron of Myriad Demon. Suddenly, the Cauldron of Myriad Demon started rotating gently in Han Shoa's body. The demon generals in the Cauldron of Myriad Demon began to dance and twirl around the energy in a miraculous trajectory, slowly digesting the consciousness of the energy. There were more than 20 divine souls trapped inside the Cauldron of Myriad Demon. Those divine souls were the divine souls of the recently deceased god hunters and divine guards that Han Shoa collected before entering the cave. It appeared that the Cauldron Spirit had not had the time to refine these divine souls into demon generals. That was why they were trapped in this form. The demons inside the Cauldron of Myriad Demon danced. Streaks of black radiance shot towards the energy. The demon generals were interfering with the consciousness of the energy. A wisp of green smoke drifted out from the walls of the Cauldron of Myriad Demon and suddenly shot into the body of the energy that was entangled by the demon generals. The energy that was immobilized by the demon generals suddenly began to struggle violently, as though it knew that its time was up. The wisp of green smoke swayed for a moment, as though it had completely taken over the consciousness of the energy. Gradually, the demon generals flew out one after another and settled down on the walls of the cauldron of myriad demon. The energy that Han Shuo sent into the cauldron spirit had completely settled down. It was guided by the cauldron spirit into his avatar of destruction that was sitting inside the cauldron of myriad demon. Master, there are no more problems. I have forcibly reversed the consciousness of the energy. You can now fuse it with your avatar. It was at this moment that the cauldron spirit transmitted a message to Han Shuo's consciousness. Han Shuo was overjoyed. His main consciousness completely relaxed and the energy slowly flowed into his avatar inside the cauldron of myriad demon. As soon as the energy entered Han Shuo's body, his avatar started to absorb it using the devouring method that god hunters usually used. It started to fuse with the energy bit by bit. During this process, the avatar's mind also intermittently received some information. The information came from the self-consciousness of the power, and all of it was related to the mysteries of the laws of destruction. Among them were the complete cultivation and usage methods of the orb of destruction. The cauldron spirit was indeed marvelous. After being refined by Han Shuo, the energy showed no signs of resistance and cooperatively fused with Han Shuo's avatar. Han Shuo felt that the divine energy of destruction in his body was rapidly increasing every second. The feeling of energy filling every corner of his body was as though Han Shuo's avatar was borrowing the energy of the cauldron spirit. But Han Shuo knew that the constantly increasing divine energy of his avatar would forever become a part of his body. It would not be like the cauldron spirit's energy, where his body would not be able to withstand it. The miraculous realization was immediately reflected in the mind of his avatar. Suddenly, the divine energy in his body violently revolved and began to compress in a certain trajectory. Just like how he condensed the orb of destruction using the divine energy of destruction, the divine energy in his body rapidly condensed. A breakthrough. Han Shuo was overjoyed. He knew that this avatar of destruction was about to advance to mid-god. Chapter 744. The avatar cultivating in the cauldron of myriad demon that cultivated in the edict of destruction had successfully ascended to mid-god realm with the help of a strand of bizarre energy. What delighted Han Shuo even more was that the strand of energy was still fusing with him. That strand of energy continued to fuse with Han Shuo even after he became an early-stage mid-god of destruction. His body continued to expand. His understanding of the edict of destruction gradually fused with the soul of his avatar. During this process, Han Shuo's shattered meridians and bones were rapidly reconnecting and reassembling. Popping noises could be heard from his body. It was as though firecrackers were being set off inside his body. Anyone who saw it would surely be startled. In this state, the concept of time was often very indifferent. He didn't even know how much time had passed. He only heard a series of crisp sounds vibrating in every part of his body, and his whole body involuntarily swayed along with the crisp sounds. It looked extremely strange. Congratulations, Master. Your body has been strengthened once again. It seems that you have truly cultivated your invincible omen body to the second realm. Cauldron Spirit's voice sounded in Han Shuo's consciousness. Han Shuo was jolted awake from the silence. He shook his head from side to side. His neck was emitting crisp and clear creaking noises. It was as though he was a precise instrument that was operating at a special rhythm. Gradually, the creaking noises from his body completely disappeared. Han Shuo grinned and asked Cauldron Spirit, "You are saying that I can automatically regenerate my invincible omen body without borrowing your energy?" "Yes. Not only that, as your body has been strengthened once again, you can borrow my energy for a longer period of time," Cauldron Spirit explained. "Ha, very good, very good." Han Shuo was overjoyed. Inside the cauldron of myriad demon, Han Shuo's avatar that cultivated in the edict of destruction was still meditating. His tough and resilient body was repairing itself. After an indeterminate period of time, Han Shuo raised his head and looked around. He saw that the enormous underground palace was completely empty. Large chunks of rubble were strewn all over the place. The rocks were dark purple in color and looked as black as charcoal in the dim underground. The energy towers in the surroundings had all collapsed. The palace at the center was riddled with holes from the rubble. It had long lost its original solemnity and dignity. Blitzer and Aobashi must have carefully inspected the place before they left. There shouldn't be anything special that they missed. He circled the area a few times but did not find anything of value. The palaces and energy towers here were all made of stone. At a glance, there were only broken and scattered stones everywhere. There was nothing else. Now that this place had been discovered and the god hunters had long escaped, Han Shuo, who had recovered from his injuries, felt that there was no need to stay any longer after seeing that he couldn't find anything of value. He immediately flew back up the path he came from. After traversing through the pitch-black tunnel, Han Shuo arrived at the entrance of the descent. His demon generals were still roaming around the caverns as per Han Shuo's orders. However, those caverns were completely empty. Be it the divine guards or god hunters of the three cities, they had all vanished without a trace. Arriving above the cold pond, Han Shuo lowered his head and peeked at the bottom of the pond. He felt that the gravity had returned to normal, so he slowly descended. Looking at the jet-black pond water, he frowned and pondered for a moment. Then, he took out a medicine bottle and poured some of the pond water into it. Han Shuo softly exclaimed. He carefully observed the pond water in the medicine bottle for a moment. When he looked at the jet-black pond water again, his eyes were filled with astonishment. Han Shuo had a lingering fear towards the poison produced by God Swamp Pharmacy. Even a mid-god would be instantly melted after falling into the pond water. The intense corrosive properties of the pond water made Han Shuo extremely fearful of it. Originally, Han Shuo had thought that the pond water had been filled with a large amount of poison for it to be so terrifyingly corrosive. But now that he thought about it carefully, he felt that something wasn't quite right. The pond occupied an enormous area and the water was bottomless. How much poison would have been wasted to make the pond water so corrosive? Based on Han Shuo's observations of the god's medicine, this kind of poison appeared to be very precious even in their hands. It seemed that the process of refining it was extremely difficult. Based on Han Shuo's estimation, for the frigid pond to have such a strong corrosive effect, it would require at least several tons of poison to dissolve. However, to pour so many precious poisons into this frigid lake just to form a weak barrier, was there something wrong with the god hunter's head? Han Shuo felt that something wasn't quite right. He split off a strand of his consciousness to carefully observe the pond water in the medicine bottle. All of a sudden, Han Shuo discovered that although the pond water contained the same poison, it wasn't as potent as the poison produced by God Swamp Pharmacy. After thinking about it carefully, Han Shuo came to a strange conclusion. Could it be that the God Swamp Pharmacy's poison was extracted from the pond water? As soon as this sudden thought entered Han Shuo's mind, he felt that it was highly possible. When he looked at the jet-black pond water again, he couldn't help but be astonished. After hesitating for a moment, Han Shuo extended his left index finger and dripped a drop of pond water onto his left index finger. A wisp of smoke immediately emerged from Han Shuo's index finger. An intense corrosive energy invaded every cell and bone in Han Shuo's index finger, as though it was trying to dissolve his hand into a puddle of blood. Sensing the terrifying destructive power of the corrosive energy, Invincible Omen Body automatically mobilized the demonic yuan in Han Shuo's body. As soon as the drop of pond water dripped onto his index finger, Han Shuo's demonic yuan immediately formed layers of defensive energy to resist the corrosive energy. His demonic yuan was rapidly depleting. Sizzle. Sizzle. The smoke on his finger grew thicker and darker. Under the effect of Invincible Omen Body, Han Shuo expended some of his demonic yuan to dissolve the corrosive energy. The ruptured cells on his finger regenerated and soon, his finger was as good as new. What a powerful corrosive energy. It's 100 times more terrifying than the strongest acid. Han Shuo was shocked. Those divine guards and god hunters who fell into the pond would have their entire bodies subjected to the corrosive energy. Their divine energy would be completely depleted in a short period of time. That was why they would turn into bones and eventually blood that would be absorbed into the pond. Now that Han Shuo had his guard up and his invincible omen body was extremely miraculous, a single drop of pond water wouldn't be able to harm him. This is truly the best medicine for silencing witnesses and destroying evidence. Han Shuo sighed in amazement. He took out an enormous medicine bottle from his space ring and started filling it with the pond water. He was going to take his time to study it. The terrifying corrosive energy contained in the pond water was not only suitable for destroying corpses, but it could also greatly increase the destructive power of some malicious demonic treasures. Since Han Shuo dared to devour the divine energy of others, he wasn't prejudiced against this kind of poison. If the God Swamp Pharmacy hadn't attacked him beforehand, Han Shuo wouldn't have cared about what the God Swamp Pharmacy was doing. He might even have secretly purchased some of the poison from the God Swamp Pharmacy. To achieve one's goal by hook or by crook had always been Han Shuo's motto. He was delighted to see his prey and filled a few large medicine bottles with the pond water. It seems like the God Swamp Pharmacy also extracted the poison from the lake water here. You've really gotten lucky this time. But why would the pond become like this? Han Shuo was puzzled. The pond wouldn't become like this for no reason. There must be a reason. After hesitating for a moment, Han Shuo decided to investigate the pond. The corrosive power of the pond water was astonishing. If he were to recklessly enter without mastering the invincible omen body, his entire body would have to endure the terrifying corrosive power. After testing the effects of that drop of water, Han Shuo didn't think that his demonic yuan would be enough to support his entire body in the pond. Han Shuo first tried throwing metal, glass, and crystal coins into the cold pond. He discovered that the corrosive power of the pond water only seemed to have such a terrifying corrosive power towards flesh and blood, and didn't seem to be too affected by the corrosive power of the pond water for cold, inanimate objects like glass. Han Shuo had experimented with demon generals before and discovered that the corrosive energy of the pond water seemed to have an effect on demon generals as well. Although it wasn't as obvious as it was on flesh and blood, the demon generals were extremely afraid of falling into the pond. The corrosive energy of the pond water seemed to have an effect on all living creatures. After pondering for a moment, Han Shuo took out the demonic jade flame shuttle. With a thought, the demonic jade flame shuttle flew into the pond. The demonic jade flame shuttle was a demonic treasure refined by Han Shuo. It did not have any signs of life. Although it would still be affected by the corrosive energy of the pond water, it was completely bearable for the demonic jade flame shuttle. Without demon generals attached to the demonic jade flame shuttle, Han Shuo couldn't clearly see the situation at the bottom of the pond. He could only sense that the pond water was extremely deep. Han Shuo, who couldn't clearly see the bottom of the pond after drifting for a while with the demonic jade flame shuttle, found nothing. He had no choice but to take out the demonic jade flame shuttle from the bottom of the pond. "Master, let me do it," Cauldron Spirit suddenly transmitted to Han Shuo's mind. Han Shuo stared blankly for a moment before he worriedly asked, "I have tried many times. The corrosive energy of the pond water is effective on all living creatures. Even demon generals wouldn't dare to fall into it. Will you be alright? As a demonic treasure, this kind of corrosive energy can't do anything to me. If I had tens of thousands of demon generals in my cauldron, I wouldn't be afraid of corrosive energy 100 times stronger than this." Cauldron Spirit proudly replied. It was only after hearing those words that Han Shuo recalled that Cauldron Spirit was a demonic treasure. As the #1 demonic weapon in Gu Tianxie's possession and a demonic token worshipped by all demonic cultivators, even though it was greatly weakened, the corrosive energy of the pond water shouldn't be able to harm it. "Alright. Be careful and see if there are any oddities in the pond. I have a feeling that there must be a special reason why the pond water possesses such strong corrosive energy. It can't be formed out of thin air. Han Shuo nodded after thinking for a moment. With one thought, Cauldron Spirit slowly flew out from Han Shuo's body and automatically descended into the pond. Chapter 745. When Cauldron Spirit entered the lake, Han Shuo was a little nervous. Then, he received a message from Cauldron Spirit, "Master, don't worry. I'm fine." Han Shuo was relieved after hearing Cauldron Spirit's reassurance. As soon as Cauldron Spirit entered the lake, Han Shuo could clearly see the situation at the bottom of the lake through Cauldron Spirit. After descending for a while, Han Shuo arrived at the bottom of the lake. A dozen or so jet-black specks of light were constantly emitting faint light at the bottom of the lake. Cauldron Spirit circled around the bottom of the lake and arrived at the first jet-black speck. A jet-black spike over a meter long was quietly lying at the bottom of the lake. The jet-black spike looked extremely sharp and appeared to be the fang of a large magical beast. When Cauldron Spirit approached the spike, it transmitted to Han Shuo, "Master, this fang seems to be the main cause of the strong corrosive power of the lake water. The water near the fang is even more corrosive. Collect." Han Shuo straightforwardly commanded. Cauldron Spirit acted according to Han Shuo's instructions. It hooked itself onto the fang. Light flashed from Cauldron Spirit's body and the meter-long fang vanished into Cauldron Spirit. Cauldron Spirit rapidly moved towards another location that was emitting a faint black glow. Another fang was picked up by Cauldron Spirit. After circling around the bottom of the lake, there were no longer any jet-black specks of light at the bottom of the lake. The lake water seemed to have suddenly become a little clearer. "There's nothing left." Cauldron Spirit transmitted. "That's enough. Come up," Han Shuo instructed. Cauldron Spirit carried the 17 fangs and slowly floated up to the surface. After collecting the fangs, the cauldron of myriad demon slightly enlarged. By the time it emerged from the lake, it was at least dozens of times larger than before. Clang, the cauldron of myriad demon poured out a total of 17 fangs. The fangs collided with each other and emitted crisp metallic sounds. The 17 sharp fangs were placed in front of Han Shuo. The shortest was 1 meter and the longest was 1.5 meters. Every one of them was jet black and glistening. Taking out an ordinary long sword, Han Shuo slashed down. With a clang sound, the long sword shattered, but the fang didn't even have a dent. Although the long sword was ordinary, the strength of Han Shuo's slash was extremely fast. Even the long sword was broken into 7 or 8 pieces, but the fangs were safe and sound. This made Han Shuo immediately realize that the fangs were very strong. Han Shuo cried out in surprise. Not only did he discover that the fangs were extremely sharp, but he also sensed an oppressive chill. Standing next to the 17 fangs, he felt as though he was standing in a cave of ice. Even with Han Shuo's abnormal adaptability to the environment, he still felt as if he had fallen into an ice cave. This was sufficient proof that the fangs were indeed bone-chilling. Cauldron Spirit placed the items in front of Han Shuo and returned to Han Shuo's body of its own accord. It transmitted to him, "The 17 fangs are bone-chilling and possess terrifying corrosive power. They can be refined into a demonic weapon." Han Shuo nodded. His face was filled with a dazzling smile as he softly said, "Hee hee, my luck is indeed good. But it's all thanks to you. I believe that there will be people who are curious about the lake, but none of them would dare to explore it with their own flesh and blood. Besides, most divine weapons in this universe can't be withdrawn and released at will. Even if they know that there are treasures down there, they can't do anything about it. There are changes in the lake." Cauldron Spirit reminded. Han Shuo picked up the 17 fangs with a long sword and stored them into his space ring. Then, he turned his attention to the lake in front of him. After losing the 17 fangs, the lake was no longer overflowing with cold air. Moreover, the jet-black water of the lake seemed to be gradually clearing up. Judging from the changes in the lake's water, the 17 fangs were indeed the cause of the lake's abnormality. This made Han Shuo very excited. He did not expect that he would reap such a great harvest on this trip. After narrowly escaping death, not only did Han Shuo's avatar of destruction make a breakthrough to Midgoodhood, his main body, Invincible Omen body, had also officially cultivated to the second stage without Cauldron Spirit's help. Han Shuo's main body, Invincible Omen body, had officially cultivated to the second stage without the help of Cauldron Spirit. And now that he had obtained the 17 bizarre fangs that could be used to refine demonic weapons, Han Shuo had truly reaped a bountiful harvest. Han Shuo used his demon generals to scout the surroundings. He still did not discover a single god hunter or divine guards from the 3 cities. Seeing that there was nothing else in the God Hunter Valley that could attract his attention, Han Shuo decided to return to Sky Orchid Fort, which was under the jurisdiction of the City of Shadows. 3 days after Han Shuo left, the lake had lost the 17 fangs. Under the scorching sun, the special composition of the lake turned into wisps of light smoke and dissipated. After a few more days, the lake was no longer as dark as it used to be. It was no longer as cold as it used to be. It had become an ordinary lake, and the water was still very clear. A group of people stealthily came to the side of the lake. One of them was constantly whistling like an owl, as though he was transmitting some sort of message. After a long while, that person asked curiously, "Where are those god hunters? Why aren't there any responses? It's a little strange today. We didn't encounter any interrogations along the way. We arrived here so easily. This is totally different from usual." Another person softly cried out. "Whatever, let's get the item first." Another person took out an enormous metal bucket and walked towards the lake with it. "Ah!" He immediately let out a shriek. He seemed extremely shocked. "What's wrong?" The others were startled and hastily asked. "The lake, how did the lake turn into this?" The person who screamed pointed at the deep lake in front of him. His face was filled with shock. When the few people got closer to take a look, they saw that the previously dark and cold lake water had turned clear and transparent. In this quiet mountain, Tanai appeared to be very romantic. However, it was obvious that they didn't like this elegant scenery. Each of them casually took out a magical beast that looked like a small squirrel and used a spear to lift it into the water. The small squirrel-like magical beast flopped in the water, showing no signs of dissolving. How could this be? He put on a stunned face and said, "This is bad. I don't know how to explain this to Master. Something has happened to those god hunters. Not a single one of them is inside." One of the people who had entered the cave ahead of time to investigate the lake cried out in a deep voice. "We shouldn't stay here for long. Let's leave as soon as possible lest we get into trouble." The person casually tossed the small squirrel in his hand away, turned around, and left. The others also knew that this place was no longer safe and secluded. They wanted to leave this place before anyone else came. Hushvale City, inside a secret chamber in Godswamp Pharmacy. Hasling wore a gloomy face as he listened to the description of the person in the magical mirror. After a long while, he asked, "Not a single god hunter has disappeared?" "Yes, Master." The person who was holding a bucket of water replied respectfully from the mirror. Hasling bunched his brows and rubbed his glabella in a rather troubled manner. He lowered his head and asked, "Even if all the god hunters have been killed, how did the lake become like that?" "I don't know. When we went there, it was already like that." Hasling answered straightforwardly. After keeping silent for a moment, Hasling raised his head solemnly and said, "From this moment onwards, do not contact those god hunters. Cut off all contact with them. Erase all traces of our relationship with them." "Understood, Master." Hasling replied curtly. After cutting off the connection with his mirror image, Hasling got up and left the secret room. He walked out of the potion shop and headed towards Eugene's house. "Mr. Hassling, our lord has not returned to Hushvale City yet." "My apologies," the guard at the door said in a courteous manner. He recognized Hassling. "When Eugene returns to the city, please tell him that I am looking for him." Hassling instructed the guard smilingly before he left. What in the world happened? That God Hunter leader is so terrifying. How could something like that happen in the valley? Hassling couldn't figure out what happened in the valley. He also didn't know that Han Shoa had figured out that he was colluding with the God Hunters. Sky Orchid Fort Han Shoa arrived at the gate of the fort and immediately asked the Divine Guard, "Are Lord Aobashi and Lord Erebus in the fort?" The Divine Guard, who recognized Han Shoa, shook his head and replied, "The two lords have not returned to the fort since they left with you." "I thought that they were with you. Is that not the case? How long has it been since we left the fort?" Han Shoa's heart turned cold and he softly cried out. "About 2 months." The Divine Guard was rather puzzled as to why Han Shoa would ask such a retarded question. It took Han Shoa more than a month to return to Sky Orchid Fort. They spent 2 to 3 days outside the valley to figure out the situation. In other words, it took them about 15 to 16 days to fuse with that energy. Han Shoa knew that every time he made a breakthrough in demonic arts or had an epiphany of his avatars, time would pass without him noticing. Han Shoa bunched his brows and pondered for a moment. He was certain that Aobashi and the others did not return to Sky Orchid Fort while he was fighting against that energy. It was very likely that they were searching for the God Hunters. If Lord Aobashi and Lord Erebus did not return to the fort, did they send any message back? Asked Han Shoa. The Divine Guard shook his head again. Han Shoa sighed in his mind and helplessly entered Sky Orchid Fort. After arriving at the room that Erebus had prepared for him, Han Shoa greeted the temporary person in charge of the fort and told him to inform him as soon as he received any news from Aobashi and Erebus. Standing before the vast ocean, Aobashi, Erebus, Blightsor, and Eugene sighed. Aobashi shook her head and helplessly said, "Although we have killed quite a number of God Hunters along the way, those 3 managed to escape. I wonder if our operation this time can be considered a success." "I guess so. At least we have never killed so many God Hunters before. Moreover, we have found that God Hunter's nest," said Blightsor in a deep voice after thinking for a moment. "I wonder how Brian is doing. Sigh, if I had known it would turn out this way, I would have rather been killed by that energy." Erebus' face was pale. His complexion was obviously not as good as Aobashi and the others. It seemed that he would need some time to recover. Aobashi sighed as she looked at Angelina, who was being carried by a Divine Guard not far away. She said, "Angelina hasn't woken up yet, and I don't know if Brian can make it. This time, we are not a success at all. Bravst and the other 2 have disappeared in this vast ocean. It is impossible for us to find them in this region. I think it is time for us to go back and report to our superiors." Eugene of Hushvale City looked deeply at Andrina and hesitated for a moment before he said, "According to what you have said, that God Hunter leader should know Andrina. This little girl is the key. If she wakes up and explains what happened that day, please inform Hushvale City. We'll talk about it when the time comes." It was obvious that Erebus wasn't very fond of talking to Eugene. Ever since he learned that Han Shoa had saved his life, Erebus had grown to hate Eugene, who had always disliked Han Shoa. His words were clearly insincere. Eugene did not mind. He nodded and said in a deep voice, "Well then, I shall take my leave." Aobashi waved her hand and said in a lazy voice, "Have a safe journey." It was at this moment that an intense energy fluctuation suddenly appeared in the void above their heads. A blurry silhouette gradually appeared in the void. It appeared to be a graceful woman. She wore a long white robe that completely covered her body, but her facial features remained blurry. The bizarre energy fluctuation suddenly enveloped the entire region. All living beings within a radius of several hundred miles could sense that this energy was definitely not something that a mortal god could contend against. The faces of Aobashi and the others jolted. They raised their heads and looked at the silhouette that appeared in the void. They suddenly realized that even their will to resist had vanished. Although the divine energies in their bodies were still present, they had no intention of resisting. It was as though they were willing to commit suicide before that woman's words. This feeling of helplessness filled them with fear. They widened their eyes and looked at the blurry silhouette of the woman in the void. None of them could say a word. "I'm here to bring Andrina home. I'm her mother." A clear and melodious voice sounded. Andrina's petite body slowly rose into the air. The divine guard who was carrying Andrina looked on helplessly as Andrina's body flew higher and higher. She had no intention of stopping her. Andrina flew further and further away under the guidance of a bizarre energy. As her petite body gradually became blurry, the woman in the void said softly, "Please tell Brian that I thank him for taking care of Andrina all these days." As soon as she finished speaking, a strange light flashed in midair. Andrina and the woman's silhouette suddenly disappeared without a trace. In an instant, the energy that had enveloped the entire space vanished. Everyone immediately returned to normal. Their faces were extremely ugly. Who is that woman? Why can't I have any desire to let go of my divine energy in front of her? Eugene asked in a low voice. He had never expected that he would one day feel so powerless and frustrated when facing an illusory figure in midair. Aobashi put on a bitter smile and said, "Why do I feel that this woman is even more terrifying than that god-hunter leader? Although I would surely die before that god-hunter leader, at least I still have the desire to fight to the death. But facing her, even if she tells me to kill myself, I will do it without the slightest hesitation. She's too terrifying. She said that she's Andrina's mother. In that case, Andrina should be fine. I just don't know how to explain this to Brian." Erebus sighed. He had yet to recover from his shock. He's already dead. What else is there to explain? Eugene softly muttered. "Shut up." Erebus glared at Eugene. Aobashi and Blightsore also glared at him with cold, unfriendly gazes. It was as though the three of them would join forces to kill him if he disagreed with them. The atmosphere suddenly turned tense. The divine guards in the distance became vigilant. "It's time for me to return. See you all." Eugene obviously knew that he wasn't welcome. He raised his head and gazed at the figure that had long vanished. He thought to himself, who exactly is that woman? Why is she so terrifying? Soon after, Eugene left. Blightsore thought for a moment before he put on a bitter smile and said, "I have seen too many strange things this time. You too, I will have to report to Mirage City immediately." Blightsore was very puzzled about this operation. Many things that happened along the way had exceeded his expectations. He was having a headache about how to explain this to the city lord of Mirage City. "Let's meet again when we have time. If you ever come to the City of Shadows, I will treat you to a drink." Erebus had a pretty good impression of Blightsore. "No problem." Blightsore laughed heartily. Then, his expression turned gloomy and he said, "If you see Brian, please send him my regards. If you all have time to come to Mirage City, I will also warmly welcome you." Upon finishing those words, Blightsore shook his head, sighed, and left with the divine guards of Mirage City. Should we return to that valley? Brian might still be there. After Blightsore and his divine guards left, Erebus hesitated for a moment before he asked Aobashi in a low voice. If Brian is fine, he wouldn't still be in the valley. Aobashi glared at Erebus and said, "Do you really think that he is dead?" Erebus shrunk his head in fear after being glared at by Aobashi. He helplessly sighed and said, "That energy is very peculiar. When it entered my body, it severely damaged my divine body but I couldn't do anything about it. Brian's chances of survival are slim. Whenever Erebus heard someone mention that Han Shoa was going to die, he would immediately fly into a rage. But deep in his heart, he did not think that Han Shoa could survive. Brian was full of energy when he drove us away. He is not as useless as you. I think he will be fine. Aobashi groaned and said, I have not known him for long but I trust him more than you do. I think he will be fine. That youngster said some nasty things when he drove me away. I have yet to settle the score with him. How can he die? Alright, I'm not going back. Erebus was very afraid of Aobashi. He waved his hand and instructed one of his divine guards, go back and check out the situation in the valley. If there are any god hunters, report back immediately. Erebus winked when he said those words. It was obvious that he was implying something. That divine guard was Erebus' trusted aide. He immediately nodded and replied, rest assured, my lord, I know what to do. Isn't it just searching for Brian's body? Divine guards are no fools, of course they can handle such a trivial matter. Go. Erebus waved his hand and said to Aobashi, can we go back now? Let's go. Aobashi sighed in her heart. She did not say much about Erebus's actions. Even if Erebus didn't do so, she would have sent a squad of divine guards back to the valley to check on the situation. If Han Shoa was really killed, at the very least, they would have to bring his body back to the city lord and give him an explanation, my lords, you have finally returned. The divine guard at the entrance of Skyorchid Fort respectfully saluted before he put on a bitter smile and said, Lord Brian has been waiting for you for more than 10 days. If you had not returned, he would have left the city to look for you. What? Erebus cried out in surprise. He hastily asked, what did you just say? Say it again. I said, welcome back to the city, my lords. The divine guard was startled. He had never seen Erebus making such a big fuss. He was extremely uncomfortable and wondered if he had said something wrong. Not that, but the one after that. Erebus shouted again. This time, there was a hint of joy on his face. Lord Brian has been waiting for more than 10 days. The divine guard thought to himself. He wondered if something had happened between Erebus and Lord Brian. That's it. Erebus laughed heartily. He was so happy that he did not resemble the solemn chief of the Third Corps at all. He smilingly said to Aobashi, whose face had suddenly turned relaxed, see, I told you that youngster is blessed with a long life. How could anything happen to him? Aobashi's mood was lifted when she heard that Han Shoa was fine. She glared at Erebus and reprimanded, who was the one who didn't trust him? Humph, you even sent your men to collect his corpse. Do you really think I don't know what you're up to? It's all right. Erebus laughed heartily. He walked over and patted the divine guard's shoulder. He smilingly said, well done. The divine guard was stunned. He stood there in a daze and did not know what was going on. He thought to himself, could it be that even Lord Erebus has noticed my hard work recently? I've finally made it. I don't have to guard the gate anymore. Han Shoa had been waiting in Skyorchid Fort for more than a dozen days. Just as he was about to give up waiting for news and head out to investigate, he suddenly received news that Aobashi had returned. Han Shoa was overjoyed. He immediately flew out from the room Erebus had arranged for him. Ignoring the astonished gazes of the gods in Skyorchid Fort, he flew straight to the intersection. Han Shoa took a careful look but did not see Andrina. His heart sank and his face turned gloomy. Erebus and Aobashi were overjoyed. They encountered Han Shoa on the road. The two were startled to see Han Shoa's appearance. They thought that Han Shoa had not fully recovered from his injuries. Erebus was the first to rush to Han Shoa's side and asked in a concerned manner, Brian, what's wrong? Have you not fully recovered from your injuries? Han Shoa did not answer Erebus. He asked Aobashi in a deep voice, "Where's Andrina? Why is she nowhere to be seen after the two of you have returned? What did you promise me when I handed Andrina over to you? Where is she?" Han Shua's tone turned a little agitated. Aobashi stared blankly for a moment before she realized what Han Shua meant. She cried out, "Don't worry. Andrina will be fine. She has just been taken away by her mother." Chapter 746. Very quickly, Aobashi and Erebus recounted the incident to Han Shua. After they were done, Han Shua remained silent for a long while. After a long while, Han Shua let out a soft sigh and softly said, "That's for the best. Her mother should be taking good care of her. I don't know who that woman is, but I feel that she is much more terrifying than the God Hunter leader. I don't have the slightest desire to resist her." Erebus seemed rather fearful at the mention of Andrina's mother. "This matter has come to an end. There shouldn't be any more God Hunters appearing in Sky Orchid Fort for the time being. I will return to the City of Shadows with you and report this incident to the City Lord," said Aobashi. "Erebus, do you know anything about the God Hunter leader's background and strength?" Han Shua asked after thinking for a moment. Erebus forced a smile and shook his head. He replied, "Not a clue. But according to my observations, the God Hunter leader was only a clone underground. I don't know what method Andrina used to shatter the clone. Otherwise, none of us would have been able to leave this place alive." Han Shua thought to himself. Even without Andrina's help, Han Shua could have easily retreated using sanguine disassembly. However, Erebus, Aobashi, and the others might not have escaped death. It's a pity that Andrina was taken away by her mother. Otherwise, we could ask her when she wakes up. The God Hunter leader knows Andrina. She must know something about the God Hunter leader, said Aobashi disappointedly. Even if Andrina wasn't taken away by her mother, she wouldn't talk about it after she wakes up. Han Shua shook his head. Having spent so much time with Andrina, Han Shua knew that if Andrina didn't want to talk about it, there was no point in asking. "Why?" asked Erebus. After taking a short pause, he asked, "Brian, how did you and Andrina get to know each other?" "We met by chance. When I first met Andrina, she was being hunted by God Hunters." After answering Erebus' last question, Han Shua said, "I have long asked Andrina about the God Hunters but she kept her mouth shut about it. There's nothing I can do about it." "I see." Aobashi nodded and said, "All right, let's return to the City of Shadows and discuss this matter with the City Lord. Given the City Lord's insight, he might be able to learn something about the God Hunter leader." "All right." Erebus agreed. Han Shua, of course, had no objections. The party stayed in Sky Orchid Fort for a day. Aobashi and Erebus made arrangements for their subordinates, gave a few instructions to the person in charge of the fort, and left with Han Shua. Half a month later, the three returned to the City of Shadows. Before Han Shua could return to the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy, Erebus and Aobashi went to the Saint residence to meet with Wallace and Andre, the City Lord of the City of Shadows. This was the spacious room where Wallace would discuss official business. The stone pillars around the room were engraved with marvelous drawings and soundproofing boundaries that prevented anyone from eavesdropping. Wallace sat on a spacious chair and wore a solemn expression. Andre stood to the side, waiting for Han Shua and the others to arrive. "What happened?" Wallace asked in a deep voice when he saw Aobashi and the others. "The message you sent wasn't very clear. What exactly happened in the valley?" Aobashi, who was highly regarded by Wallace, put on a rather bitter face after hearing those words. She softly sighed and said, "It's very complicated. It's like this, what happened in Tanai Mountain was narrated by Aobashi. Erebus would chime in from time to time. Han Shua stood to the side without saying a word and quietly listened to their conversation. When Aobashi mentioned how the God Hunter leader easily destroyed the scroll, Erebus released and severely injured Erebus with just a flash of green light from his eyes, Wallace and Andre's faces jolted. They appeared to be extremely shocked. Very quickly, Aobashi and Erebus described the incident in detail. After they were done, Wallace and Andre remained silent for a long time as though they were pondering something important. That's what happened. Aobashi softly cleared her throat and reminded Wallace and Andre when she saw that Wallace and Andre were silent. Wallace and Andre exchanged a grave glance. Then, Wallace bunched his brows and asked Erebus, "So, that God Hunter destroyed the scroll I gave you without much effort at all?" "Yes, my lord. I don't think I could even fight back against him." Erebus sighed bitterly. He appeared very dejected and helpless. "It's not your fault." Wallace consoled and continued, "Even if I were there, I wouldn't have been a match for that God Hunter leader." Other than Andre, Aobashi, Erebus, and Han Shua's faces jolted when they heard those words. As the city lord of the City of Shadows, Wallace possessed late-stage high god strength. According to him, that God Hunter leader's strength should be on a whole different level than his own. What did that mean? An over-god? How could an over-god be the God Hunter leader? "What do you mean, my lord?" Aobashi asked with a gloomy face. Wallace nodded affirmatively and said, "That's right, it's an over-god." "Ah." Han Shua couldn't help but cry out in surprise, "How is that possible? There are only 12 over-gods in the 12 fundamental forces. Over-gods don't lack divine energy. How could it be a God Hunter?" Wallace did not answer Han Shua's question. Instead, he gestured at Andre and instructed, "Brian hasn't been on Elysium for long. He doesn't know much about the situation here. Explain it to him." Andre nodded and put on a solemn face as he said, "That's right. There are only 12 over-gods in the 12 fundamental forces. However, the over-gods I'm talking about are those who possess the quintessence of energy. Although this universe is vast, there is only one quintessence of each of the 12 fundamental forces. The over-god who possesses the quintessence is the master we have always worshipped. There were 12 fundamental forces in the universe, and they naturally gave birth to 12 quintessences. Therefore, Han Shua had always believed that there were only 12 over-gods, namely, the over-gods who had obtained the quintessence of their respective fundamental forces. However, Andre suddenly changed the topic and said in a deep voice, "There are two types of over-gods. One type is the over-god who possesses the quintessence of an over-god. There is only one over-god in each of the 12 fundamental forces in the universe. The over-gods worshipped by the dominions are this type of over-god who possesses the quintessence of an over-god. The other type of over-god is a late-stage low-god. After a long period of time, they have reached the realm of over-god. However, they do not possess the quintessence of heaven and earth. Compared to the over-gods who possess the quintessence of heaven and earth, this type of over-god is much stronger than us high gods." After hearing Andre's explanation, Han Shua immediately understood what he meant. He asked in a deep voice, "You are saying that the God Hunter leader who appeared in the valley is one of those over-gods without the quintessence of heaven and earth?" "That's right." Andre affirmed, "I know very well how powerful the scroll my elder brother gave Erebus is. There is no way that a late-stage high god expert could so easily destroy the scroll. There is only one possibility, that fella is an over-god." "That's right." After taking a short pause, Andre explained, "Just as you said, over-gods with the quintessence of heaven and earth would never need to absorb the divine energy of ordinary gods. To them, the faith of the gods in their dominions is the source of their energy. They would never do that. Therefore, that fella must be an over-god without the quintessence. I didn't expect that he really is an over-god." Aobashi softly exclaimed. She continued, "I have heard a little about the division of over-gods, but I have never seen an over-god without the quintessence of heaven and earth. Who would have thought that I would run into one in Tunai?" Han Shuo was astonished by Andrei's words. The overgods he knew referred to the 12 overgods. He did not expect that there were two types of overgods. This was clearly beyond Han Shuo's understanding. After thinking for a moment, Han Shuo asked Andrei again, this universe only produces 12 quintessence of heaven and earth. Now that they have been assimilated by the 12 overgods we worship, doesn't that mean that an overgod without the quintessence of heaven and earth will never have the chance to advance further? Han Shuo's question put Andrei in a difficult position. After hesitating for a long while, Andrei looked at Wallace cautiously. When Wallace nodded in approval, Andrei said softly, there is only one way for those overgods to obtain the chief god's divinity, by seizing it. When an overgod with the chief god's divinity dies, the chief god's divinity will return to the universe. Chief gods of the same energy but without the chief god's divinity can comprehend the chief god's divinity. The first one to establish a connection with the chief god's divinity and successfully assimilate it will be the new master of the dominions, the new chief god with the chief god's divinity. In other words, as long as the chief god with the chief god's divinity doesn't die, chief gods of the same energy will never have the chance to obtain the chief god's divinity. Han Shuo exclaimed softly. That's what I mean. Andrei nodded and said, it's just that a chief god within chief god's divinity is much stronger than an ordinary chief god. It's like the difference between an intermediate god and a higher god. It's almost impossible to kill a chief god within chief god's divinity even if an ordinary chief god joins forces. Have any chief gods died before? Han Shuo asked again. Andrei fell silent for a moment before he nodded and said, yes, but their deaths weren't caused by ordinary chief gods. Alright, some things can't be discussed in depth. This is a taboo. Wallace suddenly interrupted Han Shuo and Andrei's conversation. He raised his head and looked at the roof as though he was worried about something. Andrei immediately shrunk his head and shut his mouth, not saying another word. The information he had revealed was already enough for Han Shuo. He had emphasized time and again that those chief gods with the chief god's divinity weren't people that ordinary chief gods could contend against. He had also said that there had indeed been chief gods with the chief god's divinity who had died. In that case, there could only be one possibility, they had been killed by a chief god of the same level. For example, chief gods of other elements. Or rather, they had been killed by an existence of a higher level. For example, the creator deities. That's all for today. I hope that none of you will mention what we have discussed here to anyone else. Sometimes, it will be a big problem if you speak carelessly, Wallace instructed in a deep voice. Wallace instructed in a deep voice, alright, I understand the situation. I need to make a trip to the Shrine of Darkness. Andrei will be in charge of the City of Shadows for the time being. The Shrine of Darkness could be found in every city in the Darkness Dominion. However, the main shrine was not located in any of the cities. Only those who had been acknowledged by the chief gods were qualified to know where the main shrine was located. Most people had no idea. It was obvious that Wallace was one of the people who was qualified to know about the main Shrine of Darkness and was qualified to enter it. Everyone knew exactly what he wanted to do when he suddenly mentioned going to the main Shrine of Darkness. Although the chief gods could actively contact their devout followers, it was not that easy for an ordinary god to meet the chief god. Although everyone in the Darkness Dominion knew of the existence of the Overgod of Darkness, the number of people who could actually communicate with the chief god could be counted on one's fingers. The fact that Wallace could receive such an honor meant that he had some qualifications in the Darkness Dominion. Wallace was a straightforward person. He immediately left the Saint residence alone after giving Andrei some instructions. He did not bring a single divine guard with him. No one knew where he was going. After Wallace left, Andrei asked Han Shuo about Andrina in detail. It seemed that his curiosity about Andrina had increased by tens of times. To be honest, Han Shuo didn't know much about Andrina. Han Shuo put on a bitter smile and said, Lord Andrei, I really don't know much about Andrina. It's pointless for you to ask me. You've been with her for so long but you don't know anything about her. Andre was puzzled. He continued, Brian, this is very important. Andrina is the key to everything. I'm not trying to get to the bottom of things, but Andrina's mother is just too shocking. Han Shuo stared blankly for a moment before he suddenly asked, Lord Andre, do you know the identity of Andrina's mother? Andre shook his head. Then, under Han Shuo's burning gaze, he nodded in a strange manner. He hesitated for a moment before he put on a bitter smile and said, I don't know the identity of Andrina's mother. But based on Erebus and Aobashi's description, it seems that she is related to someone. If it is really that person, Brian, you're in luck. Upon hearing those words, not only Han Shuo, but Erebus and Aobashi also turned their gazes to Andre. Although they did not say a word, the probing look in their eyes was all too obvious. That god hunter is definitely an over-god without the quintessence. But Erebus and Aobashi, if your intuition is correct, that person is very likely an over-god with the quintessence. Andre said in a low voice. Who is it? Han Shuo, Aobashi, and Erebus shouted simultaneously. There are only 12 people who possess the quintessence of the 12 over-gods, and they all belong to the same faction. There are only 12 of them in the vast universe. The range is too narrow and too easy to identify. My lords, you won't blame me for saying something unrelated to the over-gods of darkness, death, and destruction, will you? Andre hesitated for a moment before he cautiously said, I'm guessing it's the most mysterious one, the goddess of destiny. Chapter 747. The goddess of destiny was the most mysterious of the 12 over-gods. It was said that the goddess of destiny represented the will of the creator deities. She usually wouldn't interfere in the conflicts on Elysium. She would only step in to mediate when the over-gods got into a huge mess. The goddess of destiny was a special existence that even the other 11 over-gods would have to give her some face. The Destiny Dominion had always been a neutral party. Even those who cultivated in the Edict of Destiny rarely had the chance to meet her and listen to her teachings. Andre was very surprised that Aobashi and Erebus had the honor of meeting her. With Andre's reminder, Aobashi and Erebus secretly recalled what had happened back then. Their faces were filled with shock and horror. Han Shuo, who was secretly observing the two, was shocked. He immediately realized that Andre was telling the truth. The one who appeared before Aobashi and Erebus was indeed the most mysterious goddess of destiny on Elysium. The goddess of destiny claimed to be Andrina's mother. Wasn't Andrina's identity a little too noble? But if Andrina was the goddess of destiny's daughter, why would she appear in the Darkness Dominion? And why would she hate the god hunters so much? Han Shuo racked his brains, but still couldn't figure out what the truth was. Deep in his heart, Han Shuo believed Andre's conjecture. That was the only explanation that could explain how Andrina could destroy the god hunter leader's clone with just a magical gem. Since her mother was the goddess of destiny, the divine weapon she gave her must be an over-god weapon. Only an over-god weapon bestowed by an over-god with the quintessence could possess such terrifying power. Brian, if our conjecture is correct and Andrina is the goddess of destiny's daughter, she will be fine. Andre comforted Han Shuo and smilingly said, before the goddess of destiny left, she asked Aobashi to pass on her gratitude. Brian, you are truly lucky to have won the goddess of destiny's favor. Aobashi and Erebus looked at Han Shuo enviously. The 12 over-gods were unreachable existences to most people, especially the most mysterious goddess of destiny. It hadn't been long since Han Shuo arrived on Elysium, but he had already won the goddess of destiny's favor and befriended her daughter, Andrina. Wasn't his luck a little too good? As long as Andrina is fine. Han Shuo smiled. He didn't expect Andrina to have such a noble identity. Only the few of us will know about what happened today. I hope that no one will tell anyone about this conversation. Andre thought for a moment and said. Han Shuo and the other two nodded, indicating that they understood what Andre meant. Alright, we'll talk about the other matters after my big brother comes back. Everyone, disperse, said Andre smilingly. Just as Han Shuo was about to leave, Andre suddenly called out, "Brian." Han Shuo stopped in his tracks. Aobashi and Erebus pretended that they didn't hear him and quietly disappeared from Andre's sight. What? Han Shuo turned around and looked at Andre in astonishment. He asked puzzledly, "Lord Andre, is there anything else?" Andre put on a warm smile and said, "Brian, my big brother is very impressed with your performance. If there are no mishaps, I reckon that you will be appointed as the chief of the 5th Corps very soon. Be prepared." Han Shuo put on a delighted face and replied sincerely, "Many thanks. You're welcome. You have made great contributions to the City of Shadows. Not to mention that even Erebus couldn't overcome the Overgod's might. You have proven your strength by being able to withstand it." Andre said smilingly, "Go back and make some preparations. You can also try to recruit some gods. Since you are going to be the chief of the 5th Corps, you should have some subordinates of your own, shouldn't you?" Han Shuo nodded in understanding and did not say anything else. He bowed to Andre and left the Saint residence in satisfaction. Although the operation to hunt down the God Hunters was not a success for Aobashi and Erebus, it was a perfect ending for Han Shuo. Not only did Han Shuo's avatar of demonic arts and destruction make breakthroughs, but he also obtained 17 poisonous fangs and learned of the relationship between the God Swamp Pharmacy and the God Hunters. Other than Andrina being taken away by her mother, no matter how one looked at it, Han Shuo was the biggest winner. After returning to the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy, Phoebe and Emily explained to Han Shuo the situation of the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy. Thanks to the two ladies' hard work, all the branches of the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy were open for business. Their business was as prosperous as in the City of Shadows. In the entire City of Shadows, the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy occupied 70% of the market share, far surpassing other pharmacists of various sizes. By now, everything in the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy was on the right track. Many things had been carried out according to procedures. Even Phoebe and Emily were freed from their duties. The two spent more time cultivating. Those who came from Profound Continent did not leave their rooms at all during this period of time. They eagerly utilized the enormous amount of resources provided by Han Shuo to improve their strength. For those who could cultivate to the pinnacle in the harsh environment of Profound Continent, with sufficient resources and an elemental energy environment that was hundreds of times richer than that of Profound Continent, their progress was truly remarkable. In just a short period of time, everyone's strength had increased by a level. Statholm the Old Monster, Mike Cotton, and a few others had reached the early-stage Low God realm. Candide and Emma, who weren't particularly strong, had leaped several realms and were on the verge of reaching the base God realm. Before leaving, not only did Han Shuo give them rebirth pills and pills of tranquility that he had personally refined, he also distributed a portion of black crystal coins to each of them, allowing them to purchase divine weapons and divine scrolls that they needed. With such vigorous support, these people who possessed extraordinary aptitude naturally advanced by leaps and bounds. Even Phoebe and Emily, who were busy with the affairs of the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy, had reached the demigod realm and were on the verge of advancing to the base god realm. Han Shuo was overjoyed as he listened to Phoebe and Emily narrate the situation of those people. Although Han Shuo knew that those people would surely improve by leaps and bounds with sufficient resources, when Han Shuo learned that they had made breakthroughs in just a few short months, he was still shocked. "Brian, judging from the current situation, it won't take more than a few years for all of them to advance to the low god realm," Emily said to Han Shuo smilingly. "That's great." Han Shuo praised and said, "Wallace intends for me to take over the 5th Corps. I was just worrying that I don't have anyone I can use. These people all hold important positions on Profound Continent. With their help, my life will be much easier." People like Candide and Emily were high-ranking members of the Dark Mantle back when they were on Profound Continent. The duties of a divine guard in the City of Shadows were actually similar to the duties of the Dark Mantle in Lancelot Empire. Candide and the others only needed to familiarize themselves with the job, and they might even perform better than those divine guards. Mike Cotton, Statholm the Old Monster, and the others were all experienced characters. Once they advanced to the Low God realm, they would be great assistants to Han Shua in many aspects. They would become the pillars of his family clan in the future. It was precisely because these people possessed extraordinary abilities that Han Shua spared no effort in bringing them over from Profound Continent. He was not stingy with the black crystal coins in his possession. He was willing to pay any price in order to improve their strength. After arriving on Elysium, as Han Shua was very busy, he did not have much time to spend with the ladies. On top of that, he felt that his strength was insufficient and had been cultivating arduously to improve himself. The ladies also felt very inferior on Elysium. Therefore, they did not spend much time with Han Shua in order to shorten the distance between them and the gods on Elysium. Phoebe and Emily briefly explained the current situation of the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy to Han Shua and immediately started cultivating. The two were currently on the verge of a breakthrough. Seeing that Han Shua's strength was growing stronger and stronger, they were afraid that the gap between them would grow larger and larger. Therefore, they were working harder than ever. "Aren't you going to stay and accompany me? It's been a long time since we..." Han Shua said while pulling Phoebe in Emily's little hands. "Stop fooling around. I'm not in the mood right now. We'll make out with you when we become low gods." Phoebe patted Han Shua and said, "We have an agreement that we will only make out with you when we become low gods. Whoever becomes a low god first will be the one to accompany you first." Emily giggled and said in a sweet voice, "We have been holding it in for a long time. But in order to shorten the gap between us, we have no choice. Sigh, there's nothing we can do. Even a child on Elysium has demigod or base god strength. We don't want to be looked down upon by others. Let's go. I have a feeling that I'm going to become a base god soon. I don't want to waste any more time with you." Phoebe broke free from Han Shua's grasp and left with Emily, avoiding Han Shua like he was the plague, leaving behind a string of silvery bell-like giggles. "Doesn't that mean I have to abstain from sex forever?" Han Shua put on a bitter smile, shook his head, and sighed. It wasn't just Phoebe and Emily. Han Shua also went to look for Fanny and Helen and discovered that they were all very determined. Fearing that she couldn't resist Han Shua's teasing, Fanny didn't even open the door, leaving Han Shua in an extremely awkward situation. Han Shua had no choice but to spend most of his time on cultivation. The 17 fangs he obtained from the valley became Han Shua's target. For 7 days in a row, Han Shua visited various divine weapon shops in the City of Shadows and purchased many materials that were bizarre in the eyes of others. Then, he left the City of Shadows by himself and temporarily stayed in a secluded valley nearby. Han Shua didn't want anyone to discover his secret of refining demonic weapons. After arriving at the valley, he carefully deployed concealment formations around the area. Then, he took out the 17 fangs one by one and pondered what kind of demonic weapon he should refine. These 17 fangs are very tough and their tips are very sharp. They can be refined into sharp offensive weapons such as flying swords. The material itself is of excellent quality and it won't take too much time to refine them. All you need to do is polish them and fuse them with your blood essence. With that, you will be able to refine a very domineering demonic weapon. Cauldron spirit transmitted into Han Shua's consciousness. Then I'll refine them into 17 flying swords. Han Shua decided after thinking for a moment. Make some changes to the 17 flying swords according to my requirements. When the time comes, I will attach a dozen or so demon generals to them. The 17 flying swords can also form a sword formation. With the powerful corrosive properties of the material, this demonic weapon will be much more vicious than your previous ones. Cauldron Spirit suggested. That would be for the best. Han Shuo was overjoyed after hearing Cauldron Spirit's suggestion. To him, the more destructive the demonic weapon, the better. As for whether it was vicious or not, it was obviously not within his scope of consideration. With Cauldron Spirit's assistance, Han Shuo used the materials he had collected during this period of time to deploy a special formation around Tanai. He placed the 17 fangs in the positions of the sword formation and sat cross-legged in the middle of the fangs. He released the demonic yuan in his body and connected the fangs with the energy of the formation. Perhaps it was because this demonic weapon was too powerful, Han Shuo sat in that position for over half a year. The 17 fangs were all soaked in a special pool of jet-black liquid with a tinge of dark red. The dark red color was due to Han Shuo dripping his blood essence into the liquid. After half a year, Han Shuo finally managed to drip his blood essence into the 17 fangs. Han Shuo had to spend quite a bit of effort in the process due to the domineering corrosive properties of the fangs. When the fangs were filled with Han Shuo's blood essence, Han Shuo started adding all kinds of solvents into the pool. When the solvents fell into the jet-black pool, they would emit thick smoke that lingered on the 17 fangs for a long time. Another year passed in the blink of an eye. Han Shuo started supplying demonic yuan to the 17 fangs to modify their internal structure. Along the way, he followed Cauldron Spirit's instructions and carved miniature demonic formations on each fang. When the magnificent symbols took shape on the fangs, the outer appearance of the fangs also changed into 17 sharp and cold flying swords. Not only did the flying swords possess strong corrosive properties, but they were also extremely cold. They could impede the movement of the enemy when they got close to them. Once the flying swords pierced through the enemy, the corrosive properties and cold toxins would take effect at the same time, making them even more difficult to deal with. After the fangs transformed into flying swords, Han Shuo spent some time to connect his consciousness with the 17 flying swords. He controlled the plane to fly around the surroundings and then, according to Cauldron Spirit's instructions, he controlled the 17 flying swords to practice the Avicii God-slaying sword formation. The Avicii God-slaying sword formation was a very domineering sword formation. This was because the 17 flying swords were engraved with special runes and a miniature diagram of the Avicii God-slaying sword formation was set up on them. The Avicii God-slaying sword formation was very complicated to operate. Even with Han Shuo's monstrous consciousness and Cauldron Spirit's constant guidance, it still took him 5 years to fully master it. However, the power of the Avicii God-slaying sword formation was also very astonishing. With one thought, the 17 flying swords flew around Tanai in a special trajectory. Then, several mountains and rivers suddenly collapsed and shattered into rubble. With this Avicii God-slaying sword formation, you will be able to slaughter early-stage high god experts even without my help. Cauldron Spirit transmitted to Han Shuo on the day the sword formation was completed. Han Shuo was overjoyed. During the process of practicing the Avicii God-slaying sword formation, he could sense that the demonic yuan in his body was getting purer and purer. 7 years passed in the blink of an eye. By the time he walked out of the valley, he could sense that his state of mind in the Omen realm had become more and more stable. His confidence had never been greater. 7 years later, Han Shuo returned to the City of Shadows. 7 years might be a long time for mortals. But for the gods on Elysium who possessed almost infinite lifespans, it was but a snap of the fingers. Therefore, when Han Shuo returned to the City of Shadows, he did not notice any special changes in the city. No one felt that Han Shuo had been away for a long time. Everyone was still as respectful as ever when they saw Han Shuo. Those fellows from Profound Continent had all reached the low god realm after 7 years. Yes, all of them. Mike Cotton, Statholm the Old Monster, and a few others had even reached late-stage low god realm. Their outstanding talents combined with the enormous resources of Celestial Pearl Pharmacy had produced astonishing results. For a moment, Han Shuo found it hard to believe that these fellows had reached a whole new realm. What delighted Han Shuo the most was not Ermite Cotton, Statholm, and a few others who had reached late-stage low-god realm. It was the progress of Gilbert, Sanguiner, and Balans that surprised Han Shuo even more. Among them, Sanguiner and Balans cultivated demonic arts while Sanguiner's cultivation of blood god mantra was nearing completion. Although Han Shuo could not determine the exact level of blood god mantra, Sanguiner had steadily surpassed Ermite Cotton, Statholm the Old Monster, and the others. He had become the most powerful individual in the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy. Han Shuo knew that Sanguiner possessed the body of Sanguiner and that the blood god mantra was tailor-made for him. Sanguiner, who cultivated in blood god mantra, had very little reliance on the elements of heaven and earth. He was already an extraordinary cultivator on Profound Continent. It was only natural that he would undergo such a transformation after receiving proper guidance from Han Shuo on Elysium. Balans, who cultivated in the god-slaying demonic path, was able to release and withdraw his killing intent at will. Among these fellows, Balans had been assigned to Erebus by Han Shuo in advance and had become a bloodthirsty weapon. During the past 7 years, he had killed countless people and his killing intent had grown denser and denser. Once released, his killing intent would soar into the sky. Those with a weak will would be terrified before the battle even started. As for Gilbert, who had been retrained by Han Shuo, his body and soul were extremely tough and possessed the characteristics of demonic arts. Dark Dragon Gilbert also cultivated in the energy of darkness and was now an early-stage low god of darkness. However, after becoming a low god of darkness, Gilbert, who had been refined by Han Shuo as a demonic weapon, possessed a divine soul made of darkness divine energy that was distinctly different from that of ordinary gods. Not only was his body incomparably tough, his divine energy of darkness was also astonishingly domineering. Gilbert, who was only an early-stage low god, was able to defeat late-stage low gods like Statholm the Old Monster and Ermite Cotton in the gymnasium. Inside the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy, Sanguiner, Balans, and Gilbert had gradually overtaken those who cultivated in the energy of this universe. They had formed a very peculiar combination in the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy that was inconceivable to everyone. Among Sanguiner, Balans, and Gilbert, the first two cultivated in a special kind of demonic art. Gilbert's body had been specially refined by Han Shuo. Moreover, when Gilbert was in soul form, he was forced by Han Shuo to cultivate a demonic art that strengthened the soul. That was the reason why the three had become so powerful in such a short period of time. What a galaxy of talents! Han Shuo exclaimed after he returned to the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy. Chapter 748. After 7 years, all those from Profound Continent had broken through to the low god realm. Due to their different talents, their strengths varied. Statholm, Mike, and the others had reached late-stage low god realm. As for Candide, Emma, and the others, as they started out later than Statholm and the others, they had just reached early-stage low god realm. Fanny, Phoebe, and the other ladies had all reached the low god realm. According to their agreement, they were no longer forbidden from having sex with Han Shuo. Therefore, after returning to Celestial Pearl, Han Shuo finally welcomed his blissful days. After returning to Celestial Pearl, Han Shuo found a time to communicate with Sanguiner, Balans, and Gilbert. On one hand, he gave them some guidance on the cultivation of demonic arts, and on the other hand, he wanted to understand their actual strengths. As Sanguiner and Balans were currently cultivating in demonic arts, Han Shuo had a fairly good understanding of their situation. However, Gilbert was a little special. His body was refined from a demonic weapon and his soul had once cultivated in demonic arts. Moreover, he was still relentlessly practicing that soul-strengthening demonic art. But after arriving on Elysium, Gilbert began cultivating in the energy of darkness and had even broken through to the low god realm. Gilbert and Han Shuo's situations were somewhat different. Although Han Shuo cultivated in demonic arts and the energy of death and destruction, his 3 bodies were cultivated separately. Gilbert, on the other hand, had only one body. With both energies gathered in one body, his darkness divine energy appeared extremely bizarre. Han Shuo carefully studied and discovered that Gilbert's darkness divine energy contained a portion of the demonic yuan that Han Shuo had imparted to him from the demonic weapon. As his divine soul had been constantly practicing the forging methods Han Shuo had imparted to him, it was far more powerful than an average low god of darkness. This unique trait made his energy so bizarre and powerful that even Han Shuo couldn't figure out what was going on. Balans, Sanguiner, and Gilbert were the top three in the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy in terms of strength. They were even stronger than Statholm and the other late-stage low gods. Given their cultivation speed, it was only a matter of time before their strengths improved. Within 7 years, the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy had become the largest pharmacy merchant in the City of Shadows, earning Han Shuo nearly 2 million black crystal coins. Nowadays, any god who visited the City of Shadows would try their best to purchase some of the medicines refined by Han Shuo. The medicines refined by Han Shuo had become a unique commodity in the City of Shadows, attracting many gods to the City of Shadows. This was also Phoebe's idea. Back then, Phoebe had asked for a portion of the medicines refined by Han Shuo. Over the past 7 years, Phoebe would take out some of the medicines from time to time and sell them in the various branches of the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy. She would only sell a few dozen bottles of those medicines on special occasions. Every time she sold them, they would attract a lot of customers and earn more black crystal coins for the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy. Phoebe's business acumen was indeed admirable. Under her management, the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy's business flourished day by day. Not only were the medicines refined by Han Shuo miraculous, but she also paid her pharmacists adequate salaries, encouraging them to work hard to produce medicines that were far superior to those produced by ordinary pharmacies. It would not be an exaggeration to say that the ordinary medicines refined by the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy were of superior quality and were slightly more effective than those produced by ordinary pharmacies. This was also why even though Han Shuo did not personally refine the medicines, the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy was able to suppress the other pharmacies. The good times did not last long. Andre sent someone to invite Han Shuo to the Saint residence. At the Saint residence, when Han Shuo arrived, Carmelita, who had been forced to cultivate by Wallace, came to greet him. Carmelita went up to Han Shuo and gave him a punch. She cursed, "Brat, where have you been fooling around? You've been gone for 7 years." Some of the melanin on Carmelita's face had disappeared. She no longer looked as ferocious as before, but she was certainly not beautiful. It was just that this ordinary appearance made Han Shuo feel very comfortable. Perhaps it was because of Carmelita's personality, Han Shuo felt that he could get along with her without any pressure. "I went out to cultivate for a period of time," Han Shuo explained smilingly. Soon after, he asked, "Oh right, why did Lord Andre ask me to come here?" "It's my father's wish. In any case, it must be something good." Along the way, Carmelita led Han Shuo around and constantly asked Han Shuo about Tanai's situation at Godhunter Mountain. She was very interested in their previous mission. Aobashi and Erebus both know about it. "You should have known about it long ago. Why are you still asking me?" Han Shuo asked curiously after listening to Carmelita's incessant questioning. "Those two are hemming and hawing. They don't give me a clear answer. It's as though there's something they don't want me to know. That's why I'm here to ask you," Carmelita said angrily. Han Shuo's heart jolted when he heard that. He understood why Aobashi and Erebus did not explain the matter clearly to Carmelita. That matter involved 2 overgods, especially the most mysterious overgod of destiny. Aobashi and Erebus had been reminded by Andre before and knew that there were some things that they kept to themselves. Carmelita, in particular, was not a scheming person and was straightforward with her words. People like her were the worst at concealing their thoughts. If she knew about it, it was very likely that she would inadvertently spill the beans. That was why they didn't dare to say much. Carmelita kept asking and Han Shua hesitated whether he should tell her. Han Shua had long understood Carmelita's personality. If she didn't know anything about the two over-gods, it meant that Andre and Wallace didn't want her to know. After thinking for a moment, Han Shua did not say much. He explained, I was injured and have been recuperating all this time. Only Aobashi and Erebus know the specifics. It's useless for you to ask me. So you don't know either. Carmelita let out a soft groan. She pointed inside and said, my father is inside. I won't be going in. Unlike the place where Wallace previously received Aobashi, Erebus, and Han Shua, this banquet hall appeared solemn and dignified. The walls of the banquet hall were decorated with dark patterns. Several stone pillars glowed with the faint radiance of magic gems. An enormous glass magic lamp hung overhead illuminated the entire banquet hall. Dignitaries from all over the City of Shadows were gathered in the banquet hall. They were seated according to their statuses. The patriarch of the House of Kinson, Caspar, his wife Beth, his daughter Gia, and his younger sister Camilla were seated below. Camilla was the chief of the Fourth Divine Guard. Just like Erebus, she was a mid-god of darkness. On the side of the House of Kisa were Patriarch Kinlach, chief of the Sixth Corps, Rugersi, and several other family members. The Patriarch of the House of Buller, Laurel, chief of the Seventh Corps, Batuk, and Tushi who had taken over Tuya's position were seated together. Some of the patriarchs and members of smaller family clans were seated in more remote corners of the banquet hall. As soon as Han Shua entered the banquet hall, he took a cursory glance at the situation inside. He immediately understood that there was an important matter to be discussed. His heart skipped a beat as he wondered what this gathering was about. Brian, over here. Andre saw Han Shua standing at the entrance and waved at him from afar. Some of the people in the banquet hall turned their attention to Han Shua when they heard Andre's shout. Those who were close to Han Shua from the three major family clans greeted Han Shua with a smile. The patriarchs of the three major family clans who had never met Han Shua before also nodded at Han Shua, showing due respect to Han Shua. Of the 5 major family clans in the City of Shadows, except for the House of Lavers, 4 major family clans were present. Adding in the various minor family clans, there were more than 30 people in the banquet hall. Each and every one of them had a certain status in the City of Shadows. Han Shua walked to Andre's side in a daze. However, there was no chair on Andre's side. Han Shua looked around and felt rather puzzled. Han Shua was the only one standing. This made Han Shua feel rather awkward. There were many people who were close to Han Shua. There were still some empty seats on the major family clan's side but none of them invited Han Shua to take a seat. The situation seemed rather solemn. Elder brother, can you arrange a seat for the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy? Andre turned his head and asked Wallace who was seated at the head of the table. Wallace shot a glance at Han Shua and nodded. In a deep voice, he instructed, arrange a seat for the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy and bring a new chair. Everyone in the banquet hall raised their eyebrows when they heard those words. The patriarchs of the major family clans looked at Han Shua in astonishment. Some of the members of minor family clans even lowered their voices and discussed, how can he be qualified to sit here? Back then, even the God Swamp Pharmacy didn't have a seat. Isn't this youngster climbing up the ranks a little too fast? Brian, congratulations. Rugersi laughed heartily and nodded at Han Shua from afar. Congratulations. Gia softly smiled and congratulated Han Shua in a low voice. Those members of the 3 major family clans who had dealings with Han Shua also congratulated Han Shua. Those from minor family clans wore faces filled with envy. They looked at Han Shua with strange gazes. After staring blankly for a moment, Han Shua immediately understood what was going on. He bowed at Wallace and said, "Thank you, Lord City Lord." No wonder there were only so few seats in the banquet hall. Every family clan had their own seat. No wonder Rujursi did not invite Han Shuo to his seat even though there were empty seats in the banquet hall. As it turned out, the banquet hall was so particular that only major family clans of the City of Shadows were qualified to sit. Han Shuo immediately understood what Wallace meant when he said, "Arrange a seat for the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy," and not, "Arrange a seat for Brian." From this moment onwards, the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy was no longer just a pharmacy but a family clan in the City of Shadows. This meant that Han Shuo had truly stepped into the ranks of nobility in the City of Shadows. "Brian, what is your full name?" Every new family clan needs to have a special family crest. It's very particular. You can't be careless in this aspect. Andre asked smilingly while the divine guards were arranging a new seat for Han Shuo. Han Shuo hesitated for a moment before he replied, "Brian Han." The surname Han is a strange one. Haha. But don't worry, I have seen some other strange surnames, Andre said smilingly. Andre put on a faint smile and said, "Brian, from today onwards, the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy belongs to the House of Han. You can have your own family divine guards and family crest." "Many thanks." Han Shuo expressed his gratitude again. He had finally achieved his goal on Elysium. From today onwards, the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy was no longer an ordinary pharmacist but a part of the Han family. All those who came from Profound Continent would be members of the Han family. "Sit." Wallace gestured with his hand and gestured for Han Shuo to take a seat. After Han Shuo took a seat, Wallace said in a deep voice, "The Patriarch of the House of Lavers, Field, has left the City of Shadows. The immediate family members of the House of Lavers have also left the City of Shadows. From today onwards, the House of Lavers no longer exists in the City of Shadows. However, although Field has left, some of the properties of the House of Lavers still remain. These include the shops, residences, forts, and subordinate cities that were bestowed to the City of Shadows. These resources belong to the City of Shadows. Now that the members of the House of Lavers no longer exist, someone has to take care of them. This is especially true for the forts and subordinate cities. They cannot go a day without a new master. Our House of Saint has limited resources and we have always advocated to distribute the resources in the city to everyone. Today, we have invited all of you to the City of Shadows to discuss how to distribute these resources." Not long after Han Shuo returned to the City of Shadows, he learned of the departure of the Patriarch of the House of Lavers, Field. Field had been in the City of Shadows for many years. Although Field had lost the trust of the House of Saint due to Avery, Wallace did not take things too far and allowed him to leave. The House of Lavers was one of the 5 major family clans in the City of Shadows. Although they were not as powerful as the House of Saint, the resources they possessed were not to be underestimated. After Field left, those cities, forts, properties, and shops were naturally reclaimed by Wallace. It was a huge mess that couldn't be left unattended. For the sake of the stability of the City of Shadows, Wallace summoned the representatives of the major family clans. "The City Lord will make the decision," the members of the minor family clans shouted. The patriarchs of the other 3 major family clans nodded in silence. In the City of Shadows, the House of Saint was the king. Those people could tell from Wallace's demeanor that he had a plan. Therefore, they wouldn't do anything that would displease the City Lord. Wallace nodded and said, "All right then." He then gestured at Andre and instructed, "You do the talking." Andre stood up from his seat and smilingly said, "The House of Kinson, Kisa, and Buller will take over the 18 shops owned by the House of Lavers. Other than Fort Lossberg, each of the remaining cities and forts of the House of Lavers will have one each." Upon finishing those words, Andre pointed at the patriarchs of the minor family clans. Those who were pointed at by Andre became spirited while those who were not sighed in despair. Fort Lossberg and the residences of the House of Lavers in the City of Shadows will belong to the Han family. Andre continued. Han Shuo was overjoyed when he heard those words. Those members of the minor family clans began to make a fuss. They seemed to be somewhat dissatisfied with the division. Whether it was Fort Lossberg or the residences of the House of Lavers in the City of Shadows, they were all pieces of juicy meat. Those people started to feel displeased that they were handed over to Han Shuo, who had just ascended to the throne. Although the patriarchs of the other three major family clans were also rather surprised, they did not say anything. The three of them were more interested in the Fifth Corps. They were all waiting for a bigger, juicier job. Chapter 749. Fort Lossberg was the largest fort controlled by the House of Lavers. It was 1/7 the size of the City of Shadows. It was surrounded by mountains that were rich in natural resources. There were also several small-scale energy mines. It was the largest stronghold of the House of Lavers outside the City of Shadows. This fort was obviously much more valuable than the cities that Andrei assigned to the lesser family clans. Other than the fact that Fort Lossberg was a little far from the City of Shadows, there was nothing else that could be said about it. It was no wonder that the patriarchs of lesser family clans were displeased when they heard that Andrei had handed over Fort Lossberg to Han Shuo. Han Shuo had visited the House of Lavers' residences in the City of Shadows when he first arrived in the City of Shadows. Each and every one of those buildings towered into the clouds and occupied an enormous area. They had all the facilities one could wish for. Energy towers and energy boundaries could be found in every area. There were even several gymnasiums. In the City of Shadows, where every inch of land was worth its weight in gold, it was truly a luxurious mansion. Even the celestial pearl pharmacy that Han Shuo was currently residing in paled in comparison to that mansion. Now that the Lavers family, one of the 5 major family clans, had left, it would be impossible to purchase that mansion without several million black crystal coins. Fort Lossberg and that mansion in the City of Shadows were the 2 biggest pieces of meat left behind by the House of Lavers. Now that both pieces of meat had been handed over to the Han family by Andrei, it would be strange if the patriarchs of lesser family clans didn't complain. Han Shuo did not expect that Andrei and Wallace would be so generous. It was as though all the good things were going to happen to him. Fort Lossberg and the mansion of the Lavers' residence were 2 of the most coveted pieces of meat. Han Shuo was at a loss as to what to do. He did not understand why the 2 would hand them over to him. The patriarchs of the lesser family clans were still arguing. Andrei and Wallace remained unmoved. After a while, seeing that they were still arguing, Wallace let out a soft groan and said in a deep voice, "Brian has made a great contribution to the City of Shadows. He has successfully located the largest God Hunter stronghold and allowed us to deal a heavy blow to the God Hunters. Mirage City and Hushvale City are aware of this. Besides, the Han family is just starting out. It is only natural that we give them some benefits. There is no need to discuss this further." Since Wallace had spoken, even if the patriarchs of lesser family clans were unwilling, they had no choice but to keep quiet. They looked at Han Shuo with gazes filled with jealousy. "Don't be disgruntled. The Han family will not take Fort Lossberg and that mansion for nothing," said Andrei smilingly. Andrei put on a faint smile and said, "Brian, you've gotten such a great bargain. 1,000,000 black crystal coins is definitely not a small price to pay. No problem. Even 10 million black crystal coins wouldn't be enough to purchase Fort Lossberg and that mansion." Fort Lossberg, in particular, was a city several times larger than the Lancelot Empire on Profound Continent. Its value to Han Shuo was simply immeasurable. Moreover, with the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy, Han Shuo didn't have to worry about crystal coins. Candide, Emily, Phoebe, Mike Cotton, and the others were all talented in city management. It was unimaginable how much profit Fort Lossberg could bring to Han Shuo in their hands. "I'm willing to fork out 5 million black crystal coins for Fort Lossberg and that mansion," the patriarch of a small family clan muttered indignantly. "That's settled then. There's no need to discuss this further," shouted Wallace with his brows bunched. All the patriarchs of lesser family clans immediately shut their mouths. Andrei cleared his throat to attract the crowd's attention. He put on a faint smile and said, "All right, let's move on to another issue. My elder brother wants someone to fill Avery's vacant position as Chief of Fifth Corps. You can nominate some capable candidates for the position. My elder brother will make the final decision." As soon as Andrei said those words, the eyes of the other three major family clans who had not revealed any emotion suddenly lit up. They sat upright and still. It was obvious that they attached great importance to the matter. To the three patriarchs, the position of Chief of Divine Guards in the City of Shadows meant military strength. Compared to the shops, houses, and fortresses left behind by the House of Lavers, they valued the authority and military strength of the Chief of Divine Guards more. The three major family clans had no shortage of fortresses and shops. To them, the shops Andrei bestowed upon them were just the icing on the cake. However, every one of the 7 chiefs of divine guards in the City of Shadows had the right to command a team of elite divine guards. These elite divine guards were the forces that they truly cared about. In the City of Shadows, major family clans had the right to recruit divine guards. However, the House of Saint would strictly control the number of divine guards they could recruit. This was to prevent smaller family clans from outnumbering the House of Saint in terms of quality and quantity. Based on the size of a family clan's business and strength, the number of divine guards they could recruit would be strictly controlled. On Elysium, wealth, identity, and status were earned by a family clan's strength. The strength of a family clan was determined by the strength of its military strength. This referred to the number and quality of its divine guards. Having 2 chiefs of divine guards in a family clan was tantamount to having a new source of military strength. Therefore, when the patriarchs of the 3 family clans heard Andrei mention the Fifth Corps, they immediately displayed their desire. The eyes of the patriarchs of the smaller family clans were even brighter. They knew that as long as they had sufficient military strength, it was only a matter of time before they could obtain those shops and houses. All along, the reason why the House of Saint, House of Kinson, House of Lavers, House of Kisa, and House of Buller were able to stand above all the other small family clans was because they controlled the military force of the City of Shadows. The reason why the House of Saint was so far ahead of the other 4 major family clans, other than the number of elite and expert divine guards in the family clan, was that the top 3 chiefs of divine guards were from the House of Saint. For those small family clans, only when a member of their family clan became a chief of divine guards would their family clan be considered as one of the major family clans. For a major family clan, the position of chief of the Fifth Corps signified that they could advance a step further and become the second largest family clan in the City of Shadows, second only to the House of Saint. For a small family clan, it signified that they could truly become one of the top family clans in the City of Shadows. Those who coveted the position of Chief of the Fifth Corps immediately became restless and excited when they heard that Wallace was looking for someone to take over the position. "Lord Andrei, didn't you say that only Avery's head can be taken for this position?" asked a patriarch of a small family clan puzzledly. "Avery has disappeared without a trace. However, the position of Chief of the Fifth Corps cannot be left empty. We need to find someone to replace him. If someone can take Avery's head, we can discuss further," said Andrei. These people had been drooling over the position of Chief of the Fifth Corps for a long time. After hearing Andrei's words, they immediately started making plans. The people in the hall were whispering to each other and discussing about the vacancy in the Fifth Corps. The patriarchs of the 3 major family clans could no longer remain calm and collected. They started whispering to their family clansmen. It was obvious that they were very interested in the position of the Fifth Corps. Wallace cleared his throat and in a deep voice, he said, "The position of Chief of the Fifth Corps is of great responsibility. The successor must have sufficient strength and talent. Who do you have in mind for this position?" As soon as those words left Wallace's mouth, the crowd in the hall went into an uproar. Many people were recommended in an instant. The patriarchs of the three major family clans didn't utter a single word. The members of their family clans pushed their own family clans up one by one. Han Shuo observed carefully for a moment and discovered that none of them had recommended any outsiders. Almost all of them were from within their own family clans. Each and every one of them revealed their determination to win this position. The people in the hall were discussing fervently. All kinds of people were pushed onto the stage. None of the parties were willing to budge an inch. The situation was in a deadlock. As the voices of discussion grew louder and louder, Wallace put on a rather impatient face and said in a low voice, "The position of Chief of the Fifth Corps is of great responsibility. The successor must be at least a high god. This is the minimum requirement." Upon hearing those words, the mid-gods recommended by the minor family clans were undoubtedly sentenced to death. The patriarchs of the major family clans were startled. They gestured to their family clans and their family clans began recommending their patriarchs to take over the Fifth Corps. Although there were very few high gods in minor family clans, almost all the patriarchs were high gods. Han Shuo made a rough estimation and found that there were a total of 9 candidates recommended for the position of Chief of the Fifth Corps. All of them were from major family clans. "I think Brian is a good candidate. In the last God Hunter hunt, Brian has proven his ability and strength. I think he is a suitable candidate," said Andre as the crowd paused for a moment. He pushed Han Shuo onto the stage. The patriarchs of the three major family clans bunched their brows. Their eyes started to flicker. The patriarchs of the minor family clans immediately shut their mouths. The hall became quiet in an instant. Andre was from the House of Saint. Did his words mean that he was from the House of Saint? Did Wallace have the same intention? The crowd stared blankly for a moment before they immediately thought of this question. Therefore, many of them became silent. Han Shuo had long known that Andre and Wallace intended for him to take over the Fifth Corps. Therefore, after hearing Andre's words, Han Shuo feigned shock and humbly replied, "Lord Andre is flattering me." Upon hearing those words, Han Shuo shut his mouth. He did not express his interest in the position nor did he decline. His attitude was worth pondering. "I think Brian is a good candidate," said Wallace in a soft voice after keeping silent for a long while. The patriarchs of the minor family clans felt bitter in their hearts after hearing those words from Wallace. However, they still put on serious looks on their faces. None of them made a sound. The patriarchs of the three major family clans did not have much contact with Han Shuo. However, some members of their family clans were very close to Han Shuo due to the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy. If it was just an ordinary position, the patriarchs of the three major family clans might just give it to Han Shuo. However, this was a matter of great importance. Even though they had a good relationship with the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy, they could not give it to Han Shuo. Therefore, the patriarchs of the three major family clans remained silent. Their eyes flickered with uncertainty. Although they did not say a word, they had indirectly revealed their unwillingness to cooperate. Wallace regarded the patriarchs of the three major family clans very highly. Seeing that the three were not saying a word, he took the initiative to ask for their opinion. "What do the three of you think?" The three exchanged glances with each other. Kinloch of the House of Kisa hesitated for a moment before he said, "Brian is still young and not too familiar with the situation in the City of Shadows. He has just taken over a family clan and has yet to prove his capabilities. Wouldn't it be too much of a leap to take over the Fifth Corps?" The patriarchs of the other two major family clans nodded in agreement after hearing Kinloch's words. They all agreed that Han Shuo needed more tempering. The three were not willing to give up so easily on such an important issue. "I see," Wallace softly muttered. He then turned to the patriarchs of the minor family clans and asked, "What do you all think?" Seeing that someone had taken the lead, the others also expressed their agreement with Kinloch. With so many opposing opinions, Wallace couldn't be too obviously biased towards Han Shuo. After keeping silent for a moment, he suddenly said, "How about this, let's forget about the matter of Avery. I have another thorny matter on hand. I have received news that someone has discovered a large energy crystal mine near Fort Lossberg. The area doesn't belong to any city. Currently, various forces are gathering there. I have sent some men to investigate, but I have yet to receive any news. I reckon that the odds are against them. Whoever can find that energy crystal mine and claim it as the private property of the City of Shadows will be the new chief of the Fifth Corps. Isn't that fair?" After hearing Wallace's words, the crowd no longer raised any objections. The patriarchs of the three major family clans were the first to nod in agreement. The three major family clans had stood proudly in the City of Shadows for many years. They had an advantage over other family clans in many aspects. It was obvious that the three major family clans believed that they had the upper hand and therefore readily agreed. When the patriarchs of the minor family clans and the patriarchs of the three major family clans nodded in agreement, they knew that the matter was pretty much settled and there was no point in objecting. "That's settled then." Wallace made the final decision. Soon after, in a deep voice, he reminded, "I will send someone to investigate. I hope that the major family clans will refrain from using their family clan forces. Every competitor is only allowed to bring 10 people to the mine. Those who exceed that number will be automatically eliminated. Also, other than the competitor themselves, the divine guards must not be high gods." The three major family clan patriarchs pursed their lips after hearing Wallace's words but did not say a word. Even if there were only 10 divine guards, they would still consider their family clan's divine guards to be the elites. Besides, even if there were only 10 divine guards, they could still use their family clan forces to investigate the situation. One last reminder. It is strictly forbidden to kill one's own people. You should know the consequences if you violate this rule. With that, Wallace waved his hand and said, "That's all for today. You can all go back now." The crowd stood up one after another, saluted Wallace and Andre, and left the hall. Just as Han Shoa was about to leave, Andre lightly coughed and said, "Brian, about the 1 million black gold coins, we still need to discuss it." Han Shoa nodded smilingly. He knew that Andre had something to say to him. The patriarchs of the major family clans who left knew that Han Shoa had a close relationship with the House of Saint. When they saw that Andre had asked Han Shoa to stay behind, they could not help but complain in their hearts. Soon enough, the hall was empty. Wallace stood up, nodded at Han Shoa, and smilingly said, "Although I have the intention to let you take over the Fifth Corps, the obstacles are just too great. You will have to work hard on your own." After taking a short pause, Wallace went over and patted on Han Shoa's shoulder in a very amiable manner, saying, "Do well. The City of Shadows will not mistreat you." Upon finishing those words, Wallace and Andre nodded at Han Shoa and left the hall. After Wallace left, Andre smilingly said, "My elder brother believes that in order to ascend to power, one must overcome the cruel competition. You have won Fort Lossberg and the mansion of the Lavers family for your performance against the God Hunters. Whether or not your Han family can take over the Fifth Corps will depend on your own efforts. Lord Andre, you didn't ask me to stay just to talk about this, did you?" Han Shoa put on a faint smile and said meaningfully. "Huh, you youngster." Andre laughed heartily. Shortly after, he said, "Erebus is currently at Fort Lossberg. I have already asked him to keep an eye on things over there. You can go there and have a chat with Erebus. I believe he will tell you everything he knows. There was no such thing as true fairness in this world." Andre's words to Han Shoa were obviously cheating. Given that Han Shoa had once saved Erebus' life, Erebus would not hesitate to inform Han Shoa if he had any information. Perhaps Erebus would even lend some of the elite divine guards of the Third Corps to Han Shoa. I knew that Lord Andre would have something good for me. Han Shoa laughed heartily. "All right, it is the House of Saints' fortune to have you come to the City of Shadows. Since the goddess of destiny has such a good impression of you, perhaps our house of saint will benefit from your glory in the future. André said jokingly. He then patted on Han Shua's shoulder and said in a friendly manner, as for the 1 million black gold coins, it will be used to shut the mouths of those in our house of saint. Go back and tell Phoebe about it. After taking a short pause, André praised, youngster, you are really lucky. That woman Phoebe is very business-minded. There shouldn't be any problems in leaving Fort Lossberg to your family. Alright, I know what to do. Han Shua replied smilingly and left the house of Saint. All these years, Phoebe had delivered Carmelita's share of the profits on time. As the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy flourished under her management, Carmelita would receive more and more black gold coins every time. The House of Saint was very satisfied and they began to admire Han Shua's ability to judge people. After returning to the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy, Han Shua gathered everyone and informed them of the news he had received today. When they heard that the Han family had officially established their position in the City of Shadows and had acquired Fort Lossberg and a mansion owned by the Lavers family, the crowd was indescribably excited. This was especially true for Han Shua's women, Phoebe, Emily, Fanny, Lisa, Jasper, and the others were clamoring to move into the mansion immediately. You guys take care of this matter, Han Shua straightforwardly delegated the power and said to Phoebe, withdraw 1 million black gold coins and send it to the House of Saint. Han Shua pointed at Sanguiner, Bollins, and Gilbert and said, the three of you, come with me. Chapter 750. Sanguiner, Bollins, and Gilbert were currently the most powerful experts in Celestial Pearl Pharmacy. Bollins had been active in the Third Corps and had the most experience. Sanguiner, on the other hand, was the strongest of the three. Gilbert and Han Shua could communicate telepathically and could be of great help to Han Shua in certain aspects. The party did not need too many people. A few elites would suffice. Therefore, Han Shua chose Sanguiner, Gilbert, and Gilbert. Han Shua had delegated the management of the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy to Phoebe and the others. He believed that by the time he returned, everything would be in order. The ladies were very interested in the Lavers' residence and would soon move in. Fort Lossberg was located at the border of the City of Shadows. It was next to Hushvale City and Dark Soul City. If one headed north from Fort Lossberg, one would cross the vast ocean and vast mountain ranges to reach the Destruction Dominion. Among the many forts in the City of Shadows, Fort Lossberg was the largest and had the most abundant resources. Other than the fact that it was a little far from the city, Han Shua was very satisfied with all aspects. Half a month later, Han Shua, Sanguiner, Bollins, and Gilbert arrived at Fort Lossberg. As the official documents had yet to be issued, Fort Lossberg was not yet considered Han Shua's territory. For the time being, Erebus had arranged for people to take care of the affairs of Fort Lossberg. Instead of immediately looking for Erebus, Han Shua, Sanguiner, and Bollins took a stroll around Fort Lossberg. He discovered that there were about 5,000 gods in the fort. The majority of them were base gods, followed by low gods, mid gods, and high gods. High gods were rarely seen. Elysium was vast and there were a lot of gods. However, gods were gods after all. Although Lancelot Empire did not have a large population, it still numbered in the tens of millions. Although Fort Lossberg was slightly larger than Lancelot Empire, there were only slightly more than 5,000 gods living in it. This was the general situation in the major cities on Elysium. The number of gods was far less than the number of mortals on low-level material planes. Even the City of Shadows only had a few tens of thousands of gods. It was said that even the most bustling cities on Elysium only had 200,000 to 300,000 gods. Han Shua, Sanguiner, and Bollins took a stroll around Fort Lossberg. After learning about the situation there, they headed towards Erebus' temporary residence at the center of the fort. The residence originally belonged to the House of Lavers. It occupied an area of several tens of acres. It was even larger than the House of Lavers' mansion in the City of Shadows. As the land was cheap and the population was much smaller than in the City of Shadows, every god was allocated a large plot of land. Although the residence was larger than the House of Laver's mansion in the City of Shadows, it was far inferior in terms of facilities. There were no energy towers or boundary towers in every corner of the residence. There were also no divine weapons or powerful defensive boundaries in the gymnasiums. There were also no luxurious decorations in the buildings. They appeared simple and unadorned. Erebus was overjoyed to see Han Shuo. He arranged for the four of them to stay in the largest house in the residence. Erebus smiled and said, "The city lord has bestowed Fort Lossberg to the Han family. Logically speaking, you, Brian, should be the master of this place. I will only be staying here for a few days. Fort Lossberg will still be under your control until we receive the official document. Only after we receive the official document will this place belong to the Han family." Han Shuo said smilingly. "Ballins, now that Brian has returned, are you leaving the Third Corps?" Erebus asked as he looked at Ballins smilingly. Before Han Shuo left, he had arranged for Ballins to stay with Erebus. Ballins was different from Ermike Cotton and Statholm the old monster. The more people he killed, the faster his strength would improve. After killing those gods, the killing intent in his body would condense into an energy similar to demonic yuan and divine energy, allowing him to advance by leaps and bounds. Ballins was a famous assassin on Profound Continent. He was very familiar with the ways of killing. After arriving at the Third Corps, Ballins had helped Erebus eliminate many enemies. Now that Ballins was about to return to Han Shuo's side, Erebus was rather reluctant to part with him. Ballins wore an indifferent face. He nodded and said, "My skills were imparted to me by Senior Brother. It was Senior Brother's idea to come to the Third Corps. Now that Senior Brother has returned, I will naturally follow Senior Brother." "Brian, you sure are lucky," Erebus said enviously. "As you know, the Goddess of Destiny is on my side." It was said that the Goddess of Destiny was in charge of the destinies of mortals. Based on what Aobashi and Erebus had experienced, the Goddess of Destiny was indeed rather fond of Han Shuo. "Alright, I know why you're here. Lord Andre had given me some information and asked me to pay attention to a mine located far away from Lossberg. I have dispatched some men to investigate and indeed, I have obtained some information." Erebus put on a solemn face and said in a deep voice, "That mine doesn't belong to any city. It is located between Hushvale City and Dark Soul City. Some of the gods who visited the City of Shadows had heard that a large-scale energy crystal mine had been discovered there. Several of Andre's spies had gone to investigate but there had been no response even after a long time. Andre had informed me about it and I happened to be in the vicinity. Therefore, I dispatched a small squad of divine guards to investigate. According to the information I received, there is indeed a large-scale energy crystal mine. Other than that, is there any other special information?" Han Shuo put on a faint smile and said mischievously, "You should know what the City Lord means by now. I can only officially take over the Fifth Corps if I take over that mine. By now, the three major family clans should have mobilized their family clans. They have been operating in the City of Shadows for many years and naturally have an advantage over me. If you don't provide me with sufficient information, I won't have the confidence to succeed. I have confirmed the location. Other than those from the City of Shadows, divine guards from Hushvale City and Dark Soul City will be heading to that area as well. When the time comes, conflict will be unavoidable. You must be mentally prepared." Erebus thought for a moment before he continued, "Contact Anaito of the Third Corps for the specifics. I know that he is very familiar with you. Therefore, he will be heading there first." "How do I contact Anaito?" asked Han Shuo after staring blankly for a moment. "You don't have to worry about that. Ballins will know how to contact Anaito." Erebus put on a faint smile and said, "Although you are a nominal member of our Third Corps, Ballins is the one who has truly come into contact with the core of our Third Corps. You youngster, you only came to the third corps to gain credit. Han Shuo shot a glance at Ballins and saw Ballins nod. Han Shuo knew that Ballins knew how to contact the third corps. Alright then, I will be heading there first. I hope that I can get there as soon as possible and take over the mine. After obtaining useful information from Erebus, Han Shuo did not stay for too long. He was anxious to settle the matter as soon as possible. Erebus, of course, knew that the sooner, the better. Therefore, he did not stop Han Shuo. He smilingly said, "Have a safe trip. I will be waiting for you to take over the 5th Corps. If there are no mishaps, the 5th Corps will be mine," said Han Shuo in a big smile. He had a close relationship with Erebus and had no qualms about speaking. After mastering the 17 flying swords and mastering the Avicii god-slaying sword formation, Han Shuo was sufficiently confident in his strength. As long as there were no mishaps, Han Shuo believed that he would be able to take over the mine. "Master, what should we do?" asked Gilbert after leaving Fort Lossberg with Han Shuo. "Let's observe the situation for now. Our main objective is to take over the mine. Energy crystals are good stuff. Every city and every god needs them," replied Han Shuo smilingly. After walking around Fort Lossberg, Han Shuo discovered that although there were all kinds of ores around the fort, the defenses of the fort needed to be strengthened. He did not see many powerful energy towers and boundary towers. All kinds of energy towers and boundary towers had become an indispensable part of a god's defenses. They all required a large amount of energy crystals. If Han Shuo wanted to reconstruct the fort, he would need a large amount of energy crystals. Now that a large energy crystal mine had been discovered and it was still unclaimed, Han Shuo would not let it slip by. The party of 4 traveled for 5 days and arrived at the mine pointed out by Erebus at dusk. Upon arriving, Han Shuo immediately released his demon generals and discovered that there were many gods in the mine. Not long after Ballins arrived, he found a few special symbols on the corners of several large trees. After thinking for a moment, Ballins said to Han Shuo respectfully, "Senior, follow me." Han Shuo knew that Ballins had discovered Anaito's message. He brought Sanguiner and Gilbert with him. In one of the caves in the mine, Han Shuo and Ballins saw Anaito. Anaito was in a squad of 10 divine guards, but Anaito was accompanied by only 3 divine guards. Anaito's clothes were ragged and he looked miserable. There were even bloodstains on his clothes. It seemed that he had suffered heavy casualties. Anaito put on a delighted face when he saw Ballins. When he saw Han Shuo behind Ballins, his face lit up with joy. He cried out in surprise, "Lord Brian has come." The 3 divine guards of the 3rd Corps beside Anaito also recognized Han Shuo. They were all shaken up and were clearly excited. "Anaito, what happened? You look like you have suffered serious injuries," Han Shuo bunched his brows and asked in a rather puzzled manner. "It was done by those from Hushvale City and Dark Soul City. 6 of our men were killed," Anaito replied furiously. "The most despicable one is that Eugene. Last time, our 3 cities worked together to hunt down the god hunters. Who would have thought that he would resort to such atrocious means just for the sake of the mine?" said a divine guard named Deco furiously. Han Shuo had seen Deco at Erebus' side when they were hunting down the god hunters. "Eugene." Han Shuo stared blankly for a moment before he sneered and said, "I didn't expect to run into an acquaintance." Eugene had been mocking and ridiculing Han Shuo while hunting down the god hunters. He had a close relationship with Hasling, the master of God Swamp Pharmacy, and had always disliked Han Shuo. He did not expect that Han Shuo would kill a divine guard of the City of Shadows. The City of Gorging Clouds, Blackwater City, Blackrock City, Mirage City, Dark Soul City, City of Shadows, and Hushvale City were the 7 major cities of the Darkness Dominion. The strength of the 7 cities was ranked as above, with the City of Gorging Clouds at the top and Hushvale City at the bottom. The 7 cities of the Darkness Dominion all worshipped the Overgod of Darkness. However, the 7 cities were independent and there were competitions and small frictions between them. As the 7 major cities of the Darkness Dominion, there had never been a major war between the cities. However, small frictions had never ceased. The 7 cities bordered each other. Conflicts often broke out behind the scenes over territorial issues. It was normal for a few divine guards to die in such conflicts. The 7 lords of the city had tacitly agreed to such conflicts. The friction between smaller family clans that did not belong to the same city was even greater. Fights between family clans would often occur. The overgods of the darkness, death, and destruction dominions believed that healthy competition would help to maintain the vigorous fighting strength of their subordinates. As long as the frictions did not affect the foundation of the dominion, the overgods would ignore them. It was only when major conflicts occurred at the strength of the entire dominion would be greatly damaged that the overgod would intervene. Conflicts over interests in ungoverned territories were a very common phenomenon in the Darkness Dominion. Wallace didn't care how Han Shoa would act. He didn't care if people from other dominions died in the process. As long as the final result was to obtain the ores, there would be no problem. "What's going on?" asked Han Shoa in a deep voice with his brows bunched. Eugene and his divine guards were here as well. "There are many ores in this mine. We had occupied one of the larger ores on behalf of Lord Erebus. Eugene discovered it before we had the chance to mine it. Eugene insisted that they were the ones who discovered the ores first and asked us to leave. We refused and a conflict broke out. Lord Erebus wasn't here and the result was obvious. 3 of our comrades were killed," said Anaito furiously. Eugene must have hated Lord Erebus for speaking ill of him. "That's why he took the opportunity to retaliate," said Deko angrily. Deko had witnessed the conflict between Erebus and Eugene during the Godhunter hunt. Back then, as Erebus and Aobashi were both present, Eugene had no choice but to suffer in silence. He did not dare to start a conflict with Erebus. But this time, it was different. As Wallace had taken the fight for the ownership of the mine as a test for the new chief of the 5th Corps, Erebus did not come personally. Since Erebus, a formidable opponent, did not come, Eugene naturally wouldn't put Erebus' divine guards in his eyes. It was only natural that he would come. "Which mine is Eugene at?" "Bring us there," asked Han Shoa calmly after learning about the cause and effect. "Lord Brian, Eugene has brought more than 50 divine guards with him. Aren't we a little too few?" Anaito was startled. He continued, "I have just reported this matter to Lord Erebus. Lord Erebus told me not to act rashly. He said that we should wait for the other competitors from the City of Shadows to come and deal with Eugene together. There's no need for that. The few of us are enough." Han Shoa shook his head. If the other competitors arrived, even if they managed to take over the mine, there would be a dispute over the distribution of the profits. Naturally, Han Shoa wasn't willing to let those people have a share of the profits. "What are you blabbering about? Just do whatever my master tells you to do." "Cut the crap," shouted Gilbert. He was used to being unreasonable. In addition to the fact that his strength had skyrocketed recently, he did not hold back. "Anaito, lead the way," shouted Ballins in a low voice. His entire body was brimming with killing intent. Having been active in the 3rd Corps for 7 years, Ballins had developed quite a bit of affection for the 3rd Corps. Now that Eugene was bullying the 3rd Corps, he immediately flew into a rage. Over the years, Ballins had killed many divine guards from other cities. His killing intent was extremely dense. After cultivating demonic arts, he had become more and more bloodthirsty. Other than Han Shoa, no ordinary person could restrain him. Anaito and Ballins were familiar with each other. He knew that this old man killed without batting an eye and was a bloodthirsty lunatic. Anaito was rather frightened when he heard Ballins's words. He replied while trembling with fear, all right then. But Lord Bolins, you have to be careful. Our opponent this time is Eugene. Eugene is a high god. With my master here, what can Eugene do? Replied Sanguiner coldly. Just like Fanny and the other ladies, although Sanguiner's strength was even more terrifying than Bolins and Gilbert, he had a blind admiration for Han Shuo. In his mind, Han Shuo was omnipotent. He believed that Eugene, whose name he had never heard of, would be a dead end for Han Shuo. After hearing Sanguiner's words, Bolins and Gilbert nodded simultaneously. They seemed to agree with Sanguiner. All right, I'll lead the way. For some reason, Anaito felt even more pressured than Bolins when Sanguiner glared at him. Therefore, he straightforwardly agreed. From his point of view, Sanguiner, Bolins, and Gilbert were all brimming with murderous intent. With just a glance, he could tell that none of them were benevolent characters. On the contrary, Han Shuo was gentle and always had a smile on his face when dealing with people. Anaito, who had never seen Han Shuo's savagery, could not understand how a character like Han Shuo could suppress the three fiends. Soon enough, Anaito led Han Shuo and the other three to a large mine. A divine guard on Eugene's side at the entrance laughed mischievously and said, "You dare come again? Did you think that Lord Eugene was merciful when he spared you all last time? You're courting death again." The other divine guard laughed hysterically. He obviously did not think much of Han Shuo and the other three that Anaito had brought with him. Anaito's face turned unsightly. He looked at Han Shuo with a pleading expression and said, "Lord Brian, what do you think? Oh, you even brought a helper." Ha! The divine guard cried out in surprise after hearing Anaito's words as though he had just noticed Han Shuo. His face was filled with ridicule. "Senior, what do you think?" If it were in the past, Bolins would have charged at the divine guard long ago. But now that Han Shuo was beside him, Bolins would first consult Han Shuo. He dared to disrespect Erebus and Wallace, the city lord of the City of Shadows, but he dared not go against Han Shuo because he knew that everything he had was bestowed to him by Han Shuo. Han Shuo was still wearing a genial smile on his face. He nodded at Bolins and said, "Go, but don't make it too bloody." Chapter 751. Those were the words that Bolins had been waiting for from Han Shuo. As soon as he finished those words, Bolins suddenly charged out with a murderous aura. His murderous aura lingered around his body before condensing into mist and dispersing. After the murderous aura condensed into a solid form, it suddenly drifted towards the two at the cave entrance. The two who were about to ridicule Anaito were immediately intimidated. Under Bolins' terrifying murderous aura, they found it difficult to breathe. The divine energy in their bodies was also affected and they couldn't even unleash half of their usual strength. The slender sword light flashed and disappeared, crisscrossing on the bodies of the two. Cracking sounds could be heard from the bodies of the two, but the two still maintained their horrified postures as they stared blankly at Han Shuo and the others. A few seconds later, with two loud bangs, the two men's bodies shattered into pieces of flesh and blood that fell to the ground. Scarlet blood and the pungent smell of blood permeated the air. Pieces of flesh and the two men's broken internal organs and intestines flowed all over the ground. The scene was simply too horrible to look at. Bolins suddenly put on a faint smile of satisfaction as he looked at the mangled corpses on the ground. He seemed to enjoy the process of killing and the bloody scene very much. As a cultivator of the god-slaying devil path, Bolins had become more and more extreme as he cultivated in demonic arts. He had developed a perverted obsession with killing people. Even Han Shuo couldn't control himself. He would either not kill, or once he did, he would find it hard to control his desire. People would inevitably die in his hands and the scene would not be too harmonious. This was also the reason why Han Shuo warned them to not make it too bloody. Anaito, Deko, and the other two divine guards of the Third Corps felt their blood run cold when they saw that Bolins, who had always been expressionless, put on an indifferent smile while standing on the ground covered in blood and flesh. They thought to themselves, lunatic, what a lunatic. We must never provoke this guy in the future. Han Shuo bunched his brows and asked, didn't I warn you not to make it too bloody? The smiling Balin's expression turned bitter. He turned around and bowed to Han Shuo with some fear. He explained, senior brother, I've already restrained myself. Waving his hand, Han Shuo took a few steps back and said, forget it, let's wait for the people in the cave to come out. There was a strong smell of blood at the entrance of the cave. As long as there were people inside the cave, they would definitely come out immediately. The cave was too narrow and not suitable for an intense battle, so Han Shuo planned to bring the battle outside. The pungent smell of blood wafted into the cave. After a while, a few divine guards from Eugene's side came to investigate the situation. When they saw the large intestines and small intestines scattered all over the ground and the crushed internal organs in chunks, they nearly vomited. When they saw Anaito and his party standing at the entrance of the cave, as well as the color of their companions' divine armors dripping with blood, they immediately screamed and transmitted the message. The corner of Balan's mouth curled up into a bloodthirsty grin. He stretched out his sword and was ready to kill again. Wait a minute, wait for all of them to come out first. Han Shuo stopped Balan's when he saw him taking action again. Yes, senior brother. Balan's stood respectfully and solemnly. He did not move an inch but stared at the divine guards with his eyes. He was like a bloodthirsty demonic beast that wanted to devour them whole and tear them apart with his teeth. Soon enough, many divine guards flew out from the cave. One could tell that they were Eugene's divine guards just by looking at their attire. When those divine guards came out and saw the horrible scene at the entrance of the cave, their faces turned ghastly pale. There were even a few divine guards among them who nearly vomited. Usually, the most important characters were the last to make an appearance. It was only after all the divine guards had come out that Eugene of Hushvale City appeared. Eugene's eyes turned even more sinister when he looked at Han Shuo and his party. He shouted in a low voice, "You must be courting death. Old fool, you are the one who deserves to die. How dare you rob my master's belongings? You must be tired of living." Gilbert pointed at Eugene and cursed, "Look at your wretched face. It seems that you won't be able to live past today. If you know what's good for you, you'd better slit your own throat. Don't bother me with killing you." Even Han Shuo couldn't help but raise his eyebrows at Gilbert. He did not expect that even after coming to Elysium, dying once would not change Gilbert's nature. It seemed that Gilbert had become even more vicious than before. At least, Han Shuo had never heard such words from Gilbert before. Gilbert did not stop cursing even though Eugene's face had turned green. He said in a smug manner, "Tisk tsk, everyone, look at his face. You should know that he is going to die today." Gilbert pointed at Eugene who had turned green from anger and continued to make sarcastic remarks. "Get rid of this youngster." Eugene could no longer bear it and shouted. When Eugene saw that Han Shuo had arrived, he was planning to use peaceful means before resorting to force. But little did he know that Gilbert's words were getting more and more unkind and malicious. Eugene was so enraged that he decided to get rid of Gilbert first before discussing the mine with Han Shuo. Several divine guards immediately flew out from behind Eugene. These divine guards had long found Gilbert an eyesore, especially when they discovered that Gilbert was only an early-stage low god. They could no longer tolerate Gilbert's arrogance. They couldn't understand how a low god could be so arrogant. Hee, what a bunch of fools. Gilbert laughed maniacally. When the first mid-god approached Gilbert, Gilbert threw a punch while laughing maniacally. His arm turned pitch black and the veins on his arm looked like strange little black snakes. It gave his arm a sense of violence and beauty. Boom! The first early-stage mid-god divine guard that charged at Gilbert was sent flying along with the divine weapon in his hand by Gilbert. That divine guard who did not put Gilbert in his eyes suffered serious injuries before he could even display his true strength. A sharp glint flashed across Sanguinar's eyes. His crimson eyes met the divine guard's. That divine guard who was seriously injured by Gilbert suddenly felt a surge of energy flowing into his body from Sanguinar's eyes. The next moment, he discovered that the blood in his body was flowing uncontrollably from his mouth, nose, eyes, ears, penis, and anus. Ah! Blood was flowing out from all the holes in that divine guard's body. He couldn't stand the feeling of approaching death step by step and started screaming. Sanguinar's crimson eyes glowed brightly. The corners of his mouth curved into a faint smile. Balanza's face was filled with malevolent, bloodthirsty madness. The flying sword in his hand that was refined by Han Shuo emitted chilling rays. The other divine guards that charged at Gilbert retreated in panic. Some of the divine guards that failed to retreat in time had wounds on their chests. Blood soaked through their divine armor. What's going on? What's going on? I can't control the blood in my body. The divine guard on the ground was still shrieking in fear. His voice grew weaker and weaker. As he lost too much blood, his face grew paler and paler. Under the gazes of the crowd, his body gradually shriveled. It was as though all the blood and water in his body had been drained. Finally, his body twisted and convulsed for a moment before he fell to the ground like a piece of dead wood. Anaito, Deco, and the other three who planned to help Gilbert had terrified faces. They knew very well how powerful Balans was. As for Gilbert and Sanguinar, as they had never left the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy, they had no idea that the two could be so powerful. Sangui's crimson eyes flashed as he watched Gilbert, an early-stage low god, severely injure an opponent who was one level higher than him with a single punch. Sangui's crimson eyes flashed as his opponent's blood flowed uncontrollably. They were astounded by the performance of the two monsters. Only those from the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy are monsters. One Balans was already frightening enough. They did not expect that the crimson-eyed youngster to be even more bizarre. With a flash of crimson light from his eyes, the enemy would bleed uncontrollably. How bizarre! Anaito, Deco, and Deco cried out in their minds. Sanguinar, Balans, and Gilbert's attacks had shocked Eugene's divine guards. Eugene's face turned even more unsightly. He did not expect that there would be such strange people around Han Shuo. He knew nothing about the profound energy cultivated by Sanguinar and Balans. The only thing he could see was that Gilbert had seriously injured one of his divine guards with a single punch. With that, Eugene no longer dared to act blindly without thinking. All of you, get the hell out of this cave. From today onwards, everything here belongs to the Han family of the City of Shadows. Gilbert became immensely proud of himself again. He pointed at Eugene and said disdainfully, "You are no match for him. Kill this cocky bastard." Eugene was enraged. He shouted, "Squads 2 and 3, attack together. No matter what happens, I will take responsibility." The divine guards behind Eugene had long disliked Gilbert. Upon hearing Eugene's command, the 20 or so divine guards immediately surrounded Gilbert. The divine guards exchanged glances with each other. 10 of them charged at Gilbert, 10 at Balans, and 10 at Sanguinar. Han Shuo had gained a clear understanding of the strengths of Sanguinar, Balans, and Gilbert. Among them, Sanguinar was the strongest. He estimated that he possessed mid-stage mid-god strength. Balans and Gilbert were slightly weaker. Based on their physical strength alone, they should possess early-stage mid-god strength. As for Sanguinar and Balans, one of them knew how to control the blood in a person's body and the other could intimidate the enemy with his killing intent. Their strengths were slightly higher than their peers. In a one-on-one fight, Han Shuo believed that the three would be able to finish off an opponent of the same level. But with a dozen of them attacking together, Han Shuo knew that the three would be in grave danger. After all, Eugene's divine guards were all mid-gods. Han Shuo grinned when he saw that Sanguiner, Ballins, and Gilbert were wearing solemn expressions. With one thought, 17 flying swords suddenly flew out from his body. The flying swords were extremely swift and fierce. They whistled through the air as they circled above their heads. Miserable shrieks filled the air. Corpses suddenly fell from the sky. When they hit the ground, they were all mangled and mangled. In the blink of an eye, all the corpses had melted into flesh and blood. Not a single bone or piece of flesh was left. The 20 or so elite divine guards who had fought alongside Eugene had been reduced to a puddle of blood that soaked the ground. Not a single trace was left. Anaito and the others had been puzzled as to why Sanguiner, Ballins, and Gilbert, these three fiends, would be so obedient to Han Shuo. But now, they finally understood. Han Shuo still wore a gentle smile on his face. However, in the eyes of Anaito and the others, this usually gentle smile suddenly gave off an indescribable sense of malevolence and cruelty. Eugene, take your men and get the hell out of here. Leave behind all the energy ores you have mined. From today onwards, everything in the mine belongs to the Han family of the City of Shadows. Han Shuo said to Eugene with a beaming smile. You dare to kill more than 20 of my men? Eugene was shivering from head to toe. When he saw that not even a bone was left of his elite divine guards that he had painstakingly nurtured, the fury in his heart exceeded his fear of Han Shuo. He shrieked. Han Shuo shook his head and sighed softly. He softly said, so insensible. This is going to be difficult. As soon as Han Shuo finished those words, the 17 flying swords that were still hovering in the air flew towards the remaining divine guards. Shrill whistles pierced through the air. All the divine guards other than Eugene were killed and turned into puddles of blood. Cauldron spirit suddenly flew out from Han Shuo's body. It circled a few times above the bloody scene and collected the divine souls that had yet to dissipate between heaven and earth. You. Eugene pointed at Han Shuo and shouted, I'll kill you. 17 flying swords shot towards Eugene. The smile on Han Shuo's face gradually turned cold. He slowly closed his eyes and deployed the Avicii god-slaying sword formation with his consciousness. The 17 flying swords were like 17 afterimages, forming abstruse and complex patterns in the air. Gusts of chilly wind blew and killing intent soared into the sky. It was as though the 18 levels of hell had descended. Eugene was a mid-stage high god expert. Such a god would be an expert no matter where he went. Han Shuo had no choice but to use the Avicii god-slaying sword formation. He controlled the sword formation with his consciousness. Streaks of sword radiance weaved and interweaved, disrupting Eugene's domain of divinity and preventing him from borrowing much of the elements of heaven and earth. Back when Han Shuo walked out of the valley, Cauldron Spirit had told him that Han Shuo, who had mastered the Avicii god-slaying sword formation, could slaughter early-stage high god experts even without Cauldron Spirit's energy. After testing the power of the sword formation, Han Shuo confirmed Cauldron Spirit's words. However, Eugene was a mid-stage high god expert. Although he couldn't fight back in the Avicii god-slaying sword formation, he seemed to be able to hold on for some time. If Han Shuo wanted to kill him, he would have to pay a heavy price. Cauldron Spirit, return. Han Shuo did not want to waste too much energy on Eugene. With one thought, Cauldron Spirit returned to Han Shuo's body. Cauldron Spirit's energy instantly poured into Han Shuo's body. Only then could the first form of the Avicii god-slaying sword formation, Avicii Hell, be activated. As soon as the Avicii Hell was activated, the streaks of sword radiance turned solid. The chilling wind and killing intent grew 10 times more intense. Strange energy surged within the sword formation and destroyed Eugene's layers of defensive boundaries. A miserable howl sounded as Eugene's flesh and blood splattered everywhere. A high god divine soul. This is great. I can finally refine a demon general of the highest grade. Cauldron Spirit shouted. It was much livelier than usual. It immediately flew out from Han Shua's body and pounced at Eugene's high god divine soul that had yet to dissipate. Chapter 752. None of Eugene and his party from Hushvale City managed to escape from Han Shua's murderous hands. All of them died at the entrance of the cave. The stench of blood filled the air. Cauldron spirit was flying around the cave. It had absorbed the divine soul of Eugene, a mid-stage high god. None of the divine guards managed to escape Cauldron Spirit and were sucked into the Cauldron of Myriad Demon. According to Cauldron Spirit, only the divine soul of a high god could be refined into a spirit demon of the highest grade. A spirit demon of the highest grade would be more powerful and could provide Cauldron Spirit with more energy. Ever since the demise of the exalted demon lord, the Cauldron of Myriad Demon had not produced a demon of the highest grade. Now that Eugene's divine soul had been captured, it meant that a spirit demon was finally born in the Cauldron of Myriad Demon. In just a short time, the entrance of the cave had turned into a pool of blood. The gods killed by Han Shua's 17 flying swords had turned into puddles of blood. The corpses of those killed by Balans were scattered all over the ground. It was a gruesome scene. Anaito, Deko, and the other divine guards of the Third Corps were aghast. It seemed that they had yet to recover from the shock. Anaito, apart from Eugene, didn't you encounter enemies from Dark Soul City as well? What are you waiting for? Lead the way, instructed Balan softly after shooting a glance at Anaito. It was only at this moment that Anaito seemed to have recovered from his shock. He looked at Han Shua in horror and asked, Lord Brian, you killed Eugene. Is there a problem? Asked Han Shua calmly in a carefree smile. Lord Brian, although the 7 major cities of the Dominion of Darkness are constantly fighting each other in secret, they generally do not kill each other's chiefs of divine guards. The death of a chief of divine guards is no small matter. Eugene is one of the chiefs of divine guards of Hushvale City. Now that he has died here, the city lord of Hushvale City will surely investigate. Said Anaito anxiously. Wars between the cities had never stopped. However, as the chiefs of divine guards possessed extraordinary strength, there had never been a case of a chief of divine guards dying. A chief of divine guard was the cornerstone of a city. The death of a chief of divine guard could very well incur the wrath of the city lord. It could even lead to a war between 2 cities. Therefore, when Eugene died, Annette immediately turned pale with fright and thought of the serious consequences. Don't worry, I will explain to the city lord. Now that Han Shua's strength had skyrocketed, he did not see this as a big problem. He smiled and said, Let's go, Annette. Let's go find the people from Dark Soul City. When Anaito heard Han Shua's words, he started trembling with fear. Whenever he recalled his vile attitude towards Han Shua back in the City of Shadows, Anaito felt a chill run down his spine. He thought to himself, fortunately, we became friends in the end. Otherwise, I wouldn't even know how I died. This is a ruthless man who kills without batting an eyelid. He had hidden it so deeply in the past. Once it was unleashed, it was truly terrifying. My lord, please follow me. The one from Dark Soul City is also a chief of divine guards. They have also killed 2 of our companions. Deko was much bolder than Anaito. He led the way for Han Shua. Halfway through the journey, Deko explained to Han Shua that the Dark Soul City was the first to arrive at the mine. After arriving, they did not allow anyone to approach the mine. Anaito and his companions were discovered when they came to scout the mine. Therefore, they were chased out by the people from Dark Soul City. Later on, Eugene arrived with the divine guards from Hushvale City. When the people from Dark Soul City saw that Eugene was personally leading the team, they started a conflict. As both sides were equally matched in strength, the people from Dark Soul City took the initiative to retreat. They occupied several of the largest mines and left the rest unattended. The chief of divine guards from Dark Soul City was called Jirofi. Like Eugene, he was also a mid-stage high god cultivating in the energy of destruction. With Deco leading the way, the party soon arrived at the center of the mine. They were surrounded by bottomless caverns. Each cavern was guarded by several divine guards from Dark Soul City. Lord Brian, the chief of divine guards from Dark Soul City, Jirofi, should be guarding the largest cavern, said Deco to Han Shoa as he pointed at the largest cavern. This place already belongs to Dark Soul City. You can start mining in other areas. Don't force our hand, said a divine guard from Dark Soul City as he stood at the entrance of the cavern. He looked at Han Shoa and his party with a cold and arrogant demeanor. Balans, Sanguiner, kill a few of them and teach them a lesson, instructed Han Shoa to Balans and Sanguiner with a smile on his face. The fact that Dark Soul City had killed a few divine guards from the Third Corps indicated that they had made the first move. Han Shoa would not hold back. Balans could enhance his killing intent by killing, Sanguiner could extract new energy from the blood of his victims, and Han Shoa could harvest divine souls. For the three of them who cultivated in demonic arts, there were only advantages and no disadvantages in killing others. Not to mention that they were the ones who made the first move. Han Shoa would not hold back. Balans and Sanguiner abruptly pounced at two divine guards from Dark Soul City at Han Shoa's command. Sanguiner drew a line of blood in her hand as she stared at the two divine guards with crimson eyes. The two divine guards immediately felt their blood boiling when their eyes met with Sanguiner's. At this moment, Balans arrived in front of the two divine guards. The slender flying sword in his hand flashed and streaks of sword radiances landed on the bodies of the two divine guards. Crack! Crack! The two divine guards were dismembered. Their flesh and blood splattered all over the ground. Blood splattered everywhere. Before the divine guards at the other caverns could help, the tragedy had already happened. When the divine guards saw the blood flowing like a river, they immediately shrieked and transmitted messages to Jirofi who was inside the cavern. They could tell how terrifying Balans and Sanguiner were. Seeing that Han Shoa, who seemed to be their leader, had yet to make a move, none of them dared to be careless. They shrieked and transmitted messages as though they were facing a formidable foe. They cautiously guarded against Sanguiner and Balans. It didn't take long before 37 divine guards and Chief Jirofi walked out of the cave. These people were all dressed in black. It appeared that they had been in the middle of excavating energy crystals and had hurried over after receiving the message. What's going on? Jirofi's face was gloomy. He looked at the bloodstains on the soles of his feet and appeared to be extremely angry. Jirofi had a big head and big ears. He had an obese body. However, his pair of bright eyes were fixed on the unruffled Han Shoa. From today onwards, this mountain belongs to the Han family of the City of Shadows. Gilbert stepped forward and arrogantly shot a glance at Jirofi. He said, Eugene was insensible and has been killed by my master. If you don't want to be left with nothing, leave now. Han family of the City of Shadows? Jirofi bunched his brows and coldly replied, I only know of the House of Saint, House of Lavers, House of Kinson, House of Kisa, and House of Buller in the City of Shadows. Since when was there a Han family? Cut the crap. Leave behind the energy crystals you mined and get the hell out of here. Gilbert arrogantly pointed at Jirofi and said, if you're late, don't even think about leaving. Jirofi appeared to be more difficult to deal with than Eugene. Surprisingly, he was not angered by Gilbert's rudeness. His chubby face twitched and he said, you want us to leave without displaying sufficient strength? I don't think it's that easy, right? While speaking, Jirofi stared straight at Han Shoa. He had long noticed that Han Shoa was the leader of the group. Under Jirofi's provocative gaze, Han Shoa put on a faint smile and said, then don't even think about leaving. As soon as those words left his mouth, the 17 flying swords were released once again. Chilly winds gusted and whistled continuously as they flew towards the divine guards who were glaring at them. The 17 flying swords were incomparably sharp and carried terrifying corrosive properties. Under Han Shua's exquisite control, the flying swords turned into afterimages that streaked across the sky and pierced through the bodies of the divine guards. All the divine guards who were struck by the flying swords had their flesh rapidly corroded and dissolved. In no time at all, they had turned into puddles of blood. Jirofi turned pale with fright. He was intimidated by Han Shua's vicious flying swords. His eyes flickered with light and he immediately shouted, "Stop! We will leave immediately." With a gentle smile on his face, Han Shua softly replied, "Sorry, you were too late." The 17 flying swords suddenly enveloped Jirofi. Cauldron Spirit's energy immediately surged into Han Shua's body. The first form of the god-slaying sword formation, Ceaseless Pain, appeared once again. The scene of hell engulfed Jirofi in an instant. Feeling the stabbing pain in his meridians, Han Shua manipulated the god-slaying sword formation with his consciousness and pierced thousands of holes into Jirofi's body. Inside the ceaseless pain formed by the flying swords, an outsider could only see the flying swords dancing wildly in the air. They had no idea what was going on inside the ceaseless pain. All of a sudden, Han Shua's body blurred and he dove into the ceaseless pain. Using the ceaseless pain as cover, Han Shua arrived behind Jirofi who was still alive. His avatar of destruction flew out of the cauldron of myriad demon and started devouring the remaining divine energy of destruction left by Jirofi. Jirofi cultivated in the energy of destruction. Most of his divine energy had been consumed by the ceaseless pain god-slaying sword formation. As he was a mid-stage high god and Han Shua had deliberately controlled the flying sword's precision, the flying swords only left a few wounds on his body. The intense corrosive energy did not spread to his entire body. Before he died, Han Shua took the opportunity to enter the ceaseless pain god-slaying sword formation and absorb the remaining divine energy of destruction in Jirofi's body. Jirofi was a high god. Although he only had a small portion of his divine energy left, it was enough for Han Shua's avatar of destruction to benefit immensely. Gradually, all of Jirofi's divine energy was devoured. There was no longer any energy left in his body that could resist the corrosive energy of the flying swords. He was reduced to a puddle of blood in the ceaseless pain god-slaying sword formation. Han Shua then took his space ring. The 17 flying swords returned to Han Shua's body. Cauldron Spirit flew out and collected Jirofi's high god divine soul. Then, it flew around and absorbed the divine souls of those divine souls that Han Shua had previously killed into the cauldron of myriad demon. There were also a few divine guards from Dark Soul City. They were running all over the place under the pursuit of Balans, Sanguiner, and Gilbert. However, it appeared that they would not be able to live much longer. Han Shua did not personally hunt down those divine guards from Dark Soul City. Instead, he allowed Sanguiner and Gilbert to do as they pleased. Unlike Balans, Sanguiner and Gilbert had too little experience in hunting. In order for the two to be able to shoulder heavy responsibilities in the future, Han Shua had to train them as soon as possible. With the demon generals keeping an eye on those divine guards and the veteran assassin Balans assisting them, Han Shua believed that none of those divine guards from Dark Soul City would be able to escape. My lord, you are truly amazing. Deko softly exclaimed as he looked at Han Shua with eyes of admiration. Anaito appeared rather frightened. He put on a long face and said to Han Shua, "Lord Brian, Jirofi of Dark Soul City is also a chief of divine guards. Now that you have killed 2 chief of divine guards, the 2 city lords will not let this matter rest." "What does that have to do with me?" Han Shua put on an innocent face. He put on a mischievous smile and said, "It was clearly Eugene and Jirofi who killed each other in the mine. The tragedy had already happened by the time we arrived. We did nothing. It was clearly—" Anaito pointed at Han Shua and exclaimed in a low voice when he saw that Han Shua was lying through his teeth. Suddenly, Anaito's face jolted as though he had thought of something. He immediately put on a mischievous smile and said in admiration, "My lord is truly wise. As long as no one from Hushvale City and the City of Shadows walks out alive, we can say whatever we want. It doesn't matter if the two city lords believe us or not. They can't do anything if they don't have any evidence and we deny it," said Deco with a face full of admiration. After saying those words, he asked, "My lord, will those fellows who escaped, don't worry. With a veteran killer like Ballins around, they won't leave any survivors," said Han Shuo with a faint smile. After hesitating for a moment, he said, "I hope that all of you can keep what happened today a secret. Even to Lord Erebus and the City Lord, we will have to give the same explanation. Otherwise, we will all be in trouble if word gets out." Upon hearing Han Shuo's words, Anaito, Deco, and the others patted their chests and promised. Anaito said, "Don't worry, my lord. We will give the same explanation to everyone. But I believe that with the City Lord's brilliance, he will be able to figure out a thing or two. Then it doesn't matter. As long as we don't leak the information, it will be fine," said Deco smilingly. After this incident, they had become both respectful and fearful of Han Shuo. They trusted him even more than Erebus, who had led them for many years. Especially since they were personally involved in this incident, they naturally had to plan for their own safety. Be careful and take the space rings they left behind. These guys must have mined a lot of energy crystals. Those energy crystals are all ours. Naturally, we can't let them get away with it, said Han Shuo to Anaito and the other three. The gods killed by Han Shuo had turned into blood that seeped into the ground. Only the metal divine artifacts and space rings were left behind. As long as they were careful, there shouldn't be any problems. As for the gods killed by Sanguiner and Ballins, although they were also in a terrible state, they didn't have to worry about being corroded. Therefore, there shouldn't be any problems. While Anaito and the other three were collecting the spoils of war for Han Shuo, Ballins returned first. Ballins bowed to Han Shuo and said in a low voice, "Senior brother, it's all settled." Han Shuo nodded with a smile. He was very satisfied with the result of this trip. Chapter 753. Eugene and Jirofi, the two Divine Guard chiefs, and their Divine Guards had all died in the hands of Han Shuo and his party. Anaito and his party were in charge of collecting and tallying the spoils of war. About half a day later, Anaito and his party had tallied up all the spoils. There were more than 5,000 pieces of energy crystals of various sizes, more than 70 divine armors and divine weapons, and one high god weapon each for Eugene and Jirofi. It was impossible to estimate the total value of these items in a short time. However, a conservative estimate was that the total value of these items would not be less than 2 million black gold coins. Most importantly, the mine had been occupied by Han Shuo. Eugene and Jirofi had only been mining the mine for a few days. There was no way they could have extracted much of the energy crystal ores from the mine. It was impossible to estimate how many energy crystals there were in the entire mine. The total value would be in the tens of millions of black gold coins. The invaders from Hushvale City and Dark Soul City were completely annihilated. Ballins, Anaito, and his party carefully cleaned up the scene. They erased all traces that could prove that Han Shuo and his party were the culprits. They even deliberately buried some worthless divine weapons in the ground and placed a few incomplete corpses of both sides together to create the illusion that both sides had suffered heavy casualties. Ballins was very familiar with the process. Sanguiner and Gilbert, on the other hand, were not as proficient. Under the guidance of Ballins, Anaito, and the others, Sanguiner and Gilbert quickly became familiar with the method of framing others. They helped Anaito and his party clean up the mess. Naturally, Han Shuo did not leave. He stayed in the mine for the time being, waiting for the arrival of the competitors from the major family clans. During this period of time, Anaito, his party of 4, Ballins, Sanguiner, and Gilbert visited every major mine in the mine. They carved a special pattern on the entrance of every cave that contained energy ores, the pattern of the cauldron of myriad demon. As the Han family had only been established for a short time, Han Shuo had not thought of making a special emblem for the Han family. Now that his competitors were about to arrive, to show that he was the true owner of the mine, Han Shuo used the cauldron of myriad demon as the emblem of the Han family. At the entrance of every cave was an image of the cauldron of myriad demon. On the surface of the cauldron were a few small words, City of Shadows Han family. 5 days later, the first batch of competitors from the 3 major family clans arrived at the mine. After mobilizing the resources of their family clans, they discovered a unique symbol at the entrance of the mine, the Han family of the City of Shadows. The competitors of the 3 great families were all dumbfounded. Looking at the strange little cauldron pattern and the clear small characters on the surface of the cauldron, they knew that they were one step too late. The City of Shadows had its own rules. Before they came, Wallace had clearly reminded them that personal fights were strictly forbidden. Although these City of Shadows experts were filled with reluctance, they had nothing to say when they saw that the mountain had fallen into Han Shuo's hands. They went to look for Han Shuo and congratulated him with bitter faces. The competitors of the 3 major family clans were Ji Wei, Manli, and Gasco. The 3 of them had more or less friendly relations with Han Shuo due to the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy. Knowing that the situation was irreversible, they had no choice but to accept the fact. Another 3 days later, competitors from other family clans arrived one after another. Since even the 3 major family clans had nothing to say, the competitors naturally had nothing to say, especially since they knew that Han Shuo had a close relationship with the House of Saint. There was no way they could have any other thoughts. 7 days later, Erebus and Aobashi arrived at the mountain with their divine guards. Erebus and Aobashi were greatly astonished after learning about the situation from Han Shuo. It was obvious that they did not believe Han Shuo's words. It was indeed possible that Jirofi of the City of Shadows and Eugene of Hushvale City had fought over the mine. However, it would be too much of a lie to claim that both sides would perish together with each other, leaving not a single one of them alive. Erebus secretly summoned Anaito and the others and secretly asked, "What's going on?" Anaito and the others had a guilty conscience and did not dare to look at Erebus. They replied in a low voice, "Although the situation is a little different, it is the truth. My lord, the people of the City of Shadows and Hushvale City have killed our companions. Lord Brian has come to avenge us." Anaito and the others did not dare to lie to Andre or City Lord Wallace. However, Erebus was their direct superior and Erebus had always treated them well. It was impossible for them to keep quiet. Anaito and the other 3 dared to deceive Andre and Castellan Wallace, but Erebus was their direct superior. Moreover, Erebus had always treated them well, so it was impossible for them to keep silent. Anaito and the others had the guts to lie to Andre and City Lord Wallace. However, Erebus was their direct superior and Erebus had always treated them well. It was impossible for them to keep quiet. Moreover, Han Shuo had secretly hinted to them that the situation was not normal. Erebus and Aobashi could not help but feel a headache when they heard Anaito and the others' cryptic explanation. The 2 of them were in charge of cleaning up the aftermath. Now that 2 of their divine guard chiefs had died, the situation had become very troublesome. Naturally, the 2 of them did not believe that the 2 divine guard chiefs were killed by Han Shuo. In their opinion, Eugene and Jirofi must have fought each other to the death for the mine. Then, Han Shuo and his party came to take advantage of the situation and killed the surviving divine guards. They had underestimated Han Shuo's current strength. "We're in big trouble." Aobashi put on a bitter smile and sighed, "The city lord wants me to negotiate with the 2 parties. I'm afraid that the 2 parties will not let this matter rest." "Forget it. Let's report to the city lord first. I believe that the 2 city lords will personally communicate with your lordship about this matter," said Erebus with a distressed face. He could not think of a suitable solution for the time being. Sirs, I'll leave the rest to you. When you are done negotiating with the two parties, let me know. I will arrange for people to come over and mine the mine. We can discuss how to distribute the energy ores in the future. Han Shuo was all smiles. He stretched his back and mumbled to himself, I'm really lucky this time. 2 of my divine guards have suffered heavy casualties. Anaito and the other 3 divine guards wore strange expressions after hearing Han Shuo's words. They had seen with their own eyes how Han Shuo killed Eugene and Jirofi effortlessly. How could there be any element of luck in that? They knew that Han Shuo had deliberately concealed his strength. The 4 of them had benefited greatly from the distribution of the divine weapons. Therefore, they naturally cooperated with Han Shuo and started talking nonsense to mislead Erebus and Aobashi. You just patted your butt and left, leaving the 2 of us to clean up your mess. Erebus forced a smile and shook his head. He said, Brian, the death of 2 divine guard chiefs is no small matter. They died together. They have no one to blame but themselves. My lordships, just tell the truth. I believe that given the city lord's wisdom, he won't say anything about it. Han Shuo put on a mischievous smile and said, I won't disturb your work any longer. We will return to the City of Shadows. When you return to the city, I will treat you to a good drink. That drink of yours doesn't taste good. Aobashi glared at Han Shuo. She could sense that Han Shuo was behind the incident, but unfortunately, she couldn't find any evidence. But even if she could, what could she do? She would still have to help Han Shuo clean up the mess. Sanguiner, Ballins, Gilbert, it's time for us to leave, said Han Shuo to the 3 before bidding farewell to the members of the 3 major family clans. He was the first to arrive and the first to leave. Han Shuo returned to Fort Lossberg first. When he arrived, he discovered that Candide, Emma, Gree, Pegasus, and the others were already there. These people were very experienced in the management of cities. They volunteered to familiarize themselves with the situation in Fort Lossberg so that the Han family could take over the place. Candide and the others were already aware of the purpose of Han Shuo and his party. After Han Shuo returned to Fort Lossberg, they immediately asked Han Shuo about the details. Han Shuo did not reveal the specifics. He only said to them, it's done. The 5th Corps is ours. Candide and the others knew that military strength was the foundation of a power's survival. They were overjoyed to hear that. They were now considered members of the Han family and were bound together with Han Shuo. Naturally, they hoped that the Han family could stabilize their power in the City of Shadows. After living on Elysium for a period of time, they had fully realized the importance of a family clan. They volunteered to come to Fort Lossberg in order to strengthen the House of Han. They knew that only with the House of Han's strength could they ensure their safety and secure a foothold in the City of Shadows. Han Shuo took out a portion of the energy crystals he obtained from the mine and handed it to Candide and the others. He asked them to decorate the Han family's residence in Fort Lossberg with energy towers and boundary towers. Energy crystals were the foundation that maintained the energy towers and boundary towers. With an abundant supply of energy crystals, the Han family's residence in Fort Lossberg could be fortified. Han Shuo and Candide discussed the issue of Fort Lossberg for half a day. Han Shuo wasn't an expert in the management of cities. Back then, he had delegated the management of Brettel City to Dorcas and Jack. Fort Lossberg was no exception. Although it was a discussion, Han Shuo heard from Candide and the others that Candide and the others needed Han Shuo's approval before they dared to take action. They mainly wanted to get Han Shuo's approval. Han Shuo knew that Candide and the others had no one to rely on Elysium. Now that he had been branded as a member of the Han family, he knew that they would work for him wholeheartedly. Therefore, Han Shuo straightforwardly agreed to their request and delegated all the necessary authority to them. When Candide and the others no longer had any questions, Han Shuo, Sanguiner, Bollins, and Gilbert left for the City of Shadows. Inside the Saint residence of the City of Shadows, City Lord Wallace and Andre were facing a magical mirror. Inside the mirror were Aobashi and Erebus. They were reporting the situation in the valley to Wallace with a bitter smile. When they heard that Eugene and Jirofi of Hushvale City in Dark Soul City had died in the valley, Wallace and Andre's faces jolted. Wallace asked, "Where's Brian? Where are the others?" "Brian is fine." When Aobashi and I arrived, Brian had already taken control of the mountain, Erebus said in a bitter smile. But Brian said that Eugene and Jirofi had perished together. When we arrived, we did not find a single survivor. All the divine guards from Hushvale City and Dark Soul City were killed without even leaving behind a complete corpse. The situation is rather strange. With Eugene and Jirofi dead in Tunai Mountain, the city lords of Hushvale City and Dark Soul City will surely come after elder brother. Andre also had a headache. After thinking for a while, Andre asked Erebus, "Did Eugene and Jirofi perish together?" "They are all dead. We don't know either." Erebus put on a bitter smile and continued, "None of the divine guards from Hushvale City and Dark Soul City survived. This doesn't seem to have happened naturally. But I have asked Brian about it and Brian is adamant that they perished together. We have also found some traces at the scene that point to a bitter battle." Wallace was stunned. After a long while, he nodded and said in a deep voice, "Seize the mountain. Inform Hushvale City and Dark Soul City of the death of the two Divine Guard chiefs. No matter who asks, tell them that they perished together. If you miss anything at the scene, you will clean it up." "Understood, my lord," replied Erebus. After cutting off the magical mirror, Wallace massaged his glabella and smilingly said, "That youngster sure is a headache. But I'm sure that Eugene and Jirofi's deaths had something to do with him. I bet those two city lords will be furious. Elder brother, Brian couldn't have killed Eugene and Jirofi, could he?" Andre stared blankly for a moment and was rather doubtful. "Then how do you explain what happened in the valley?" Wallace shot a glance at Andre and said in a mischievous smile, "Perhaps he doesn't have the strength to kill both of them at once. But if he is adept at seizing the right moment, he might have a chance of succeeding. The traces of battle between the two sides are still intact. That kid is a talent. It looks like the Fifth Bureau will do better in his hands than Avery. Brian is a little too daring. He even killed a Divine Guard chief," exclaimed Andre. "Daring, ruthless, and meticulous are the qualities that a man must have in order to achieve great things. This incident has sufficiently proved that he is qualified to be the chief of the Fifth Corps. All right, prepare the relevant documents this afternoon. Also, let go of those Fifth Corps Divine Guards who have no problem with them." Wallace did not get angry at Han Shoa for causing trouble. Instead, he was very satisfied with Han Shoa's daring and ruthless style. Andre nodded, indicating that he understood, turned around, and left. After Andre left, Wallace once again used the magical mirror to get in touch with the city lords of Hushvale City and Dark Soul City. He insisted that Eugene and Jirofi had perished together. Regardless of how furious the two city lords were, Wallace insisted that the mine belonged to the City of Shadows and argued fiercely with the two city lords through the magical mirror. Han Shoa, Sanguiner, Bollins, and Gilbert returned to the City of Shadows half a month later. Everything in the city was the same except for the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy. Fanny, Phoebe, and the other ladies had moved into the Laver's residence. The only people left in the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy were pharmacists who knew how to refine medicines. Those who came from Profound Continent had moved into their new home, the Han family. Compared to the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy, Han Shoa's new home was much more spacious and magnificent. It had all kinds of facilities. Buildings on Elysium had always been built in a solemn and dignified style. They would spend little effort on decorations. Fanny, Phoebe, and the others who came from Profound Continent did not like the original style of the Laver's residence. Therefore, they had transplanted a lot of flowers, plants, artificial hills, small bridges, flowing rivers, and odd-looking rocks into every corner of the Han family's new home. It looked much more refined and exquisite. Strolling among the flowers, Han Shuo raised his head and looked at the towering buildings. He felt as though he had been in a different world. He still remembered that when he first came to Elysium from Profound Continent, he had gone through all kinds of hardships to reach the City of Shadows. He was as clueless as a country bumpkin when he first set foot in this place. He even had a quarrel with Cage and Doloxes in a gymnasium not far away from him. He was humiliated by the two good-for-nothings of the Lavers family and left angrily. Now, everything in this place belonged to the Han family, to him, Han Shuo. Han Shuo deeply enjoyed the feeling of having everything under his control as he breathed in the fresh air. It was as though he could smell the wonderful taste of power. When Fanny, Phoebe, and the other ladies learned that Han Shuo had returned, they came out to welcome him. Han Shuo was brimming with laughter and cheerful voices along the way. Sanguiner and Gilbert were pulled away by Statholm and Air Mike. The two asked Han Shuo about what happened in the valley. When the two learned that Han Shuo had taken over the mine and was about to take over the Fifth Corps, they were very excited. Brian, Candide, and the others went to Fort Lossberg on their own initiative. "Have you met them?" Emily asked Han Shuo. "Yes, I have. Candide and the others kept asking me a bunch of questions. I was so annoyed that my head was about to explode." Han Shuo forced a smile and shook his head. He said, "Managing a city is really not my forte. Fortunately, I brought them all here from Profound Continent. Otherwise, even if Fort Lossberg belonged to the Han family, we wouldn't be able to find anyone suitable to manage it. Brian, from the moment those from Profound Continent set foot on Elysium, they will forever be branded with the Han family. They are all trustworthy. Without the Han family, there is no way they can survive on Elysium. Therefore, they know what to do," explained Emily in a soft voice. Han Shuo had long known this principle. He nodded and smilingly replied, "I understand what you mean. They will be the pillars of the Han family in the future. I may not have many good points, but I know how to delegate power to others. I know what kind of people are suited to do. They will definitely find their place on Elysium. Brian, these are the documents that André sent to you. He wants you to report to the Fifth Corps as soon as possible after you return." Phoebe handed a large stack of documents to Han Shuo and smilingly said, "André said that some of those in the Fifth Corps are unruly. Although they did not rebel with Avery, they have always been very obedient towards him. You should know what they are like." Han Shuo took the documents and gave them a look. He put on a calm smile and said, "I love taming those unruly fellows. You're tuning into the Han Lee's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure."